whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Good evening, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Live show starting soon. Make sure you get your popcorn, get you a glass of wine, roll your doob, whatever you got to do. Show starting shortly.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Welcome. Live Saturday night Regal Rumble brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
I got beans and bologna. Yeah.
Welcome in. Make sure y'all hit the like button as you're coming into the room. We're about to have a legendary show tonight. It'll be a crime if you don't hit the like button.
Man, I'm trying to tell you something. Legends only is going down. Little change of pace. Heard some of y'all complaining in the chat, talking about, y'all tired of our good friend, our dear friends, our loved ones, Tiffany, heathen queen of the heathens. They'll be back. But today, they might take a break. Maybe not.
Yeah, definitely for the first part of the show, we're going to cook up here. That's why y'all see, we normally start at 8:30, but we here at 7, and we're going to cook up.
There you go. Got to call audibles when it's time, baby. We here, G Honda. We actually ain't late. We early. Get some sense about you, man.
And shout out to Steven. Says, men, crock pot, bonquisha, garlic bread. Let's cook.
Nummy.
And Devon says, Mr. Walker, there's a dude that looked like you on the Balloon Pop show. We just talked about this the other day. He an aerospace engineer, and the women claim he don't like his aesthetics.
I ain't trying to hear it. It's only one Mr. Walker until I see this ninja. They cloned me, huh?
So here we go. We're going to get into it. All right. We're going to figure out a way to navigate through all the madness tonight. Just make sure y'all hitting the like button and share the content. Share it to your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitters, whatever.
Your mama, your cousin, your baby mama, them, Daryl, and Pookie and them down the street. Everybody, don't be stingy.
All right. So without further ado, y'all see the thumbnail, the title. All right. We're talking about the end of dating and relationships for modern folks out here. We're going to talk a lot. We got a lot to talk about. So
here we go. End of dating. It's here. Y'all ninjas did this. All right. I be an old, happily married man sitting around with my babies. Y'all got to navigate this. So we're just going to sit here and show y'all all of the trials and obstacles you may face. Bonquishas and nug-nugs of the such.
So without further ado, we're going to welcome my guy up to the stage, the legend himself, the brother Fatman Scoop.
What's happening, y'all? How y'all feeling?
Welcome, Fatman Scoop. What's going on, brother?
I'm good. Just working, always being productive. This was one of the few Saturdays that I'm off. I pretty much work like 47, 48 weeks a year overseas. So it's one of the weekends that I've actually was off, and I just said, I'd like to do it now.
There we go. Appreciate you, man. For sure. Appreciate you rocking with us.
I do rock with y'all. Actually, people, the way that this actually came to happen to an extent is because I watch their content. When I'm driving, sometime when I'm in America or I'm flying overseas or whatever, and I'm going from show to show, I'm driving, so I got to listen to something that makes me argue back to the radio so that I can stay awake. And I came across these guys, and I love their content. It was funny. They're going in and stuff. And there was a young lady named Micaiah, and she was on Kendra G's show. And I watched these guys decimate women all the time, and I sent them an email. I was like, look, if we gonna decimate the women, if we gonna kill them, then we got to give the good ones some love. And I sent them a link with Micaiah's information and stuff, and y'all hit me back, and and then that led to this, and we're here today. So
see that's so dope.
And real quick, Mr. Walker, before you go, I'm gonna keep my guy because we got another legend backstage. So we're gonna bring my guy up. All right, hit the like button. My guy, Angry Man, in the building.
Hey, yeah.
What's good?
What's going on? Welcome, brother.
Appreciate y'all having me up here with a legend in the game. That's what's up, man.
I'm
Hey, I'm
blessed.
trying to tell you, hey, you said you told your wife. I told mine too. I said,
I
hey,
had
man.
to tell her, man. My wife is a huge, my wife loves hip hop just as much as I love hip hop. So anytime, you know what I'm saying? Plus, she know a lot of people in the game too. You feel me? So I had to tell her, I was like, yo, Fatman Scoop, you feel me? So yeah, I was excited.
I thank you. I thank you. I'm blessed for that. I am this year 30 years into my career. My first record will be 30 years old in a year and a half, 2 years. And to be able to be here and have people call me legendary is a blessing. There's nothing lost on that because this is not food and water. People don't have to rock with you. And the average career back in my days lasted 3 years. Now with the new game, people that made a record last year ain't even here no more. So I think everybody who calls me a legend is a blessing.
Oh, for sure. And listen here, ain't no gaslighting. It is what it is, man. I believe in giving flowers, man. Way too often we wait till the opportunity has passed to do so. So for sure. And I think your position is interesting, Fatman Scoop. So like you said, you reached out to us.
Just call me Scoop, brother.
Hey,
call me Scoop.
like, hey, it's not all bad sisters out there. And you said, look, there's good ones. And that's interesting because and believe in your heart that there's good women out there. But it's my understanding you got some pushback on when you went up on Ashley Dalton. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, here's where I'm at with it. It's like saying all black people are criminals. It's like saying all white people are cutthroat or whatever. There's no absolutes, and there's people out here, you just have to find them. So for me, I think in today's dating world, here's the problem. The loudest voice in the room is the hoe culture. That's the loudest voice in the room. There's good women, they just not talking because they in the cut. That's what they do. They being wives, they doing wife shit. These chicks, the hoe culture is the loudest voice in the room, and we need women who are not that to come out and say, listen, what y'all doing is crazy. And I know, and as people see this on social media, they follow the behavior. So I need all of you guys to understand, and everybody who's watching. If you're a parent and you don't give a damn about your kids, the phone is your kid's mother. That means that Sukiyana and Sexy Red are their mother. So what you think you're gonna get? You know what I'm saying? And this is just the music that's out there. I mean, I understand what it is. I just did a concert with Sexy Red 2 weeks ago. I'm doing one on Friday overseas. Like, I understand what it is, but it's our goal as men here, and I can say that all of us in this room right now, we are basically men's men. We have to speak up and say something, because if we don't say something, the next move is a wrap, man.
Well, let me ask you this. Like you say, you're spending a lot of time overseas, and there's a whole movement going on right now with the passport bros and all of that. So what is the biggest difference between the women over there and the women here in the States?
Okay, so let me start by saying this. I've been going overseas 46 to 48 weeks a year for 28 years. I go through a passport every year. That's how much I travel. When you go and see other cultures and you juxtapose that against quote unquote black culture, it is shocking. I'll give you a great example. I just got back from Morocco 2 weeks ago. So I usually in the middle of the summer, I do a little tour of the Middle East, Dubai, Bahrain. I went to Bali, then I went to Morocco, and then back to Dubai and came home. The thing that and that was like a 2-week trip. Usually I go overseas like on Thursday and come back on Sunday. So I had 2 or 3 weeks to be out there. You don't see women getting up in men's face. You don't see women arguing. You don't see women doing all that kind of stuff. If you see an argument, I was in Morocco, I was at the airport. There was an argument going on, but that was between two men. You never see none of that. You never see women back talking. The way they dress, the way they conduct themselves, they are very friendly, open, agreeable. They don't dress the way the women dress here. They don't dress like they're going to be on a pole and then ask somebody why they're not their husband.
Come on, man.
It's just the behavior that they have. And even down to sometimes, you have to have the okay from the family to date somebody, because when they release their child, they're releasing them to you and your family. So there's a whole different a way of thinking of life, especially outside of Western countries. And the reason that I'm speaking on it is because I believe in one thing, and I say this all the time. Do whatever you're going to do, but the results going to be the results. Okay? Y'all can say whatever y'all want to me. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. Y'all can not listen to me. You can be disrespectful, but we can do a 10-year challenge. Let's come back and see where you at in 10 years.
Yeah, you sound like me.
The results will be the results. So, and again, this is not something that I'm just saying. I say this to my daughter because I'm responsible for her. And I think that we've gone away from the traditional thinking of how things were. So I'm going to let you guys talk, but I just want to say this. If you look at the years that Black people, and I'm only going to speak about Black people right now, the years that Black people were the most well-to-do, do you know what those years were?
60s.
30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. What was going on back then? A man was a man, a woman was a woman. Everybody knew their role. The man did this, the woman did that. The kids were together, everything was straight. That's when we were the most upwardly mobile. Once we got away from that, the results are the results. So, I mean, it's a whole different world out there, man. Mm-hmm. Outside of Western culture, definitely.
Okay, so let me ask you then, AM. The title of the show is The End of Modern Dating and Relationships. Are we witnessing the end? Like right now, are we in the midst of it?
We already passed it. We already passed it, bro. The dating game ended, in my opinion, I feel like the dating game ended in the mid-2010s.
Yeah, you're right. That's
like the mid, because like the last decent dating, as far as I remember, was late 90s, early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? That was the last, and it was kind of getting shaky then. You feel what I'm saying? Because like, bruh, it's this whole concept of I don't need a man just has embedded itself in the culture. Like it's become part of the culture to the point where how can you have a decent dating situation? It wasn't like it was when I was dating in the late 90s, where both people came to the dating situation in good faith. You know what I'm saying? We just wanted to get to know each other. It wasn't about, what kind of car I drove. It wasn't about how many bodies she got. It wasn't about any of that. Even though there were women that was checking for dudes with certain type of cars, but those wasn't all of the women. Mm-hmm. Those was the ones that was on some gold digging shit. Like that's what we would call gold diggers. You feel me? But it was chicks that you could, man, back then you could have a bad chick and be broke.
Yeah, you could.
No money, and you had this bad chick, and her friends would look at her like, why you with him? He give a shit, you feel me? So I think it's already over, bro. I think it's already done.
You know something? I want to hop in there and expand on that. When we are in the time of I don't need a man for nothing, then if you don't need a man for nothing, then why are you out here looking for a man? If you want a man, you say I don't want to pay 50% of the bills. A lot of men cannot handle that. So if you don't want to pay 50% of the bills, pay 100% of the bills. It's your business. Also, I think that things got bad at the dawn of social media, and here's why. Because now you have people curating content. So that means that these chicks will see a woman going out to Turks and Caicos on the beach and all of that stuff and this and da-da-da. You never see the man anyway, but that's another story. They got them believing something, and then those women are going back to the other women saying, well, so-and-so, you don't do it like this for him and blah, blah, blah. You don't know what's going on out there. That woman could be getting choked out to an inch of her life. She could be getting beat on like a rag doll. Anything could be going on, but you don't look at that because you only look at the wins. So that's bringing unrealistic expectations. Number two is everything has got down to a financial transaction. For me, when I was really, really moving out here, I didn't give a damn about that because for me, time is money. So if you wanna move like this and make it a financial transaction, then that means I can put less time into this and get back to this wall where I gotta write these records. So, but making it a financial transaction, in the end, women will be the loser.
Yeah.
Because they will absolutely be the loser, and they don't understand that as you're doing this, you're quietly pricing yourself out the marketplace. So that's another thing. And then as far as the passport bros go, all of that is cool, right? But here's your problem. And I say this to all passport bros and those who wish to be passport bros. If you go get a woman from Indonesia, because I was just out there in Bali, if you go out there to Thailand, you go to all these places and you get a woman, then you better stay out there. You better live out there. Because if you bring her back to Western culture, it's only going to take 6 hours of BET and some social media for you to be right back to where you were. So,
hey, Scoop, yes. like Eddie Murphy, huh? Eddie,
am I saying too much? Am I wrong, or you tell me?
She gonna turn into an American Bali baddie.
Yep. And then also you have to understand that as these guys go out there, these women are getting smart now. So they're starting to get up on what dudes are out there for, and they starting to finesse them. I think, for me, I can only speak on what I know. I feel like Black culture is the main perpetrators of this whole thing kind of going on. Not that white people and other people don't do it. Maybe I see it the most because I am Black, but I noticed in other cultures, and this was an interesting thing that I saw. It was a meme that said, a Spanish man will be like 4'2" and have $3 in his pocket, and his woman will listen to his direction. We don't have that in this game. When I'm out in the street and I pay attention to how Spanish people, Latin people are moving, I don't see none of that crazy stuff. Unless these people are already westernized, I don't see that. I'm just telling you, and that's here in America.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that?
I'll get you here, Mr. Walker. I'm gonna pull this video up, but go ahead, Mr. Walker.
I was gonna say, and it's because we made it that way, Scoop. Just think about the context. You say westernized compared to over in other countries, and the whole concept, the crazy, insane concept that a woman doesn't need a man. They don't feel that way over there. They ain't crying that cry. Correct me if I'm wrong, but only in the melanated community is the woman crying the cry that she don't need her man. And then come on, and it's sick.
Again, I want the angry man to speak. I travel the world, like I travel like that. Like I put in 1 million miles, at least 600,000 to 800,000 to 1 million miles a year. You just don't see it outside of possibly England. You might get some of that in France. As you're starting to move east to the Eastern Bloc countries, Slovenia, Montenegro, Georgia, once you get past that Western line, you really don't see it like that, man. That's just my personal observation.
Okay. So, like I said, we'll get you in here, AM. I want to share this real quick. You and Ashley were talking, right? Mm-hmm. And it got to a point where she asked you about when men start getting money, what type of women do they choose? Because I guess men got two different dating options, when you coming up and you struggling. And once you finally make it, you get a different taste.
Can I say something before we get into this? I want to say I love Ashley. Like, I really like her as a person. Like, I talk back and forth with her. She tells these women a lot of truthful stuff, whether they listen to it or not, it's their business. But I really like her. Like, we talk about a bunch of different stuff, and crazily, she's on the same page with a lot of what we talk about. So play the clip, brother.
So here we go. Hit the like button, folks.
When they start making money, they're gonna go for the woman that they really wanted. They're gonna go for the chick that they really think is the whole shit of the night, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so now you got that. You at the top, you pick the woman you really want, really like, whatever. Then
so let me say this before you go to that next level. So when a guy is, let's say, struggling, trying to build, he's not with the woman of his dreams until he reaches financial abundance, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because and it's unfair. It's not good, but when dudes get money, they usually go for exactly what they want. The chick that they want, that's what they're going for. Unless that woman built it with them. If they built it with them, then maybe they'll stick around. So, but people, I need you to and listen, Hennessy, you're right. This is not always true. I'm just giving you generalities and things that I've dealt with and I've seen from all of these people that I've dealt with. So everything is not a guarantee or a whatever. I'm just giving you a general. Then you'll go through that. Maybe you get the woman you want, a bad chick, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. There's a bunch of problems. There's a bunch of headaches.
But why are there headaches and problems? Why are there headaches? Once you get the baddie that you want, you're making the money. She got the small waist. She got the, the boom, boom back there. She got the girl sitting. Her face is perfect. She's young. Hair is flowing. Mm-hmm. All right. Why is it there issues once you get that woman?
With all due respect, bad bitches are bad for a reason most times. They got bad attitude, bad credit, bad issues, fucking needy, all kinds of crazy shit going on.
We're going to get banned. We're going to get banned.
I'm sorry, I forgot I can't curse.
All
kinds of things going on, trying to finesse dudes, like, just no respect, whatever. Because a lot of women that are really, really beautiful like that, they feel like you got to bow and submit to them. And that's cool and everything, but there's one thing you have to understand as women when you're extremely beautiful and you're doing all that. There's a limit that dudes are going to go to when it comes to that. Like, number one, dudes will put up with a woman that is being a headache and being a problem as long as it takes for them to execute. So here's what you need to ask yourself as a woman. And it's no disrespect. I have no horse in the race. You have to ask yourself, and this is something that you need to think about. When a man meets a woman, like if I was to meet a woman today and I really wanted to be with that woman, the first thing that I'm going to say when I get her in the bed is, what did I do to get this woman in the bed? What did I actually do to get her in the bed? Then the next thing I'm going to be like, oh my God, look at that. Oh my God, she's naked, boom, boom, boom. After the 13th or 14th time, I now know everything. I've eaten like groceries. I've done whatever it is that has to be done.
So you're saying you know the formula after the 13th girl. You figure out the formula.
I'm talking about the 13th or 14th or 20th sexual event that you have with this woman.
Oh, okay.
Everything, you now know everything about her. You've done everything you're going to do. You lick toes, whatever it is you're going to do. Now it's not, the novelty is over. So the question becomes, what is it about you as a woman that's going to make that guy stay there?
So there's my question. Mm-hmm. What do these modern women have to offer nowadays besides box?
Okay, so let's start here. Here's where modern dating is bad. There are women looking for men that make a lot of money. However, you are providing zero value. So let's I'm going to break this down for you, and please, if you agree with me, let me know. If you want to talk about what kind of man They're talking about men that make 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600, 800, a million. I don't carry myself like that. As you can see, I'm wearing the same thing that I wore that night because I really don't care, because I don't need to prove to anybody what I'm doing, what's in my bank account. I know what's going on. I deal with buying assets and things that accrue in value. That's where I am. It took me a long time to get there, but I'm there now, right? So if you want to look at a man that they're gunning for, that would be a man like me. I make a certain amount of money per year, have been doing it consistently for over 20 plus years. Excuse me for spitting. So I know what I'm talking about, right? You're looking for a man, because when I watch all of these shows, I watch it for the pathology of it, to see them actually destroy themselves while they're trying to sell themselves, right? You're saying that you want a man that makes $500,000-$600,000, right? However, you are providing no value. The only thing you say is you cook and you clean. Okay. That when I hear cook and clean, what goes through my mind is you might cook and clean for a little while, but you're gonna eventually get complacent, right? So you're supposedly cooking and cleaning and giving your body up. It's not enough, right? For a man that makes money, it is not enough. Now, if you think you're really, really beautiful and your game plan is you're going to just be there and be beautiful with a Fashion Nova dress on, and you're just going to be beautiful, and you want a man that's going to pay all your stuff and give you an allowance, then for the women who are thinking that, let me just say one thing to you. Again, because I look at everything in terms of finance, there's something called the yield. When you have the yield curve, there's a recession. So I'm going to say this to you. I'm going to break it down in easy to understand words. When the pussy is the same, yet the headaches, the ridiculousness, the entitlement, the nonsense is here, eventually that's going to curve. In financial terms, when the yield curves, we have a recession. In sex and relationship terms, when that yield curve hits, dude's going to say, I spent enough money, I spent enough maintenance, I'm tired of headaches, that's it, I'm gone. To drive this point home, Chad Ochocinco once said, show me a bad bitch and I'll show you a dude that's tired of her. Am I wrong? Or I mean, I'm asking questions.
So that's true. I agree wholeheartedly with that. I'm pretty sure every man that's on his square that's looking for a woman agrees with that. I definitely do. Now, here's the thing, Scoop. What else do resourceful men such as yourself, what else would you require? Give me something tangible, something they could touch, because otherwise they can't hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, right? And I know this is going to sound crazy, but I want to explain it to everybody, because when you're in the business, when you're in the music business, you go through a cycle like I was talking about. I am now at post-luxury. Post-luxury means that I don't need to wear clothes to prove to you I'm rich. People who have real money, when you walk in the bank, people start shuffling around. You go into wealth management. There's certain things that happen when you actually have money. I don't need to wear Gucci to prove to you that I have money and make the Gucci family rich. Does that make sense to you? Okay, number two is, I understand that just because I've gone through all of it, just because you look good don't mean you are good. Diamond can come in a fucking garbage. Garbage can come. Excuse me, let me make this clear so I can drive it home. Garbage can come in a diamond trash can. I've been there. So I'm here to tell you that. I'm in a place where the looks don't matter. What matters is your level of care, your level of respect. Are you with my program? Are you on my program? Because here's the thing. If I'm the person that has the money and has shown a consistent level of success going up, then I need you to be with my program. I don't need a woman that has 30 different PhDs and stuff. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a woman who is going to help me, who is going to assist me, and is going to provide value. Okay? So I want to take this one step further for you. There was a woman in my life that, unfortunately, she met a tragic end from a health standpoint. But let me tell you about her. She was of a religion that was very biblical. So she didn't have modern values like that. She had traditional values, right? This woman took care of me. I mean, she would rub me, rub my arm, my DJ arm, my legs, make sure that my hair is right. You know when a woman is loving on you like she really loving on you, not that fake ass love. Anything that I needed, she would think about it before before I could even think about it, she was doing it. She would assist me and help me. Now that doesn't mean that she's my butler, but she's assisting me as I'm the one who's making money to make sure the house is completely right. Right? That's the way it worked in the 30s and 40s, 50s, and early 60s, right? She was so deeply into her femininity and allowing me to be the leader because I had earned the right to be the leader, that she made a safe space for me. This woman made a safe space for me. That's how feminine she was. That's how much she was about her business. That's how much she did her thing. That's how much she took care of everything. Now, here's the kicker. She had 2 kids. Oh, now here's where we're going to go to the left. She was so amazing with what she did, how she did it, how she carried the house, how she did everything, her thoughts, her beliefs, how she let me lead, how she understood that she was supposed to be led, everything that she did, that the 2 kids didn't even matter. Second point, because she was from a religion, and it's not Jehovah's Witness or nothing, they live in biblical values, the children were in biblical alignment. Meaning that the kids were not a problem to me because nobody was saying, you ain't my daddy. It was none of that. To be completely honest with you, it was Little House on the Prairie. It ended from a health point of view tragically. However, if you came to me, Gavin, Mr. Walker, Angry Man, if you came to me again and you said, I'll give you a bad chick, because I done had that too, bro. I done had chicks that got millions of followers, people look at them, all kinds of stuff. If you came to me and said, I'll give you that woman, or you can have the baddest chick, I'm going to her every time and 6 times on Sunday. Because there was actual value for me. I could look at it and see actual value. And because of that experience, I'll lay this on anybody who's watching. If you are a woman and your man and when you leave, whether it's walk away, go to the store, whatever it is, if there's not a palpable sense of missing you, you ain't it.
I agree.
Because there were times that I was laying in the bed, I was like, I wish she was here. If you're not doing it like that, if when you leave, there's a palpable vacuum with your absence, you ain't it. 2 kids, by the way, y'all.
Now here's the thing. That's cool, and that's one thing we are very clear about, like as far as taking on women with kids, because what you just described, you know what I'm saying, what the brother Angry Man, what he have experienced, those times are gone. You ain't about to find too many single moms out here. Good luck finding them that's going to respect a man the way that you guys have been respected in your endeavors. It's very far in between. And the brother Real Leo. But yet, now here's the thing, Scoop. You don't think that you could find a woman in that same femininity without children?
You absolutely could, but I do want to say this to you, and I want Angry Man to talk because it seems like I'm doing all the talking.
Oh, you could, bro.
Here's what I want to say to you. You could, but I'm going to say something to everyone, and I don't know what people's religious standpoints are, but for those who believe, a lot of it is God, and a lot of it is right place, right time. A lot of it is proximity. So there were women that I dealt with that respectfully, I shouldn't have bagged, because they were the level above the level that I was at, right? But I was in proximity. I was funny. I wasn't trying to push up on them too hard. I was just talking to them, and the next thing you know, I walked into something else.
Now, I got a question.
Hold on. Let me just finish it. Let me land it. It's all about God. Yeah, can you want to find that? You may never find that. It's to be with all respect. It's all in God's hands, or whoever you believe, a higher power, because you got to be put together. You got to be put in a place where y'all can cross. You may never find that. Even though you go look on a million dating apps or do whatever you do, you may never find it, bro.
Okay, so here we go. I'll get you in here, AM. I want to play this video because that's a good transition. You said something very profound here. Check this out.
By the way, I have the same clothes on. At the same time, no man can get any woman he wants, because there's women that turn Hove down that I know for a fact. Like, you can get a lot of what you want. You know what I'm saying? But you might not get every woman you want, but you're gonna do your numbers. It's addictive. It becomes a game sometimes. It becomes a means of keeping score. When you can go through that period in your life and walk out with no kids and no STDs, then you have to sit back, because this all comes with growth and maturity.
That's what, and I was gonna ask you, when do men realize enough is enough? Like, okay, I've done enough, I've lived. Like,
so
when is that moment, that transitional moment where they're like, I'm looking for a wife now, I'm looking for something serious, someone with something?
Great answer. In the spirit of being truthful, I'll give you my moment. Okay. I was doing a lot of things I wasn't supposed to do. Being dumb. There was an individual I was dealing with, and her husband tried to shoot me in front of Hot 97. Actual facts. And I was able to get in my car and drive up the street, and then I turned the corner and drove down the street with incoming traffic. I was sitting at my man's job because I didn't know what to do. I was sitting at my man's job, and I was like, man, what just happened? And I had to go to meet him. And I never forget it. I met him on Gun Hill Road in the Bronx. And he already tried to do what he did. So I had to come, I don't want to, say nothing, but I had to come in a certain way. And I had a conversation with him, and I said, yo, bro, I'm a celebrity. If we gonna do this, we just gonna do this. I don't want to get into what I said and everything, but we had a conversation. After that, I said, you know something? The next woman that I find that I feel is right and I feel is good, I'm going to just sit my ass down. And that's when I met my second wife.
And we talk about this a lot of time up here. A lot of these women, we don't talk about the unhidden dangers, Angry Man. And you said something else profound in there. You said you have even seen, Hove himself get turned down by women.
Listen, I don't want to get into that, but it's just the rap game at some point, and this was early in Hove. This is like early in Hove. We all in the same place. And at that time, I don't know if any of you guys know New York, but Hot 97 was the only station in the world playing hip hop. So at that point, being on the radio, we were just as popular as the people making the records. Like, they had married it where we were stars just like them. Ed Lover and Dr. Dre, Bugsy, Wendy Williams, Angie Martinez, Funkmaster Flex, and myself. We were all extremely popular. We were all in the videos, everything. So yeah, and at that time, everybody was, as it is today, dudes be dating the same women. And so yeah, definitely.
So I'll ask you this, AM, because what do you say to the young men out here today that's dating, that's afraid to approach women, all this stuff, when he's telling you even guys like Hove get rejected, it's part of the game?
One of the things that dudes got to realize, and what Fatman Scoop is saying is 100% correct about it. Actually, the thing with the dating women and the money thing, they actually go hand in hand. If you get enough women, you'll get to a point where you'll say to yourself, what am I doing with my life? If you make enough money to buy enough stuff, you'll get to the point where you'll be like, I don't need shit. You know what I'm saying? You get to that point. I kind of hit that point last year where it's like, because I love Ralph Lauren Polo, all of that shit, but it's been a year since I bought anything. I just been re-wearing the same shit over and over. You know what I'm saying? But the thing with the dating part is dudes have to do the androgyny test. Like when dudes date women, they only want to deal with women based off of the femininity, like just strictly femininity. Like, and by that I mean you want her because she looks pretty. You want her because, of course, because of the sex. You want her because of all of the feminine things, right? And it's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're supposed to do. But you also supposed to look at it like, if the androgyny test is, if I was not having sex with this person, would I be hanging out with her? If we were not having sex, would I want to be around this person?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, like I will 9 times out of 10, I will never leave. And the reason why is because me and her have an actual friendship. You know what I'm saying? Like it's certain things about her that click with me that I know. Like, well, for one thing, right? I think, and this is just my personal opinion, I think every woman is not from New York is corny. It's just who I am. You know what I'm saying? It's just who I am, right? So like with my wife, right? If I go to put some kind of fit on and it don't look good, she can be like, nah, that's crazy. Don't wear that, right? You feel what I'm saying? But then at the same time, because she in New York and she's into basketball, so she likes sports, same way I like sports. She has that same type of sense of humor that I got. So if I tell a joke, whereas other women will think, that's mean or something like that, she'll think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? She'll tell the same type of joke and I'll think it's funny. You feel me? In addition to that, like, it's just so many different things that we click on that has nothing to do with the sexual relationship between a man and a woman.
Yep.
So we rock out. I can hang out with her and it's no different than if I'm hanging out with one of my homies. You know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, it's not that she's a tomboy. She's very feminine.
Mm-hmm.
She's very feminine, but it's just, you got to figure out how to find a woman that you get along with on a normal level that has nothing to do with sex. And most people don't think about that.
There you go.
I want to step in and say something about that. He says something that a lot of people need to consider. Number one, when it comes to women, it's a numbers game. So I don't care if you look like the humpback of Notre Dame. If you get out on the street and you get at 10 women and say, listen, I just want to sleep with you, 7 of those women are going to say, you out your mind. 3 of them going to say, 2 of them going to say you crazy, and one going to say, well, what you talking about? What you want to do? It is just you have to keep shooting. You have to be able to deal with rejection and keep shooting. Rejection for men is part of the game. That is why you see on Pop the Balloon that a lot of women get very angry when they get rejected because most women don't know how to deal with rejection. Shout out to Arlette. I really like her a lot as well. But they don't know how to deal with rejection. We as men, we have to get up because we get rejected every day in regular life. It's like somebody coming to me and saying, yo, Fatman Scoop, you dope, but you can't fill 10,000 seats by yourself. I'm not paying you X. I got to understand that no, and I got to say, well, listen, if you don't want me there, then get off my phone.
Yeah.
You got to take that rejection and be able to walk it off. So that's number one. Number two is when you get to a certain point in life, it is definitely more than sex. Because as I said to you, and if any women are watching, after the first sexual experience, a man will definitely say, what did I do to get in her pants? Oh my God, breasts are all over the place, legs, look at those white toes, this, that, the other. Once you get to about the 10th or 11th time, you've eaten booty like groceries, you've done everything that you can do, now it's the same thing. So the question is, why am I here now? Because I've had enough of what I had. What am I here? Why am I here? Another thing is, women, if you are that one, that man is going to want to stay. If you are really that one, a man will be able to, at will, run down 20 things about you that don't have nothing to do with sex. Number two is, if you're really that one, you won't have to go and be digging in his Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Dude will start getting rid of women himself, and he'll just look. Listen, there was when I was with my second wife. When we in the beginning, I would be in the club. This is at the height of Fatman Scoop, and I would be in the club where I could just be like, 1, 2, let's go, and I would be in there like, yo, what's going on in here is not better than what I got going on at home. I'm going home. These are facts. And ladies, when you are that woman, you're not gonna have to do nothing with Instagram. He's gonna do it all by himself.
I like that. The concept of non-sexual attention. And the first time I heard that was with via Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace. Non-sexual attention. And that's what they talk about, nug. And typically guys that ain't really into a woman, they get very, very little to zero non-sexual attention. It's all sexual. And that should be a telltale story about where that relationship is going to go or not go. So I agree with that. I like that.
Well, the other thing too that most people don't realize, if you're in a certain age bracket, once you hit 40 and you start going into your 40s as a man, sex is less and less.
Yeah.
You still enjoy it,
right?
But it's not the same as when you 20. Like, because I don't know about y'all, but when I was 20, I could smash 4-5 times a day. You know what I'm saying? Every day. You feel me?
Quantity now. Quality over quantity.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you did it right and you got a relationship, you're married or whatever, right? Once the two of you get into that age bracket in your 40s or whatever, sex is not the biggest thing on the table.
No.
The biggest thing on the table is how you relate to one another, how you're enjoying your life. And hell, nowadays, for a lot of people, it's about being grandparents and you know what I'm saying, all types of wild shit. So it's like for instance, like me and my wife, like we hop on a plane, we go somewhere, we go to Miami, we go here, we go there, we just spend time enjoying each other and living life. And that's really what it's supposed to be about. Feel me? But you try to tell the younger dudes that, and they don't understand that, because they're basically trying to get them a trophy girl. And they don't even realize, I don't think, that a lot of times dudes is trying to get trophy girls because you're not even trying to do that for you. You're trying to do that for your boys. You're trying to do that to show everybody, look at the type of chick I can pull. Meanwhile, yeah, your boys is giving you props when you show up with on your arm, but back at the crib, she getting on your nerves, and you looking at her like, you You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so can I hop in and say something before I forget it, Angry Man?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
A woman for all men, and I'm sure that all men will agree with me, or they'll at least listen. The woman on your arm is the visual representation of where you are in your life.
Mm.
The trophy woman comes again from what Angry Man said. It's about how you want to feel. I'm the man. So I give you an example. My last girlfriend, so I would walk in places and I'm in certain situations, somebody, other artists are there and stuff, and they might be younger artists, and they like, oh, Fatman Scoop, that's you? That's what you doing? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Oh, that's how you still doing like that, OG? It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? But, and I'm not talking about my ex-girlfriend, I'm just talking about women in general on this point, because I've dealt with a lot of beautiful women. I've been lucky enough to say, hands up, nigga, get your hands up, and women like that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I've been lucky enough to deal with a lot of beautiful women. Again, I'm going to repeat this to you. Just because you look good don't mean that you are good. You could look. You know how many women I've been with that somebody came up to me and said, oh, you so lucky. She's so beautiful. You don't live with her. You don't deal around her. You don't know about nothing. Right? It's just you go by what you see. And I want men, what I want you to understand, and especially men that are coming into money, you better find the woman that you like, and more importantly, a woman that's good for you. It might not be exactly what you think you want, but a woman that's good for you. Mm-hmm. There's a difference. Because if you have a beautiful ass woman, but you have chaos in your house, it will come out like in every single thing you do. Almost like when a person drinks too much, alcohol comes out their pores. It will come out in every facet of your life.
There you go.
You have to pick peace over bad chick. You again, I can't explain enough. Just because you look good don't mean you are good. Peace, I'm telling you, man, when you get to a certain level of peace with a woman, it's going to be a whole different thing. And again, most dudes, when you are messing with fine ass women, you beating them, but you don't even like them.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even like them. You around this. Listen, there's been times in my life that I was like, why did I just do that? Why did I do that? Why did I don't even like her? Why did I do that? So again, I'm not beating up on pretty women, because everybody love to look at a pretty woman. But you do have to understand, it has to be a mix of beauty and character. It has to be a mix of beauty and character. If you make beauty your number one thing you go for, eventually you're going to get fried.
There you go. Now, right.
Hey, yo, I just got to say real quick, I don't know about y'all, but I just had a flashback of 98 in the club soon as he said, get your hands up. Get your
Yeah, hold on. Where we at?
Yeah.
I'm blessed. You don't even understand, guys. I made that record to put my brother through Hampton University, and here we are 30 years later. So I'm blessed.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It's a blessed to have you up here. Let me get these super chats real quick, and we're going to get to the meat of this. We're going to get to the reason we hear this sister on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let me get these. Shout out to Steven, says, all you guys are fire. Have some strawberry nug shortcake. Salute to all in the chat. Appreciate you. Gangsta Gorilla says, Mr. Walker spoke to this earlier video. What is missing in America is the nuclear family. You can't have a good dating situation when the head of the household is one woman or two women.
The finnuck.
And shout out to Ayo, says, what's up, Gavin X? Old Tony Barker looking. Tony Baker, I'm sorry. Shout out. Gangsta Glorilla come back, says the original passport brother is the military. He says the majority of the original passport brothers stayed in the country. They found a wife. He says this version of Passport Brothers are customers of X Tourism.
Oh,
That's not necessarily true.
Man, that's not true 100%. I mean, I understand it, but that's not 100% true.
Well, you spoke on that a little bit, Scoop. You said some of the guys going over there, you said the sisters learning the game and they getting taken advantage of. So it's definitely not all of them, but there may at least a small sector.
Listen, Mr. Walker, here's the facts. If you are lame, you are lame. Whether you in the U.S., Thailand, Australia, Pacific, Samoa, whatever. If you're gonna get, if you are lame, you are lame. You wherever you go, you're gonna be a lame. But it's. I'll tell you like this. It's about leadership. It's about you. Look, I'll be the first one to say that I had my fun. I did my thing. When I got divorced from my second wife, I was like the worst part of the Bible. The fact that I don't have an STD and I made it through that time is God's work, right?
Amen.
But the older you get, and I think Angry Man talked about this, you start to understand what it's really about. And it's really about taking your legacy to the next level and making sure your family is okay. And unfortunately, the youth is wasted on the young. So, it takes us a long time to get here. A lot of that has to do with the fact that dudes usually don't quit until this don't work no more, which it is what it is. But he makes a really good point when it comes to that.
Okay. And shout out to James. He says late 80s, early 90s is when it started. He says break down the first house party movie.
No.
Okay. I think social media, but I'll take that.
And Derek says facts. I have seen the change the last time I was in the Philippines. Yeah. And Derek says, as a retired military man, I have never thought as myself as a passport bro. All right. Derek, he says, cooking and cleaning can be outsourced.
Correct.
Indeed.
Heathen Queen in the house. She says, what I've been saying forever. Salute.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Talking about Heathen Queen.
Here we go. Shout out to Omega's son. Says no lies detected. Everybody judges. A beautiful woman who lacks discretion is like a gold ring in a pig snout.
Yeah, there we go. Biblical, baby.
And Munchie come through, says, what up, fellas? AM, what up, Be No Nation? True Omega brothers gonna work it out. And my guy EV, he says, what's up, guys? Gavin X Mr. Walker.
Appreciate you, EV Ray.
Hold on.
Shout out to my guy Lucifer. Lucifer in the cash out. We appreciate you, brother. He says, my guys.
Shout out to Lucy. Crazy day.
So here we go. I'm gonna let this play for a minute and we get right back into it. So you was up on Ashley cooking, she dropped the link, and this woman came up. So
roll.
Dating. Okay, no problem. So my name is Billy J, and what I wanted to ask you, I caught it a little bit late, but what I heard a portion of what you were saying is that you find that women are not looking for love. They are looking for maybe a beneficial relationship outside of just love, superficial love. So my question is to you is, do you think love is enough to sustain a relationship?
I'd like to say this. It has to be a mix of.
Answer the question though.
I am going to answer the question.
And we're going to stop it right here. She up here already moving in bad faith. You said you opened your mouth and you see how she cut you off like that? I mean,
this is my first.
That's a lack of respect.
There you go.
And that is the modern woman feeling like they could trounce all over somebody.
There you go.
And you know something, we're gonna go deeper into it, but I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm going to continue to say this over and over. How you act is how you act. The results will be the results.
Amen. Amen. I love it. That's the daggone truth. It's a lack of respect. And here's my thing, Scoop. Like, you know, growing up with you, I was a poor little kid whenever I used to see you on the TV, man. And like, if they can't respect brothers like you, who the heck they gonna respect? like seriously, that's
But
crazy.
Listen, let's take it one step further, Mr. Walker. If you talk to me like that, what you talking to your man like? So I'm gonna let that play, and then I'm gonna tell you what happened in the end, and then I'm gonna explain it. So let it roll.
So here we go. Hit the like button, folks.
Really, you find that women are not looking for love. They are looking for maybe a beneficial relationship outside of just love, superficial love. So my question is to you is, do you think love is enough to sustain a relationship?
I'd like to say this. It has to be a mix of both.
Answer the question though.
I am going to answer the question. It has to be a mix. It has to be a mix of both. But we can't start a relationship from finance right away. I give you a great example. I was watching a show, and a woman is saying to a man on the show, I need to know the exact amount of money you make per year. She is saying this while wearing a Shein dress that looks terrible. And when they asked her what she do for a living, she said 13,000 things to make $32,000. How you gonna come to me? How are we gonna start this relationship where we talking about, well, how much money do you make?
Okay, are you basing your answer off of the show? I'm asking you about personal experience. You as a person experience. And also, we can't really talk about clothes because I'm not gonna lie, no tea, no shade. You look like a construction worker right now, so we can't talk about what.
We gotta be respectful.
No. I wanted to deal with that. That's fine.
So we're gonna stop it.
Okay.
Scoop, she said you broke, Scoop.
So let's start here. To illustrate that point, I wore the exact same thing on here that I wore on there. Here's a couple of different things to understand. I'm wrong if I say she looks like an orangutan with a Timu wig on. Then I'm the bad guy, right?
That's why we're here, Scoop.
Hold on, no, listen. This is a great example of certain women, and I'm not saying all women. Please don't think that I'm saying that. Certain women want to swing at you, then they want to use the woman privilege to not get hit back. I had complete restraint. I could have said, you have a Timu dress, a Timu wig on, you got $2 glasses on, and you look like a fucking orangutan. But I didn't do that because you know something. I'm trying to be respectful, and I showed restraint, but in real life, I learned something. Disrespect is to be met with disrespect. I didn't do that, and I'm happy in that particular case I didn't do it, right? So number two is you're dealing with someone who probably don't even know what rich is about. I've dealt with people that are so rich, it's disgusting. I'm going to tell you a story just to push it through. I was in Russia in I think that was like 2007 or something. And I did a private party where I got paid 6 figures to perform in front of 50 people. Private parties are my thing. I do that a lot. The guy comes up with the person who paid for it. He said, hey, man, do you want to meet the guy who paid for this? I said, sure. Dude walks up with a disheveled shirt on and a pair of holy pants and a pair of chancletas. If you're from New York, you know what chancletas are. They're the joint that separate the big toe from the other 4 toes.
Yeah.
Those are chancletas, right? Come up, he like, hey, man, thank you very much. You did an amazing job, blah, 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 blah. Quietly, this dude's an oligarch, right? He said, so when he walks away, dude said, yo, man, you know, he's worth $99 billion. I said, nah, man, that's not true. Warren Buffett is the richest man in the world. He worth $44 billion. Dude said to me, there are people that make so much money, they don't want you to know.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that I know who's a mentor in the plumbing and construction business in New York. This guy's a billionaire with a capital B. When he pulled up to Teterboro Airport one time, I met him, and he was driving a Prius. He had on a pair of khakis and a polo shirt. And I said, yo, bro, this is the first time me really meeting him. I said, yo, bro, where's the Rolls Royce? Where's the whatever? This is how I'm starting to get schooled in how things work. He said, yo, man, I don't want nobody to know how rich I am. He said, that all that stuff is for people who want to prove that they rich. He said, I'm getting ready to get on this Gulfstream 5. I'm taking this chick to Paris for lunch, and I'm a smash her on the way back. Okay? That's real rich. When I go, I just during the summer, I usually do the Monaco F1. So I do a lot of the F1 parties, right? In Singapore and other places. Those people are rich. When you see them, they come out with boat shoes on. They have their little polo on. They're not trying to prove nothing to you. When people that try to prove that they have money, the people who don't have money don't have money. But I had to learn that I had to learn that. I never was like that myself. I never wore jewelry. I never believed in Bentleys and all that. I just believe that's like extortion magnets. That's when you get on people's radar. But again, this is a woman that don't know nothing about what it takes to be rich. And she doesn't understand that I'm not in the business of wearing other people's logos on me to prove to you that I have money. If you really have money, you're either in wealth management. When you walk in the bank, people are shuffling around. You can go look at your account. Are you in SPY? Are you in QQQ? We could keep going with words and abbreviations that she would never know. VOO, VTI. We could go with all that stuff, but we're not here for that. When I watched her say that, in my mind, I was like, this woman ain't got nothing, because if she really had some, she would know that this ain't the way you do it. So was I a little upset when she said it? Sure. But, at the same time, I'm confident enough with myself that I don't have to prove nothing to nobody.
Well, first of all, you already know she's an idiot, because construction workers make a lot of money.
They make a lot.
That's number one. That's number one. Number two, all you had to do, bruh, is as soon as she said it, all you had to do is like show your floor. That's all you had to do. Just tell her, show your floor. She'd be like, huh? Like, put the camera on your floor. Show me your floor. I
Show
bet
your
you
background.
wouldn't have did it. I bet you wouldn't have did it. That's what I said. I'd be like, show your floor real quick. She's like, what?
You're gonna see that bubbled up brown high traffic carpet with the bubble gum ground up in it.
Oh, yeah, like, come on, man.
Yeah, but
So here we go.
Go
ahead.
You know something? A lot. It also comes with confidence. So if you notice, the next thing I said to her is, I don't have to prove nothing to you. I'm not trying to prove something to you. And also I'm not walking into a situation asking somebody what is the approximate amount of money that they make when I'm not going to really provide any value. You asking somebody how much money they make, but when they ask you what you do, you draw blood, you drive an ambulance, you're a bartender, you work, you cut wood, and all of this equals up to $32,000. Let's start here. If you want to ask somebody about what their money is or what they are, then you should be at the exact same level. If you want to go to a date and make somebody spend $500, then you should be going there on a regular basis yourself.
Yep.
That's it. And I noticed that a lot of, as far as dating is concerned, women do that. They go to the most expensive places and order the most expensive stuff and do that because that's when they don't like a man. So they are actually front loading everything so that when they pull out, they got everything they want. Because if you really dig a man and you really like a man, you will circle Central Park walking backwards twice because you don't care.
Mm-hmm.
You'll go to Starbucks. You'll go to wherever you got to go. When you start asking for this and asking for that and all these kinds of things, in my opinion, you're front loading it. Now, at the same time, I want to be fair to women. It costs to be beautiful. So if you get your nails done, your hair done, you get a new outfit or whatever, I don't know what every money is relative to the person who it is. You might spend anywhere from $200. If you really like that, you might spend $600, $1,000. So I understand why they might not want to go to a restaurant like that because they put a lot of money out. However, let's do it like this: slide and scale. We start here, coffee, this, boom. I know you like me. We cool. Everything is good. We get into someplace. All right, you want to spend your money? Boom, 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 boom. You want to do that? Let's go and let's do a slide and scale. My thing is, I understand you spend a lot getting yourself together. You spent money looking good. You want to go to a certain place, but guess what? Let's get to that place.
I like that. That's the same thing I said. Shout out to a Media Man. Media Man made a point. He said, he goes out on a date. He gonna most likely go to a nice steakhouse and places like that because that's what he does by himself. Right. Man, I agree with what you just said, Scoop. Like, yeah, first go a little coffee. First, I want to see if you even like my goofy self. Now, once we get that established, and I know we got some sexual tension going on, now let's go to the steakhouse. But I think it's simple.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Walker. What if you only want to sleep with this woman and you ain't looking to get married, as most men? Let's be real.
I ain't got no advice for that.
So they don't try to take her. They want to take her to that steakhouse so they can sweep her off her feet and they can get some tonight.
But hold on, Angry Man, do you have anything to say before I go into this?
Only thing I was gonna say is if all you trying to do is have sex with her, then you don't even offer the date. You just hit up and say, "Hey, man, you trying to kick it? Trying Netflix and chill?"
Okay, so there's a lot of different ways to approach this. If you want to just beat, then okay. So I'll say this because everybody has a term simping and all that, whatever. Simping is not when you spend money on a woman; it's how you act. For me,
yes, agree.
For me, a $500 date ain't nothing. I don't start looking at the prices till we get to about $3,000, right? So when I go into a restaurant, I don't even like when the check come. I just like that. And listen, respectfully, $3,000 is a business meeting. Nobody with a pair of breasts is going to. I'm not spending no $3,000 for no dinner like that. I'm not stupid. I'm gonna go where I'm comfortable. In New York City, Carmine's is for two people $300. For me by myself, it's about $145. That's no drinks, no nothing. $300. I like it. It's cool. That's where I go on my own time. It's cool, right? If I always used to look at spending money on women as the cost of doing business. Maybe that's because I have money, so I could do it. I never looked at it like simping or whatever like that. Also, again, ladies, if you're watching, you need to understand, again, we're going to deal in terms of finance. If you want somebody to make a major expenditure to take you out, then you have to understand that there's got to be return on investment. So when I say that, I say this. We going out somewhere cool. It's nice. I'm not worried about what I'm spending. Cool, no problem. It's all good. When you get into pressuring men to take it to the next level, to do something that they can't handle, there's got to be a return on investment. It just has to be because people are putting out too much money. Also, men, if you're being forced to put out money that you don't have, you don't need to be with that woman. Pick the woman you can afford and stay in your fucking lane.
Mm-hmm.
Stay in your lane. There were women, great example. Woman came to me that was in 2020. I had just come out the divorce, 2013. And she said, yo, so. Let's go. Take me to the Louis store. Now, I brought Louis bags with the best of them. Like, I brought Louis bags with the best of them. So I said, all right, cool. You know what, a little Louis bag with I said, well, how much you trying to spend? 15. Listen, let me put you in the car. Because here's the thing. Your vagina is not worth that to me. Every vagina has a threshold of what you'll spend. Okay? When it gets to the point where I'm at the top of my threshold, I'm out the race. Go get Drake.
Let me ask you this. Like I said, I know at some part of the interview with Ashley, I forgot to timestamp it, but you had went on to go on to say, you have bought things and you start naming items and you got to a point where you start talking about horses.
Yeah, I brought a horse.
I said a horse.
I brought a horse. I brought a horse. It's a long story, but I brought a horse, man. It was a situation that I needed to straighten out, and she wanted a horse, and I had to go to the equestrian people, and I take the horse, man.
Hey,
so I've been through a lot in my life and seen a lot. But again, like for me, the way that I feel about it is that a lot of these women, either they dating to go out and get something to eat, or they really don't like you. Because if you're taking somebody to STK and you really can't afford it, you don't need to be there, right? So a lot of these women will do all these things that are expensive, so that when they say, "Yo, I'm not really feeling it," you now $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 in the hole, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we want to see if we really like each other, why can't we go to Starbucks? And then they say, "Well, I'm not worth Starbucks." Then you as a man, have to say, "In Jesus' name," and walk away. If more men did that, then the marketplace for that goes down, right? But every man has to be able to say, "This is the point where I exit." At $15,000 in Louis Vuitton, could I pay for that? Sure. Is it worth it to me? No. So I exit. Go see Drake.
Let me say this. Are we telling young men not to even date seriously if you can't pay all the bills?
Okay, man. Angry man, you want to talk because we
here's the thing, man. First of all, we gotta determine a couple of factors. Like, number one, the dudes got to be honest about why they date, right? So there's a difference between a dude that's dating just because he want to smash chicks and a dude that's dating because he's trying to find something meaningful, long-term, all of that good stuff, right? So in my humble opinion, if you're dating because you're trying to find something meaningful long-term, then you need to be vetting the women a certain way. You need to be going after a certain quality of woman. Now, if you're going after a certain quality of woman, it's cool to go on a dinner date. Nothing too ridiculous. We ain't talking about Roof Crest or Capitol Grill or nothing higher than that. You feel what I'm saying? You just go a regular dinner date, right? But if you're dating just because you want to smash chicks, I mean, bruh, you don't even have to date if you're really doing it right. Like, if you just want to smash chicks, one, you're going after a certain quality of chick, because a chick at a certain level is not going to she's not going to let you just smash her in the back of the car. You feel what I'm saying? But there's plenty of chicks out there that ain't got no problem with that. They'll kick it with you. You have a little drink, little smoke, whatever, they going. You feel what I'm saying? So if that's it just depends on the intentions. And the problem is, there's too many dudes that's lying about what they want. You feel what I'm saying? They lying about what they want. You either want a chick, you just want to smash chicks, or you trying to find something long term.
Right.
That's the first thing.
You can't tell the truth. Here's the thing: if you're not gonna play the numbers game, you can't tell the truth, because if you're not willing to get out there and keep taking shots, you can't tell the truth.
Well, let me ask you this, because to hit what Angry Man just said, the guys are confused what they want, but they say it's not a lot of women out there. They get to hitting on the women, the 60% single mom rate, and a lot that they get into body counts and stuff like that.
They're lying. These niggas is going for the low hanging fruit.
Right. Okay.
And then complaining about it after the fact. It's like dudes will sit there and say that they don't want a single mom, they don't want a 304, they don't want these type of chicks, but they'll still pursue those chicks because the look, after you done got beat up from being rejected, you feel what I'm saying? After you got, and I told everybody this one time on the show, like, if you go into a bar, right? And I told women they got to stop thinking that they the shit just because a dude approached them and wanting to smash them, right? Because you never know where that guy is at mentally. You could be the 20th woman after he's been rejected by 19.
Mm-hmm.
After he's been rejected by 19, what he's willing to smash has came all the way down, bro. You feel me? Now he's at the point where he's like, bro, I just need to get a nut, bro. Like, I'm just, you know what I'm saying?
I need a win.
He just needs a win. Exactly. He's getting ready to bun it. He know he not gonna get no home run. He just gotta get a player on the plate. You feel what I'm saying? So at that point, you know what I'm saying, you start going into Dungeon Dragons and sea donkeys and you know, all of these different mythical creatures, you feel me, that should never see the light of day. That's where you go on that solo mission at 3 a.m. you don't tell nobody about. You hope your car don't break down, because then you got to explain to somebody why you was out there in the middle of the night, right? But no, dudes got to be honest, bro.
Right.
Need that momentum boost. Shout out to all the brothers need that momentum boost out there.
So some dudes need momentum boost. All right, so you know, we were talking about a bunch of different things, because I know you were talking about paying bills and all that. And then you spoke about body count. I always hear you guys talk about body count, and I know that that's a big thing, but I want to say this. I want to actually go in the other direction. My body count is ridiculous. It's like, I was in the music industry back when there was no Instagram, and back when if you were a groupie, you gave some head and you sucked a dick and you went home. You know, so I was in that era. So my numbers, and listen, I was the celebrity. The people around me, their numbers were ginormous, because the celebrity has to be more selective, right? At a certain point, all of us at a certain age has done some real fucking. So I just don't see how we can get on them about body count unless it was egregious. Like, we find out that you did 16 penises in a day, and you did this, or you slept with 40, you went through 7 trains. It has to be so egregious that I can't just walk it off.
Well, let me say this. Most people don't sort of leave their hometown within a certain proximity, a certain mile radius. So you know this woman since y'all went to school, you know who was sleeping with her in high school, you know one of her baby daddies, and you can count the bodies in your head, I guess. So We're not talking about a woman that you may not know and you're not curious. That's why I've told guys before, you may have to leave where you're from so you can have a different perspective and not be so personal with these women, knowing, oh, she slept with my cousin or something.
All right, but here's the same thing. You, sir, did some fucking as well. So what we doing? We throwing stones at glass houses? My thing is, if it's not super egregious, we all did it.
Well, Scoop, here's the thing, Scoop. This is what you got to realize. There's a when it comes to the body count thing, there's a disconnect between the generation, right? Mm-hmm. Because in our era, like in the era of like Gen X, right? Didn't give a shit about it. We didn't care as long as we didn't know. As long as we didn't know, like we didn't ask how many dudes a chick slept with. We didn't care how many dudes a chick slept with. As long as, like you said, we didn't hear no wild story about how she buffed off 10 dudes under the bleachers, or we didn't hear no story about how a bunch of dudes ran a train. As long as it wasn't nothing like that, or she didn't have a reputation,
right,
for being wild. You feel what I'm saying? Right. He didn't really care. Like it wasn't really an issue. But nowadays, like, I don't know what it is. Dudes nowadays, they want a chick that ain't never been touched at all by nothing and nobody.
But that's like having a virgin porno star, or a ghetto thug who's Christian. It don't make no sense. Like, come on, like we doing things that don't make no sense. I want a porno star, but she got to be a virgin. Well, how did she become a porno star? What part of the game is that?
You know what? We done had this conversation, Mr. Walker, and that's a lot. Like, we tell the men, we had this conversation with our chat. You know, we might bring a sister up. We might, look, she's eligible. We give her a stamp of approval. And they, you know, she ain't no virgin. She got a bot.
So here's the thing. Guess what, Gavin? Just like women say, I don't want to pay 50% of the bills. I want to pay 100. Then you can pay 100% of the bills by yourself. Okay, you don't want a woman that's decent, that been through something. You don't like a body count. Stay in your house and watch porno.
Here we go, Scoop. What they doing is they say they getting their passports and they going overseas.
But here's the thing. If you're lame in America, you're lame in Thailand. You're lame in the UK. You're lame in Russia, man. Like, here's what you don't understand. Passport Bros is not going to solve everything. Again, if you want to do that, then you got to stay out there.
Yeah, and see, my thing is I'm kind of like, and like I said, I think it's a generational thing too, because the way I was brought up, I can't be mad. I can't be mad at shorties for living their life, because I was a whole savage out here, bro.
So I was like the worst parts of the Bible. I can't say anything.
Bro, I had moments when I finally, that's why I know what Scoop is talking about when he said you get to that. Like, I had moments where I got to the point where I'm just like, man, what am I doing with my life? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's when you've had your feel.
Is it safe to say, because I can feel the same thing y'all feeling. Is it safe to say, according to the stats, most men don't have these experiences, right?
They don't.
So most men, they don't have the resume that a lot of us got. So they want this woman that's pure because they ain't got the resume. You see what I'm saying?
Here's the thing. Every Puffy, Diddy used to say this to me. We're not going down that road. Diddy used to say to me, "Whoa, you got the same 24 hours a day I got."
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you want to be more desirable to women? Do desirable shit.
Bingo.
Because guess what? When I get off here, I'm gonna work on these songs that I gotta do. I'll be up till 3 or 4 in the morning. I may have to drive 2 hours to Pittsburgh to pick something up, come back, sleep 3 hours. Do like you get what you put out there. So if you work hard and you make money and you do your thing and you make a mark, you ain't gonna have no problem with that. But if you do just the minimum, you're gonna get the minimum.
Yeah.
These chicks are out here. Listen, it's very simple. The 1% is going to gravitate to the 1%. Meaning, there is a woman out here right now in the gym that's working out, doing 33,000 squats. Then she's going to go home and eat. She's going to throw it up, and then she's going to get back in the gym, go out there, and then she's going to go to Miami, and she's going to stand right in the eye line of French Montana. French Montana is number one in his thing. He's going to be like, yo, that's bad. I want that 1 with 1. Hold on. Let me just...
Now, yeah. Now, is he on the phone? I muted.
He's on the phone.
I'm still on my interview. I'll call you back. Now that's my man, Jim Jones artist. I'm doing a record with Capo Artists, and he was just calling me because I gotta be there for the video on Tuesday. For example, I'm flying to New York. I got to shoot a video, get my haircut, do that, shoot a video, leave the video. I'm flying to London, take a meeting in London, do what I got to do, perform, come back. But either you're going to do what it takes to be excellent or you're not going to be excellent. So while I'm doing all that, you working your 9 to 5 and you playing video games and watching Netflix. But you can't be, if you do that and you're not making money and you're not making a mark and you're not doing nothing, and you cannot complain that you're getting the average chick. Average chicks don't, top tier chicks don't go to average dudes. Oh. Average chicks go to average dudes. Get in where you fit in, respectfully. Like, you have to understand this. So at the same time, another thing with women and men, but more women than men. You want the 1% man, but you not the 1%.
Yeah.
It don't work like that. Like there are women who can get that 1% woman. Now listen, there are anomalies. There are people that are not the one that might not be 1% looks or whatever that get a 1% man. It's very possible. I was with a woman that had 2 kids, and she was a regular woman. She was a wifely kind of woman. I make money. Sometimes it happened like that. But if you want that man, then you have to be that. So I give you a great example. Ashley Dalton, right? Ashley is a very beautiful young woman. I don't have no horse in the race. I don't like her like that. We just friends. It's cool. But she's a very beautiful woman. She got her act together. So when she go out and do her thing, she has more of a chance of a dude with money, power, respect to come at her than some chick that just got her hair or whatever, don't care, whatever, or is conducting themselves as an average woman. Who the dude gonna go for? The best go for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right. Right.
That's true. So if you want the best, you got to either do what the best do, or you got to train like the best. We going back to the chick that worked on herself. I guess she got a BBL. I don't like BBLs, but whatever she had to do with her body and all that kind of stuff, she worked. So when she go in the club, live in Miami, and Lil Wayne sitting there, all she got to do is stand in his way. If he like it, he's going to get it. Mm-hmm. Ones, it's just like football. Ones play with the ones, twos play with the twos.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that reference.
But here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going, Mr. Walker. We get you in. We'll let it because I'll take it back a second so we can know where we left off here.
Asked her what she do for a living. She said 13,000 things to make $32,000. How you gonna come to me? How are we gonna start this relationship with where we talking about? Well, how much money do you make?
Okay, are you basing your answer off of the show? I'm asking you about personal experience, you as a person experience. And also, we can't really talk about clothes because I'm not gonna lie, no tea, no shade, you look like a construction worker right now. So we can't talk about what
we gotta be respectful.
No. I wanted to deal with that. That's fine. Yeah.
Definitely very respectful, actually. But let's we're gonna call a spade a spade. Let's just
hold on. Let me explain something. With all due respect, I wear what I want to wear because I'm not trying to. Listen, with all respect, I'm not trying to prove to you that I'm rich. Here's what you have to understand. What I do for a living, where I go, how much money I make, I don't need to. I'm not at that place where I got to prove nothing to nobody. Mm-hmm. Because I'm gonna get up in the morning. I'm gonna go to Helsinki, Finland. I'm gonna make a couple of $1,000, a large amount. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna put it in my bank. I'm gonna live my life, and I'm gonna take care of my kids. What I wear don't matter. But what I'm saying is this: the reason. Hold on, please let me finish. The reason I made that statement is because it was the audacity of someone to come up and ask somebody about their financial situation and ask them about that stuff looking like that. I never came up and asked nobody about their financial situation looking like that. If she would have never said that, I would have never had that comment. When it comes to me, as far as love and money, I don't want to talk about money till we talk about what we're gonna do. I have to know that I even like you. How do I even do anything if I don't know if I like you? And when I hear that, I feel like it's a bunch of finesse. I've been finessed. I've spent a lot of money. I used to look at spending money on women as the cost of doing business. It ain't mean a damn thing to me. But where I'm at in my life now, it's got to be more than that because I'm not looking for a transaction anymore. I'm looking to deal with something that's real. And that doesn't start off with asking me how much money I make. Number two is, if you want to talk about providing, what are you bringing to the table?
Is this a monologue? I just want to know because
this is me telling you the truth, and you might not want to hear it. Now, here's all I have.
You're still talking though.
Yeah, I mean the disrespect, man.
So let's start here. She said, "Is this a monologue?" I said, "This is me telling you the truth, and you don't want to hear it."
Bingo.
So hold on. So let's start here. If she's disrespectful to me, somebody that she don't even know like that, what's she like to her boyfriend?
Same.
Hold on. Here's the second thing. You know, in the moment, in my mind, I was determining whether I was going to say what I said about the Timu wig and all that stuff like that, but I held off, right? But here's the thing. I don't have to diss that woman. I don't have to say nothing about that woman. People, if you are out there, go to Ashley Dalton's channel. If you go back a little bit, you're going to see an interview that Ashley had with that woman. That woman called in and said she'd been with the same man for 10 years. He leaves her. She don't know what's going on. She can't understand why the man can't commit, whatever. Hey, your results will be your results. I don't have to diss you. Life is showing you what it is. You can't even halfway hold on to a man.
Well, I mean,
but if you talk to me like that, then how you gonna do him? So your results are your results. That's it.
I mean,
Scoop, you wanted to let it have it, Scoop. You wanted.
I mean, well, at the end of the day, like you're right. You don't have to diss her, but I'll do it for you. Anytime you have somebody that is that damn ugly, okay, she got to get up every morning and look herself in the face. And so after she's looked at herself in the face, she's upset. She got to go spread that misery somewhere. She got to make somebody else feel the way she felt when she got up that morning and looked at herself. And look, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm not just talking about her looks. I'm talking about her insides too, because how you are inside as a person will reflect on you physically.
Amen.
You feel what I'm saying? And she looked like the wicked witch of Compton. I'm just saying. And she's being disrespectful for no freaking reason at all. It's no need for all of that. And here's the last thing. Let me just say this, right? What's really nasty work is the fact that every modern day woman that operates like this thinks they have the authority to question and require men to qualify themselves to them financially. What gives her the thought process that she gets to tell somebody, you make this or you don't make this, or you definitely like what that shit is crazy.
Okay, I wanna add on to what he's saying. The whole reason that I got into this situation with this woman is because I was explaining to her the fact that why should I have to pre-qualify financially to pay your bills, have the same coochie forever, and pay for your kids while you sit at home and provide no value? You've got to make that make sense to me. So that's what it was all about. And then she just, I don't know if she was triggered or whatever the case may be. She just went off. Again, women, you have to think about this. You're asking a man to pre-qualify financially for you to pay your bills, to have the same coochie forever, to eat fish every night, and pay for your kids, while most likely you're not going to bring no value. Now, there are women who bring value. I told you the story of the woman that I was dealing with, that it ended, her health, it ended in a tragic situation. However, she had 2 kids. The kids were in, her house was in biblical alignment. The kids were in biblical alignment. That woman treated me, I might as well been King Solomon. It's worth it. But the thing is, when somebody tell me I cook, I clean, you're not really articulating anything to me. I cook, I clean is like saying, I walk, I drive. It's like 2 verbs that like whatever, okay. Like I cook, I clean. Okay, well, what does that mean? I do this. I'm caring to my man. I provide comfort. I take care of you. I'm in biblical alignment. I handle my business like this. This is the woman I want to be for you. I understand that I have to take leadership. But you never hear that. You know what you always hear? Selfish stuff. Me, my, I want this, that. If you come like that, women, I'm telling you, y'all could look at what I'm wearing, whatever. Y'all can say, you don't have no money, whatever. I don't have to have no money. I'm around people who are actually rich. I deal with rich people on a regular basis. You don't have to care anything about what I make. If you come like that, you're gonna lose. Because you have to understand this. I need everyone to understand this. Please listen, women. And if you have guys, if you have friends, spread it along to them. You got a man that made money. That means that if he made money, he has dealt with sharks. He's pretty shrewd. He's gone through hell. He's learned the bumps and bruises to get where he is. You can't be successful without being shrewd. You cannot be dumb. You cannot be successful without being shrewd. I'll give you a great example. My son told me one day, "You're gullible." I said, "Bro, let me explain something to you. I've been in the music business for 30 years. I deal with niggas who will cut your throat and have a salad. Okay, I deal with extortionists, I deal with mobsters, I deal with fucking all kinds of people, record executives, and listen, any mobster, any person that you can think from the street, a record executive is worse.
Yeah.
You think that I'm not shrewd dealing with these people every day? You think that I could survive 30 years in the music business and not be shrewd? So you have to understand, any man who's made it is shrewd. They know what they're doing. So when you come up there and you doing me, and this, but there's no talk of a reciprocal value, two things is going to happen. Dude is going to deal with you until he get what he want. And again, we're talking about the curve. Everything to me is an investment. I look at women. Once I got financially literate, I look at everything as an investment, and I use financial terms. When you hit that yield curve where the sex is the same, but the headaches, the selfishness, the entitlement, the nonsense, the drama is here, you're going to get to a point where they're going to dive out.
I'm so glad.
If you don't like it, listen, y'all could be mad at me, but I'm going to tell you again, and speak, angry man, the results will be the results.
Yo, I'm so glad that you said one part in there, because I thought I keep thinking I'm the only one, but to all the guys out there, everybody eventually in this new age has to have the conversation with their son where you're like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, bro,
you got your mind, bro? You got your mind?
It's crazy, man.
That part.
I came up in the era of extortionists, dude, all kinds of crazy dudes, no surveillance, nothing.
Yeah.
You think that I could just dealing with cutthroat executives? You think that, bro,
Yeah, that was the hip hop era where dudes would run up in the studio and slap up the engineer and all that extra shit. Like, ain't nobody got no camera phones and none of that.
Nothing. Listen, bro, that was the era of the tunnel. The tunnel, if you were never there, it was like being in jail, but there's music playing. The worst, the killers, extortionists, scammers, dope boys, everything on a Sunday night with Funkmaster Flex, they went in that club, and Flex and Big Cap turned that club upside down. The worst of the worst, the killers, anybody that you don't want to be around, they was in there.
That's what X did to get at me, right?
That's where X did get at me, dog. So, like, I came from that era. So when I hear my son tell me stuff like that, I'm like, yo, bro, you kidding? So back to what I was saying. Women, rich dudes that y'all want are extremely shrewd, and they are looking at value unless they want to sleep with you. If that's the case, you will get it off, but how long you get it off will be the question. So if you look at a woman who's a really high maintenance woman, ask them, how long have you been with the man? And see what the answer is. Because again, I'm going to repeat this for you. When the vagina is here, but the headaches and all this stuff and all this is here, when it intersects,
That part. So
That part.
here we go. I'm gonna let this go. People saying why she here. I'm gonna let this play, and then I'll play a little bit of the. I don't know if you've seen when she came back. She came back like a couple weeks later and tried to
double down.
Yeah. So
she doubled down.
Double down on it. Yeah. I want to hear it now. Here's all I have. Oh, listen, please. You allow me to talk?
You're still talking though. This is like
listen, because I'm trying to tell you something. Disrespect. Here's what I'm saying. You can take it as a monologue, or you can take it as information. As far as I'm concerned, it don't matter. But what I'm telling you is this: you can listen to me or not, but the results will be the results. Period.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Gary.
Is
bye.
there anything else you'd like to say?
That's it. You can take me down. I ate them up.
What?
How you eat? How did you eat me up? What you
The
eat me up
level
for?
of delusion.
What is that? I ate them up.
go ahead, Mr. Walker. Go ahead.
Man, that's that Arrested Development. That schoolyard stuff. They think just because they sit there and laugh and not answer a question. I'm triggered. Let me go back here for a sec because she asked a question and Scoop went to go answer. And whenever she did that thing, she said, "Are you gonna answer my question?" I'm trying to tell y'all something. These modern women have become the men they claim they despise. They narcissistic, and all they do is lie. That's projecting. She said, "Scoop, answer the question," because she knows if you ask her a question, she ain't gonna freaking answer it. She gonna beat around. She gonna beat around it. So that's what they do. They project 100% of the time. It's sick.
You know, when I look at that again, like when I got off, I was a little perturbed, but then I was like, you know something, man, the results will be the results. And then 2 weeks after that, I'm looking at Ashley, she on there, and again, y'all don't have to take it from me. Go to Ashley page, go look for her, you'll see it, and then you can look at the results yourself. And here's the thing about that level of delusion. See, and I tell my daughter this all the time. You can think whatever you want, but the world gonna tell you the truth. Now you can either hear it from me or you can hear it from the world. So when I went back to look at the comments on Ashley's page, 96% of people were like, "You embarrass yourself. You look like a fool." I don't have to read those comments. You got to read them. See?
So here we go. Hit the like button. This is her. She came back like a week later, and here we are.
Jesus, that bro.
Hey, no way.
That 5 head is nasty work right there.
Why you let her talk to you like that, Scoop? Let her cook.
About you.
I mean, not so much clear the air. I felt as though a lot of times Black women are perceived in a particular way because we just happen to be Black.
Fam,
if
pause it
someone
1
else
second.
had came up and said those statements or asked those questions, I don't think
Right there in the corner behind her, over her left shoulder. Is that a cat thing? The thing that cats climb on?
Yeah, that's a cat.
Say that. I knew you were going. I knew you were going to say.
We're gonna let it keep going.
It's right there. I see it.
Here's the thing. What I do have an issue with is trying to pass off the fact that you won't listen, that you won't take direction, and you're being combative. You're trying to pass that off on and say that it's because you're Black. No, it's because you don't have any respect. You don't, not that you have to respect me as an authority, but you don't even have general respect to deal with somebody in a certain way, and
Amen.
you want to do it your way, but then you want to pass it off like it's because you're Black. No, it wouldn't matter if you were Slovenian. This is just not what it is.
Exactly.
See, that's the new thing, man. The new thing is whenever you get into any type of disagreement or, conversation with Black women, unfortunately, they always try to make it about, oh, nobody wants to hear what I have to say because I'm a black woman and da 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 da. It always becomes about that, and it's like, no, you're rude. You're extremely rude. Like it wouldn't matter what color you were or what skin tone. It'd be the same thing if you were a white lady.
There you go.
And listen, they have white people and people of all races that do this. It's like, it's not specifically black women. I think it's in this case black women because everybody on here is black, and we're looking at it as something that happened with a black woman. But like women of all colors and all that can be disrespectful. Like my thing is this. The way she talked to me was disrespectful and condescending. And I wasn't trying to do anything but give her information. You don't have to like it, but at least respect it. The reason that Ashley asked me on was to get a view from somebody who has been around people with money and has made a decent amount of money consistently over 20, 30 years, right? So I've been in those circles. I've seen certain things. Just the fact that you approach me like that means you have a lack of respect for what I've done. Here's the thing. Again, you have to have no problem with me. You can go in your house with those cats and your TV on the wall or whatever it is in the back and do whatever you want to do. I'm going to continue doing what I do. I have no problem. I have no problem getting on a plane, go mind my business on United Airlines. What I'm saying is, have some respect. Number two is this. If you've never been somewhere or never had an experience, then respect the person who has had the experience and at least listen to them. So guess what? I have never made $1 billion. I have never made 300 million. If I walk into a room with Warren Buffett and he tells me, put your money on VOO, VTI, SPY, this, and listen, bro, just leave it in index funds. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, thank you very much, Mr. Buffett. Can I ask you a couple more questions? I'm not going to tell him, is this a monologue? Are you out your mind?
Yeah.
And I'll say this. The bottom line is you are a legend and an icon in the community, and it shows the lack of respect. Can you imagine if somebody like, Queen Latifah was up there and a man called in and was talking to her while men don't move like that. We have respect.
You got to have some respect. You have to have some respect. But again, I don't even want to make it a black woman thing. I want to make it a disrespectful person thing. And again, if you go watch her interview with Ashley, you going to see, I can't keep repeating it enough. The results are the results. Go look at it. Matter of fact, while y'all got some time, just pull that up. You can look at that. The results are the results, man. That's it.
So here we go. I'm about to go search for this video. I'm gonna let this play for a second.
Because we just happen to be black. If someone else had came up and said those statements or asked those questions, I don't think they would have been as ridiculed as I was. Granted, I think Fatman Scoop, he is well respected in the community for all the producer work and in the industry and everything. But I do think that he was seeing a lot of stuff and it wasn't cohesive. So when I came up, I did pose a question. I can't remember verbatim what I said, but I said something to the extent of, do you feel like love is enough to fulfill a relationship? Because he was saying so much other things outside of that. He was saying girls need to get their body done. If they want to attract a wealthy man, they need to make sure they're kept up. And I agree with all those things as well.
Can you stop it for a second?
There we go.
Okay, so the one thing that I told Ashley was, because sometimes when two people talk in a conversation, we'll go here and we'll go there, we'll go here, we'll go there, we'll go here, we'll go there, we'll go here, we'll go there. So I do understand that part. But when she was trying to ask me something, I was trying to give her a descriptive answer, not yes, no, maybe so. When she said I was telling people to get their bodies done, she's giving the incorrect context. What I said in the interview was, because Ashley said to me, do you have any advice for these women? I said to her, I said, listen, dating is half people and it's half God or higher power. Because no matter what, all three of y'all are married or in a relationship, the woman had to come pass. Or you would have never picked her up. She would have been on the other side of the ocean. So at some point, if you believe in God or whatever the case may be, something happened to put you in the eye line of that woman in order for you to be able to go over and talk to her and make it happen. Am I correct? So if you believe in God, that is an act of God. If you don't believe in God, it's science or whatever you want to do, or the vibe or the universe or whatever. But that had to happen. I said, so Ashley went on to say, well, what about if these women want to get high earning men and all that? I said, well, listen, if that's what you want, if that's all you want, then do this. Get a BBL or work on your body or do whatever you want to do. Get yourself in the best position and go. You know the man you want, get in his eye line. That's what I said.
I find that interesting that she tried to bring that up. Virtue signaling, like, oh, why are you telling girls to do that? Man, the first thing you said up here, Scoop, was you don't like BBLs.
I don't like it.
A lot of guys say that. A lot of guys looking for serious relationships say the same thing. So we say we don't like BBLs, they still get them. Then we say, all right, go ahead and get them. They're like, oh, why you telling us to get them? You're gonna get them anyway, Bone Queeper.
You know why I don't like BBLs? Because you've got to play with the deck of cards that God gave you. If you were not on the ass line, you were not on the ass line. It just is what it is. There were certain lines that I wasn't on, but on the voice line, I was at the top of the voice line. I have what I have. I do my thing. I'm good. I work with what I have. That's like me saying, you know something, I want more. Let me go get a penis extension. Nah, play with what you got, bro. Play with the cards you got. I happen to be okay with the cards I got, but to go and try to do something else, like, stick with what you got. Everybody can't be this. It is an act of nature or the universe or whatever you want to say. Like, I personally don't want to grab silicone ass. I don't. Amen. Why do I want to grab silicone ass? Like, no, I'm not. And then sometimes it don't look right. Your ass is big, but your legs small. Like, my thing is, that's just me. There's certain things that I don't like. It's my preference. Y'all don't have to like fat people. Y'all don't have to like fat men. It is such as life. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I understand that. That's just my BBLs is not my thing. If you gave me a choice between a natural woman and a BBL woman, I'm gonna take the BBL. I'm gonna take the natural woman every time. If you give me a choice between fake breasts and sagging breasts that's hitting the floor, I'm down on the floor.
I'm on record for saying I'm not into all this, wild augmentation as well, BBLs and big goofy boobs. However, I understand the issues with today's women and having issues with their figure. If you're a sister out there and you got an ironing board, front or back, I wouldn't, talk bad about you for getting something, but it's egregious. They ain't like getting stuff to be normal. You know how like women that suffer from have to lose their breasts, like they'll get implants and stuff if they can. Like you understand that, but there is no medical condition where you got to have a 15-pound ass.
What you have to understand is it's also a concept where you can overdo it, because at a certain point there's too much ass.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I just have to say, listen, I'm out of this race.
We gotta give them parameters, Scoop. We said, give us some parameters. What's too much ass?
When I just look, what am I supposed to do with this? Where am I going? What I'm gonna do with this?
Behind it for the one
I'm
time.
just like I'm out the race.
Look, somebody in the chat room said Pinky, bruh.
Now Pinky's good. Pinky good money.
I saw Pinky in the mall here in Raleigh. I was there buying. What was I buying? I was there buying something for my wife, and I just happened to see her walk by, and I was like, "That's Pinky, bruh. She done got big. Right. So when you say too much ass, like, yeah, she's kind of at that point now.
And listen, everybody's too much ass is relative, right?
Yeah.
So I was in Salsa con Fuego in New York, and one of my good friends, Boricua Baby, and her husband brought Pinky, right?
Mhm.
And Pinky was there, and I met her, and I looked out because we all go and look at Pinky, right? And I was like,
yes.
Oh, she looked to me, I could live in that race. That's I could at least what I saw a year and a half ago. It wasn't enough. It wasn't too much for me. But when it gets to just where, for me, where there's so much ass and I'm trying to figure out where to hold on, how am I, but that's me. But again, and your body is cool, but to me, I'm at a place in life where what is your value that you bring in?
Yeah.
When I spoke to Pinky, what I noticed about her was she was really friendly.
Yeah.
She was really fun, not in a fake ass way. And I actually was like, I could be friends with this woman. And she came off like that. She came off very, very, very friendly, very approachable.
Yeah, she cool. She cool people. She cool people.
My thing is this. Again, you can have the best looking body in the world. You can have whatever. But if your mind ain't right and the way you treat people ain't right and your soul ain't right, it don't mean nothing. People, I am here to tell you because I've been through the wars. Listen, garbage can come in a diamond trash can, Swarovski trash can, platinum trash can, any can of value it can come in, but it's still trash. You can put a silk hat on a pig, but it's still a pig.
With a silk hat?
With a silk hat.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to let her keep cooking. We'll get the super chats here in a second. Hit the like button.
Do you feel like love is enough to fulfill a relationship? Because he was saying so much other things outside of that. He was saying girls need to get their body done. If they want to attract a wealthy man, they need to make sure they're kept up. And I agree with all those things as well. But his message was it was blurry. And I didn't know exactly what he was trying to portray to the people.
Because you have a lack of comprehension.
Let me say this, out of fairness, Billy, there was another, African-American girl who came up after you, and she asked him questions as well, and they spoke. They didn't get into it. So I can't say it's a Black woman thing. In this case, I can't say it's because we're Black. I don't think that's fair to say.
Can you stop right there?
I do remember him
stop right there?
Referencing or mentioning.
Yeah, and here's what I'll say. I'll say you're talking to two Black women. It's three Black women. You spoke to two of them. She was the only one acting out of pocket.
So Miss Ashley basically was saying, with all respect, because Ashley is always nice about stuff, she'll talk to you about toxic waste, but she's going to talk to you and make it seem nice. Basically, she just said, respectfully, the problem is you.
Yeah, yeah.
And see, sometimes people can't hear that. So I do understand what she was saying. Maybe there's a couple of things, but when I was talking to her, I was talking to her about a specific thing. That speaks to your level of comprehension. Okay? Reading and listening comprehension is a thing. So that means that you listened to it and you didn't comprehend. However, the rest of the class, it wasn't blurry for.
Mm-hmm.
Then that means that possibly you belong in the other class.
It's amazing. Here we go. I'm letting it keep going.
Right.
He heard a story about a young lady who said she wanted a rich man, but she was sent. She wore Shein or something to that manner. Mm-hmm. And then you said, "How dare you talk about her? And you look like a construction worker."
I know that tickled you. I know you wanted to. I know that tickled you. You say what you want.
And I'm just like, hold on. This can't be the same Billie Jean that was up here 2 weeks ago asking about her comedian boyfriend.
Yes, it was. It was. I do want to respond to a couple.
And here we go. So I I found this video you talking about, Scoop. All right.
You want to know something? You know something? We can get out of this. Go to that video.
All right. This is it here. Let me see where we at.
Question. So me and my guy, we just made back up, but we got into a little bit of an argument because so what was that?
Is he there?
Oh no, he's not here. He's not here. But he is like an up and coming stand-up comedian, and he like was explaining to me that he wasn't really that secure in his craft, like enough to make comedy a career, right? So, you know, I was listening to him, and I was just like, I was encouraging him. I was like, babe, you could do it. Like, what? Oh my God, look at all these people that have like saw the potential in you. All these people that are saying like, you know, oh my God, come out for these shows. He said he even had a dream. He asked God, like show him a sign that comedy's for him. He even had a dream that his dad was approving comedy. So I was basically reminding him like all the people in his life and me as well, that was like, you know, so boom, all that happened. And then we ended up going outside. But when I was explaining it to him, he seemed to be very resistant. Like he was not really, I didn't think my words were hitting him, because every time I told him, like, you know, people in his life are like showing him that comedy is for him. He was like,
this ain't the one. This ain't the one. It's the one.
You may not be ready to receive.
It's the one where she's saying that she'd been with him, and then he left, and he brought her flowers, and it's that one. It ain't.
Damn, how many times she been up here?
If he wants to be a successful comedian, he need to leave her.
Yeah, that's
while y'all talk, let me go look for it, because I remember which one it was.
Okay, and here's what I'll say: the mere fact that she said he's an up and coming comedian, and here you are on Ashley. So, like we say, talking to a legend, and how does she talk to her boyfriend? If he's an up and coming, do she have any respect for him?
It's crazy. No. It's crazy. It's nasty work. Like you literally on a show with somebody that has already been successful, but for probably the majority of her life. And she's got a boyfriend that's up and coming. I'm sorry. I don't know why people think the way they think. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if anything, she could have came up there and been polite or whatever and networked. Like,
yeah.
Like
network, you know.
Here's the thing, right? What is interesting is you come up there. If somebody wanted, forget it. I'm not doing it. I'm not. I could take that from Ashley way more than I could take that from her.
Hey, Scoop, you handled that very well. Your initial interaction.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if this is the right one.
You want to give her a piece of your mind, Scoop.
Her amateur comedian boyfriend sent her home after feeling like a man from her encouragement. No, hold on. It's I gotta find this one because I had it, man. I'd have to go and look. I'm gonna look in my history while y'all do that, because I'm gonna have to look deep in my history. Just keep talking, because I need to show y'all this to punch this home.
I'm wondering who her boyfriend is.
Oh,
I know somebody had brought up a point earlier about, you know, body count, and that always cracks me up. You know, in today's modern dating, we always say if you ask a woman straight out what's your body count, you a loser. That's weird, and that's very wild. Like, just the vetting process, talking, communicating, asking enough questions, and allowing this female to talk. Eventually, she's going to give you some strong context clues about how she's been moving through life, and you can get an idea, but you got to ask questions and listen.
Yeah, and just for the record, she actually looked better with them glasses on.
Mm-hmm.
So she ain't that ugly. She looks better. She looks better without them glasses. Like, she looked decent without the glasses.
For me, it ain't even about the looks. It's about how you acting. Like, you know, like,
that's part of it too.
Yeah, you like, to me, it's not even about the looks. It's just about how you acting. Like, it was no need for that. You didn't have to come like that. Like, you know, like,
It's wild. So, Mr. Walker, let's get these super chats real quick while he search for that.
Yeah, I gotta search for this, man. This is
Appreciate you, Kim Netter. Come through, gifted one single by choice membership. We appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Hanging with Courtney. Appreciate the lovely hair care products. Come through. She said he looks like a construction worker. Shaking my head. You can't argue with the fool. If an intelligent person walks up, they won't know who the fool is, and that lady clearly is the fool.
So that's another thing. You don't even know a lot of these women, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm just telling the truth. You're looking at men, and you don't even know what a certain kind of man make. Like you don't. At least back when I was growing up, I grew up in the Paid in Full era. So the movie Paid in Full, if you're not from New York, the movie Paid in Full was based on the era I grew up in. I did not know Alpo when I was growing up. I was just a little bit younger. I met Alpo. I met Poe after I grew up. Poe is from Cameron Block, First Avenue, all that. Poe, Rich Porter, all of those are people that I would see on a regular basis driving cars up and down the street in Harlem. Those chicks out there, the get money chicks, they knew what an Alfa Romeo 320 was. They knew what the BMW with the BBS was. They knew this, they knew that. They knew what this kind of car was. For them, that was the research of the day.
Yeah.
That was like knowing how much a plumber make. That was like knowing how much a guy who does electrical engineering makes. Like, they don't even know what they look. They don't even know. A great example was there was a show. It wasn't Arlette's show. It was somebody else trying to be like Arlette with Pop the Balloon. They were trying to be like it, but they asked. The woman said, the guy came up and said, I have a trucking business, and I work with my father in his moving business, his moving business or whatever, big moving business. And he said, how much you make? He said 90,000. She said, oh, that's not you. You got to make 100,000. What she failed to realize was that this man is working with his father and is going to take over his business. But you have no foresight nor understanding about money and what you should be looking at. You're not even studying. You're coming up here not even studying and just not knowing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Well, I gotta find this, man. I have to find it.
They don't know. Like I see women on a consistent basis for I don't know how many years here on YouTube just talking crazy about blue collar workers. It's like when you talking about a dude, especially if you live in a city, right? If you live in a major metropolitan city and you work for the sanitation department, that's a freaking union job that has a pension. It pays extremely well, right? If you are a construction worker, depending on your position, you know what I'm saying, you getting paid anywhere like very good money, right? Any job where you're doing manual labor like that, where it's a skilled trade, plumbers, electricians, all of that got unions, that's good pay.
It's good pay, serious money.
Serious, like in consistent money.
Yeah, consistent. Continuing money going on and on and on and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Appreciate you, Tanya. Come through. Says, good evening, SBC Nation. I'm sending a couple of that euros. You know, we always get it wrong. Appreciate you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Y'all keep. I'm just
appreciate you, Munchie. Come through. She said pair bonding. Yeah, it's talking about body count. Shout out to Tony07. Appreciate you. Says good show. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, the bottom line here, man, is that I gotta find this, man. Like I'm looking for it now. I might have to go back. I'll just keep going while we're talking. But you know, listen, man, if I'll say this to women, and I don't want to be disrespectful, so please don't take it as a disrespect. Number one, the rich man you want, what you think you want, you have a general idea of it. I'm sure there's a celebrity or some person that's equal in value. Before you do that, before you say what you want, go and Google that guy that you think is like the person you want. Then see what kind of wife they have. See how that wife is moving. Observe and do certain things and think about it. So here's the thing. Go Google Lionel Messi's wife, Cristiano Ronaldo's wife, L.A. Reid's wife, Jeff Bezos' wife. Look at those women and you're going to see a pattern. Mm-hmm. They not super, super bad broads. They're not super, super bad chicks.
That's one of the things.
Just go take a look. Go take a look at what you want, and then go and see if you're that person that is equal to what you actually want. So when I first started in this business, I was a rapper. I was part of the Dougie Fresh farm team, myself and Rob Bass, and me and Rob Bass used to practice, and we used to look at Bismarcky and Big Daddy Kane and all these people, and we would be like, yo, this is how we want to do it. We look at them and we model our behavior after that. That's why we wound up where we are. If you want something, you have to look at yourself, see if that's what you are, and then attempt to model yourself like that, if that makes sense.
So, yo,
a lot of sense. Even with us up here, like I said, we watch people like Angry Man and can model your stuff after the greats, like you said, for sure.
So, yo, let me just say this. I got to say this about blue collar workers, right? So, a couple of winters ago, my daughter had gotten into a car accident up in Queens, right? So we had to fly up there to make sure she was straight. So we're going to stay at the Crown Plaza in Queens, like near South Side, and they were working on. They're always working on the conduit, right? Mm-hmm. So my wife, her cousin works construction there, right? And so she had called him up because he was like, yo, if I wasn't working, I would go check on her, whatever, right? And she was like, well, what you doing? He's like, man, I ain't doing nothing. Now this is a job that's paying over $40 an hour in construction, and they got the contract, and they just there collecting money. You feel what I'm saying? So like people don't understand, like when it comes to certain industries in blue collar work, like the money's there, bro. Trust me.
That part.
So check this out, right? So check this out. Like he said, that is correct. It ain't even like it's China. If you've ever been to China, there is none of that. There is no sitting around and making $40, $50. They put stuff up in 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. Like when they make a decision to do something, it's up in 3 weeks. During COVID, they were making hospitals in 3 weeks.
That's crazy. Appreciate you, Ash L. Says this conversation has got disingenuous. This was a while back. Guys are not looking for virgins. They just don't want a chick with 30, 40 bodies. Stop the BS, man.
Man, you're never gonna know how many bodies she got, Ash. Do you think this woman's gonna tell you the truth about that? unless you got some kind of freaking machine like on I can't remember that movie Tom Cruise was in.
It looked like a lie detector test.
Yeah, like no, they're not gonna tell you. Like, bro, you probably get with a chick, she'd be like 3 bodies. She probably got 20 bodies.
That's egregious.
And that's why I tell y'all to find your old lady away from you so you got some peace of mind. Because a lot of times these guys can count on their hands, fingers, and toes, and they, move away.
There you go. Be in position for your lady to tell you sweet lies. You can't prove it wrong.
I'm looking for this. You know what I'm gonna do, man? Here's what I'm gonna do, because I cannot find it. I wish I would have went and found it beforehand.
Minority Report.
You know what I will do? I will get that video. I will send it to y'all, and y'all can do your own. Y'all can do another one on that. Like I just can't find it. I've been looking for like, I'm looking into July. You know something? Just keep talking.
You say she's been on Ashley's page. I'm looking here as well.
It's too far down, man.
You know, I love saying we always give like dating and marriage advice. So pretty much solely based on our lived experience, and going to college is crazy, man, because like that's where I was lucky enough to find my wife. So when it comes to stuff like, you know, body count and stuff, like what can you just say? High school, if your lady got high body count high school, you probably shouldn't be talking to her as far as being a wife or a serious relationship. But when you start getting into like higher education after high school, yeah, it can get a little wild. But that's why I say, guys, if you can be fortunate enough, young men, all right, we pass this over for us. Find your woman in college or somewhere where you ain't got to, because it's a strong fear of they ladies being on the weenie carousel. It's an overwhelming fear. The women like, oh, you're gonna cheat on me, and the dude's like, oh, you done had too many weenies to pair bond, and you ain't gonna like me. So like, that's what I would say.
If the woman was brought up in a decent family, you feel what I'm saying, with some standard, she's not gonna have a high body count anyway.
Amen.
If she was brought up in a decent family, see, the problem is dudes is pursuing. It's what the dudes are pursuing. They don't want to say that. They don't want to admit that. Like a lot of dudes is pursuing the easy target. You feel what I'm saying? It's like the lion is trying to chase down the gazelle. He's going after the sickly one. And then he mad because he caught a sickly one. No, you went after the sickly one. Because that was the easiest one to catch.
Yeah, can't be mad at your sick prize.
I mean, look, all I can say is I don't want to seem like, well, I'm not seeming misogynistic. I just want women to understand that if you're going to do something, you have to do it better. A lot of times, if you just be yourself and conduct yourself a certain way and be agreeable and don't be combative and accept leadership and do things that a man that has a lot of money, power, and respect wants, you don't even have to be the baddest chick. You really don't. Because I'm going to say this to everybody listening. Again, I don't know if you guys caught it on the original show, but I said there are cycles with money, with men who have money, power, and respect. Cycle one is you meet the woman, you get with your original woman. 2, you get some money, right? Now you got money. Now you got money over here. So now you might bust off and go and get the chick that you really want. Then you realize how much of a headache that is, and then you eventually come back to here. And you get yourself a regular, decent woman who's about something. So it's not, you don't have to be a bad chick to snag a man. You just have to catch him at the right time in his life, and you got to be there. That's why I say that dating and relationships is more about God than anything for those who believe in God, because it has to be the right man at the right time doing the right thing. Right now, I don't care about who's the baddest chick on the block. If I'm going to deal with a woman, I want to deal with a woman who's going to help me multiply what I'm doing. There's going to be of service, and of service doesn't mean a butler. Someone who will help you and help you take it where you need to go so that you can take them where they need to go. Somebody who was, like I said, was the woman I was talking about. In alignment. So you don't have to be the baddest chick in the world to have these things. At the same time, I have to be somewhere around you where we intersect and cross paths. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, ladies, if you want to get a man for having him take care of you and be kept and all of that, then like I said, do the best work on your body you can do, and get in the eyesight of somebody who got some money, and hopefully it'll work. But I do want to say this: the more high maintenance it is, a lot of times the shorter the relationship is. Because I'm going to go back to what I was saying before: vagina here, headaches here. When it crosses, it becomes a problem. I'm looking for this. I'm just scrolling down Ashley's page.
I'm gonna let this one keep going because she wasn't done. Here we go.
And she was a younger Black woman, and that's no slight, because obviously young people can have questions about love and everything like that, but she was not opposing his views. So I feel like when somebody comes up here and they challenge what you're saying, or they're opposing your view, a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, the person is already preparing themselves to be defensive. And I feel like that was the case with Fatman Scoop. He was already preparing himself to be defensive to my question, because I was opposing his view. That other young woman that came up here, she was asking for advice about how to maneuver in a relationship. And he gave her the advice, which I felt like was very...
But my thing is, he didn't attack you. He didn't attack your look. He didn't attack the way you dress. He was speaking about someone else.
Exactly. And yeah, and I'll tell you what that was about. I believe sometimes...
And he didn't say whether this girl was Black, white, Puerto Rican, or Haitian.
No,
he didn't even mention her race. So he just said a woman. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it wasn't about her being a Black woman or her being a Puerto Rican or anything of the sort. It was the fact of he was judging this woman by what she had on, he was judging her by her standards of what she wanted in a man and what she required based off of what she had on. So he was already saying, how are you looking for a high value man when you're wearing...
Stop. Did you hear what she just said? Did you hear what she just said?
She said a lot.
She said that I was basing it on what she had on based on the man she wanted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that exactly what I said to her?
No.
I said exactly. I said, how can you have nothing and then make somebody super pre-qualified financially when you have nothing?
She had Kudakata.
That's not enough. Because Mr. Walker, this is what we keep going on around in a circle about. At some point, the sex will remain the same. So now what you're asking me to do is to pre-qualify, to chase you, pay for your bills, sleep with you for the rest of my life, no other person, and take care of your kids.
Yeah.
But you want me to have $350,000, but you have nothing.
Better.
Now, here's the thing. That's okay. That's okay. But the arrogance of how you ask for it is going to make people say, well, what is this? If you don't say anything and you do your thing and you show value and you do something and you have no money, men don't care. We will take the woman out of McDonald's. We don't give a damn. But don't come up here coming to me looking like that saying, I need to know an exact amount of money you make. What are you talking about?
She need to know whether to respect you or not. That's what they saying. Should I respect you or not, Ninja? Show me your pay stub.
Okay, so let's talk about respect and leadership then. If you want to go there, let's talk about respect and leadership. Respect is earned. So I'm going to say this to any man who's out here, and I hope you don't, if you're offended, then you got to eat it. You cannot ask for submission and respect and have no track record.
All facts.
A woman is going to be led by a man she respects. Respect comes from a track record. Respect comes from not talking about things, but doing things. Does that make sense?
For a daggone show, yes, sir.
Hold on. So I'll give you a great example. When I worked at Mount Sinai Hospital, and I met my first wife, Dana, in the hospital, the mother of my children. And She worked up in the top of the hospital in Mount Sinai, like where all the people, the doctors and stuff work. I worked downstairs in the laundry, taking dirty, pissy laundry and putting it in the thing to send off to the laundry, right? There, in the hospital, there's a class system. There's the service workers below, and then everybody above the first floor who's doctors, medical staff, stuff like that, right? Somehow, I pulled her, I got her, whatever. So now I'm about to have my first child. And here's what I'm talking about, leadership. I'll never forget it. I went to her brothers. They were having a barbecue. And they said to me, what's your plans for my sister? I said, man, right now I'm working on being an intern at a record label. And I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to get into the music industry, and, I'm going to do some. And they looked at me like I had 38 heads. They looked at me like, nigga, what you talking? What? Right? But what did I do? I got up every day for a year and a half. I worked 7 to 3. I took my break at 2 o'clock. I took a shower. I ran down on the train to Chemistry Records with Diamond D. I worked at the record label from 3 to 11. Got back on the bus. Rode all the way up to Carpenter Avenue in the Bronx on the express bus. Slept 4 hours. Did it again. I did that Monday through Friday for a year and a half. I had a year and a half span in between there, right? The next thing you know, I was working for Tommy Boy, making $120,000 a year. I proved it. So I got her lead. I was able to lead her because I was showing her what I was going to do. I wasn't saying, I'm going to start my FedEx trucking business, and 5 years later, the business ain't there. Women are not giving you submission or leadership unless you show it to them. And if you want to even take it to another level, men do the same thing. That is why coaches get fired in the NFL, the NBA, and Major League Baseball. Because you got a bunch of men that somebody's supposed to be leading, but they don't believe them. Am I right or am I wrong?
Right.
You right.
So if you want submission and you want respect, you're going to have to prove it. You're going to have to earn it. And guess what? Most of the time, that don't come with paying 50% of the bills. That come with you taking care of everything. However, women, let me say something to y'all now.
Uh-oh.
If you want a man to pay 100% of the bills and you want to be provided for, let me tell you this from somebody who I might not have all the money, but I have a decent amount of money and I run around in circles with people who got money. If you want a man to take care of 100% of stuff, your ass is going to have to do some work. You say you cook, you clean, that's like saying I walk and I talk. You're going to have to do way more than that, because when a man is paying everything, when he comes from the jungle, from fighting the war, he does not want to walk into another jungle. Everything got to be like the Garden of Eden when he comes from outside from the jungle. That requires work. Taking care of kids, making sure things are right, exercising and having your body the way that man had it, that man saw it when he met you. There's a lot of work that go into sitting at home and chilling and chilling. Y'all think that it's sitting at home, chilling and looking good. I'm telling you, that will last for a certain amount of time, but it will get tired. When that man come home, if he's doing everything outside, he's going to be expecting everything inside to be right. If y'all think that I'm lying, go test it out on your own.
Mm-hmm. So here we go. I want to get these. We're going to grab the ones that's at least $10 and up, Mr. Walker.
I can't find this shit. I'm going to have to call Ashley myself.
Appreciate you, Evie Ray. Says, sorry, fellas. There are inequities that are natural on both sides. Women can't do what men do and vice versa. Her body count does matter. The amount of men shows her ability to restrain, if low, and ability to pair bond.
What's your ability to restrain?
if her body count matters, guess what? I hate to have to tell you this, homeboy, but if her body count matters, your bank account matters.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just like Angry Man said, there's a reverse for everything. If her body count matters, your bank account matters. So you gotta be with the action, and that's no disrespect to you, bro. You've got to be with the action. So if you want this, if they want this, they got to be ready for that. Like he said, if you want body count to matter, the thing that they want to matter, you got to have that.
Yeah, it's what the value is. If you value that a woman is chaste, she don't got no whole bunch of bodies, she's submissive, respectful, whatever, you gotta respect what she values. So if she values a leader, if she values somebody that pay 100% of the bills, she values somebody that's successful. I'm not saying you got to be worth $100 million, but if she values somebody that can hold it down in the modern day with everything costing what it costs, you got to respect that. It's the rule of reciprocity.
There you go. Yeah, I agree with a bird.
And hold on, ladies. It's the same thing for y'all. If y'all want a man that's gonna pay for everything, if you think that you just gonna sit at home and just lay on your back, that's cool. However, it's not gonna be a long-term option. So if you want to do that, you better get some kids. You better push some kids out quick.
There you go. Like
as time go on, he's gonna get tired of that.
We're going to definitely grab all these super chats. We get the ones, at least 10 for now.
Shout out to Taxmaster. Appreciate you. He says, I respect what you are saying, Scoop, but many of today's melanated women are not like the melanated women we grew up with. The melanated women on Kendra or Ashley's show often prove this.
Well, I will say, and I'm going to say this, because I always want to preface it by saying this. I love Kendra. I've known Kendra for 25 years. Kendra used to be on the radio in Chicago. She was hot out there. Fish grease hot. She was hot. So I've known her for many years. Of course, like I said, I rock with Ashley. It's not them. It's the women that are coming on here. Like you can only deal with the people that are on there. More importantly than anything, I think that the aunties and the grandmothers have failed us because they're not really putting them up on game.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really putting them up on how it's supposed to be. If you want something, just like we were talking about, if you want low body count, bank account got to be a certain way, right? Somebody like there's somebody that has to go to that young boy. And not that was a young boy, that was a grown-ass man. But if a young boy asked that question, somebody like Angry Man got to go to him and say, yo, listen, if you want this, you got to expect this. If we don't put them up on game, then all they can do is deal in delusion. And when you deal in delusion, right, and you go up here and you looking for something, you're going to look like a damn fool. That's it. And here's another thing. Wherever you are in your life, that's usually the level you could date at. So the man that you see in the grocery store, on the train, over here, boom, 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 that's the level of person you usually should be with, right? If you go to Monaco and Saint-Tropez and you're walking onto your Gulfstream and this chick walking onto her Gulfstream, then y'all basically on the same level.
As far as what? Like value? What I'm saying to you is this: where you're usually gonna date is what's in front of you. Scoop, are you saying that a woman's financial position can make her equal to a man if his financial position is the same?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is everybody says they at their level of dating. I'm saying your level of dating is usually where you are in your day-to-day life. So if you go and stop and shop all these Wegmans and you meet a man, that's you. That's like that's usually your level. That's where you are in your regular day-to-day life. If we in Monaco and we land at Nice Airport in the south of France, and this person getting off his Gulfstream and you getting off your G7 and this person getting off the 747, then that's their regular life.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Water always rises to its own level. Now, like I said, again, we go in circles again. If you really want to be on that level, you got to go work on yourself, be the most attractive, whatever, and then you got to figure out a way to get your ass to San Tropez or wherever you got to go where the money is at and getting somebody eyeline.
And here's the deal. Even if you do all that, there is still no guarantees. So you can be all that and you still may not land this guy. But what Scoop is saying is that is where your best chance is. Like Kendra always say, it's your real life. It's the people you see every day.
That's what I'm saying. It's the people that you interact with every day that's really your level. Unless you are a woman that is working on your thing and you figure out how to get in the eye line. And listen, let me tell you something. A beautiful face and a body can get you anywhere. I saw a woman that got in the Super Bowl with no pass over a big booty.
Yeah, that's why women get into clubs free. It's understood.
Okay, so
thank you very much, Crystal Neff. Is that Crystal Neef or Crystal Neff? Like
shout out to our sister Crystal Luna in the house. Says happy to hear the 4 conversations. Classic show. Much love, the Fatman Scoop and my brother, the Angry Man.
And listen, obviously Crystal must like what we're talking about because she dropped a hell of a super chat there. I just hope that everybody understands it. I'm not trying to be some guy that's coming down on women and you know laughing at everything and picking everything apart. I'm only telling you what I see from a person who's been around people with money, who's made money over a consistent amount of time, and has a perspective. And a lot of what I'm saying, or the majority of what I'm saying, is correct. It's up to you to believe it. If you don't, like I said, the results are the results.
So appreciate your sister, our dear sister, Crystal Luna.
For sure. Shout out to King Adams. Says, Scoop, you are giving conflicting advice, telling them to be themselves, but don't be combative. Combativeness is the default setting of a lot of these modern day broads.
All right, so King Adams, here's the thing. I'm not giving conflicting advice. I'm telling them to, I just sat here and said, women should be agreeable, easy to deal with, the leadership thing. Here's the thing. If you're combative and you're a problem, then the results are going to be the results. All I'm saying to any woman listening is, if you want to get a man, work on some of those things. Being agreeable, being nice, being feminine, taking leadership. And again, I'm going to say about the leadership thing, it is earned. It is not given. It's earned. It is not given. So men, if you want leadership and submission, you got to be that man. But also women, you have to be willing to be led. Would you guys agree or disagree? You have to be willing to be led. Because here's the thing. If you don't respect my leadership and you don't respect my protection, but you want to be with me, it's not going to work. Does this make sense or no?
Yeah, for sure.
Makes sense. Hey, fellas, I got to run, man. But, yo, real talk, Gavin, Mr. Walker, I appreciate y'all having me. Scoop, it's been a pleasure, man. I'm still amazed that you watch my content, brother. I really appreciate it, man.
Definitely.
Been a great conversation, man. I'll holler at y'all later, man.
Yeah, thanks for rocking.
Hey, we appreciate you, AM. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to the Angry Man channel, as most of y'all should already be. And like I said, we know we ain't got Scoop for too much longer, but we're finished cooking here. What you got, brother?
I mean, for me, I'm going to get up and go to the club, but I got a little bit of time.
And that's another thing. I know your birthday on Monday, man. Happy birthday.
It's a blessing, man. It's a blessing to be alive. It's a blessing for me to continue to be able to do what I'm doing. Like I said, man, the average career when I was coming out was 4 years. Now it's 1 year, maybe. So to be able to continue to do what I'm doing, I'm very happy. I'm very blessed. Again, if anybody watches this, my goal is not to be disrespectful or condescending. I'm only telling you things from the viewpoint of a man that has been around people who have money, power, respect, and has made a decent amount of money himself over a certain amount of years and have seen a lot of stuff. Thank you very much for the super chat. Happy birthday. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. You muted, Gav.
Appreciate you coming up, Brother Scoop. Like I said, as far as this woman here on the screen, she got mad at Ashley at one point. It went on for another 2 or 3 minutes. And she got mad at Ashley. She says, Ashley, you wasn't standing on business when Scoop came up. She told Ashley she was conflicting her message.
Oh,
she basically told Ashley that you were simping for Fatman Scoop.
But you don't, no. What it is there are people who will look at something, and regardless of how it looks, they're gonna say the sky is green. It doesn't matter if it's the middle of the night. In their mind, the sky is green. That's it. Ashley, if you look at her face, you know, she thought the construction comment was funny, which I thought it was funny. It's cool, like it ain't no big deal. But she sat there and said, basically to the woman, you're out your mind. She said he never said nothing about no specific color woman. Ashley poked holes all in her story. So at some point, when you deal with people that just won't accept what it is, you have to let them walk it off and take an Excedrin. That's it.
I agree.
But you know something? I'm going to leave you guys on this note. And I'm going to find that. I'm going to call Ashley tomorrow. And I'm going to find that video. And then I'm going to get it to you. And maybe we'll come back later in a couple of months and we'll do it again. But I will say this. And as I say it, I've said it once. I say it twice. I say it 10 times, 200. Whatever you doing out here, ladies, if somebody try to give you some kind words, some guidance, some leadership and understanding, and you don't listen to it, and you don't care, and you want to do what you want to do, then the results will be the results. That is it. Like, anybody can say what they want to say to me. Oh, Fatman Scoop, you're fat. You don't know nothing. You're broke. You can say whatever you want to me. Do what you're going to do. And at some point at the end of the game, the results going to be the results. What I am going to do is mind my business, continue to learn financial literacy and invest in, and live below my means. That's
Amen.
it.
Amen. I know that's right.
I learned very important stuff from that. I am a man that at one point in the 2000s, my overhead was $28,000 a month. You know, all kinds of stuff. Mansion, 4 cars, taking care of 8 people, stuff like that. And as I got older, I got wiser. And I learned the biggest thing for me was the pandemic. The pandemic, yes, KH, the results are the results.
And can I say this real quick, not to cut you off? There are some ladies, any of the ladies that were on the email list, we were supposed to start at 8:30 tonight. We started earlier, but y'all have the link in the email if y'all want to come up real quick and ask a question.
You know something? If some women want to come up, if some women want to talk, I'd love to talk to some women.
So y'all got the link. If check your email, y'all more than welcome to come up.
So in the pandemic, I went from making high 5 figures a month to 0. At that point, I was trying to figure out what my next move was. I was upset. I was upside down. You know, COVID made it so that my business was completely over. I wound up studying, learning financial literacy, going down the YouTube rabbit hole, started with Ian the Master Investor and Earn Your Leisure, and then just started studying, reading more books until I really learned how to deploy my money. I'm not Warren Buffett, but I learned a hell of a lot, and I have a support system of people who really know this, and they kind of teach me what to do. At that point, I learned, and this is what goes into the woman saying, that I look like a construction worker. I learned that trying to prove to people that you have money that don't have money is like talking to a fool over and over and over. It don't matter what you say, it don't mean nothing, right? Where the real money is in assets and things that accrue value. So when the pandemic was over and things went back to normal, I was divorced, so I was living in an apartment. I could have stayed in that apartment where the rent was $5,000 and living in New Jersey. I decided to move to Ohio, and I live in a house where the next house next to me is a car width apart. So you guys know the region of America that I live in. The car is like this, right? I don't have to live there. I make mansion money. I could do the whole thing all over again. 745, Range Rover, I could do all that. But I decided to do the smart thing this time, which was live below my means, take 5 or 10 years of discipline and dedication, and then I'll go back to the mansion. But this time, the assets and the other things that I have accrued pay for that, as opposed to me just paying that money out of my pocket as income.
There you go.
So when a woman like that says you look like a construction worker, you look like you have no money, she doesn't even she's not even. I could have easily just said, listen, what's SPY? What's VOO? What is the market cap of this company? What's the free cash flow of this? What's this? But is that going to make any sense to say?
No, she ain't gonna know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I might as well be talking Mandarin Chinese, and I'm nobody's Warren Buffett. But I do know I am on the path to learning and deploying. And to anybody out here, any men, I'm gonna say this to you, and please listen to me. Please listen to me. Invest, of course, because you can't save your way out of it, because you won't beat inflation. I'll say this, and I'll leave. If any women want to talk, I'll talk. But if not, I'm gonna leave on this note. I am the former heavyweight champion of bad decisions. Literally, I'm the former heavyweight. I'm not trying to sell y'all a course, man. If y'all wanna, all I do is, if somebody wants some information, I give it to them. Do your own research and study. Because the only way you're not going to get jerked out here, you have to study. That's it. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want everybody to live. I don't even remember what I was going to say. But I do remember what I was going to say. I am the former heavyweight champion of bad decisions. I've spent a lot of money on a lot of women doing a lot of foolish stuff. My thing is this: it's all part of the game. I always looked at it as the cost of doing business. I always felt like if a woman is going to give me her body, which is the most that she can give me, then I can look out for her from time to time too. I really didn't care. But looking back on it in hindsight, had I taken all the money that I had blown on women and just put it in the S&P 500 with a 7% return over 10 years, I would be out of here. Final thought.
So I want to ask you this one last thing, because I know when you was on Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but y'all got into the whole 50-50 conversation.
Yeah.
And you told Ashley you don't believe in that. You don't believe, or am I wrong? Or did you say something about building together? Or you say a man should? Where we at?
I was married twice. I paid 100% of the bills all the time, except for the first 1 year that I was married, that I was with my ex-wife, Dana, because I was working in the hospital. I was on the same level. I wasn't hustling during that time. During the internship, I was 50-50. Once I got the job at Tommy Boy Records, it was 100% of everything. And like 3 weeks after I got the job at Tommy Boy, I think my son was born. I was like, that's it. Go home. You work for me now. How much you make it the job? All right, I got that. What car you need? You want this? Boom. Take the car. Boom. And I never turned back from there. My second wife, she never worked, to the point where she didn't even know the price of gas, phone, nothing. 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 Because here's the thing. I'm a man's man. So I believe in taking care of the people that you love and and your family. This is what I believe. As a man, my job is to go into the fucking war. My job is to go into the fire. To make it so that you're all right. Now, because of that, you get a level of entitlement and you get a level of a delusion, but I have to work with that because my thing was I wanted to make it where nobody had to worry about nothing because I come from crack and heroin era Harlem, where if you go Google what New York looked like in 1979, you'll see. When I would come home, I was a latchkey kid. I would come home, lock the door, and junkies, when they were talking about the movie American Gangster, I lived in that era, in that part of Harlem. Motherfuckers be knocking on the door, boom, 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 let me in, junkies. And I'm like, yo, man, get away from the door, man. So when I got to a point where I was making enough money, I wanted to move my family out of there and make it so nobody ever had to worry about nothing. And that's been my mission for my entire life. If I'm a man, I'm going to be a man. A man's job is to take care of his family and the people he loves. It's not to make... Look, I had these two kids upstairs. Whether I love them, I like their mother or not, I brought them into this world. Nobody brought them in. I brought them in. I can't be a man and walk away from that responsibility. Mm-hmm. What part of the game is that? They didn't have nothing to do with what their mother and me had going on. I brought them in here. I'm responsible for them. That's it. And it is my job to get them where they need to go. My daughter is getting ready to get out of Penn State with a master's in economics. My son is going to school. Once they off and doing their thing, it's a wrap. I can always look myself in the mirror and say through 2 marriages and all the BS, I always kept my kids. I always did the right thing. I never had a child support payment. Be a man. Whether you like the woman or not, that is not the issue. Be a man and handle your business. That's it.
Let me ask you this. What do we say to the majority of men, guys at Amazon and whatnot that probably can't pay all the bills?
Mm-hmm. I was in a place where I couldn't pay all the bills.
Hey, Scoop. Now, ambition is not standard in all men. That's one of our talking points. Because we sit here and it's great. I'm an ambitious man myself, but here's the thing. Every man's not going to be ambitious. Some brothers, some good, wholesome, blue-collar men are comfortable with getting them a lady, getting them a little house, little car, little dog, the whole picket fence deal, and that being that. And they will be going to some degree 50-50. I hate saying 50-50, but they both do work and they put into one pot. Let's call it 50-50 for the sake of the argument. Mm-hmm. Now, are we telling, these new upcoming daters in this marketplace that if your man can't pay 100% of the bills, that you need not be with him?
Here's the thing. Somebody said new music. If you go to my page, I release remixes every second or third week. I'm always working. I continue to work. That all of those records right there on the wall, I gotta finish. Like, this is my studio where I do that. I am not throwing shade on any man that cannot afford to do so. All I'm saying is, if you want to be exceptional, you have to do exceptional things. That's it. I'm not saying that because you work at Amazon, you're not a man. I'm not saying because you don't make enough to take care of your whole family, you're not a man. You are absolutely a man. I consider a man anybody who gets up every day with the purpose of taking care of their family and making conditions better. Even if it's just making sure there's food on the table, making sure that the kids go to school, whatever. That's a man. I'm not mad with that. All I'm saying is this. For me, I want more. And guess what? I'm 30 years into this game and I'm still working. I'm still working every day because I had to wake up and say, at one point I was like, I can chill out, man. I'm Fatman Scoop. I'm good. No, you got to keep working every day. So I don't have a problem with the man that works at Amazon because everyone is not going to be 50 Cent. Like I'm not 50 Cent. So, I respect anybody who, for me, I respect anybody who get up and work and take care of their kids. That's where it's at for me. Everybody can't do everything. If they could, everyone would do it. If you want to be exceptional, you have to get up and do exceptional things. Also, you cannot have excellence without pain, no matter what kind of pain that is. Staying up at night, working, whether you work out or you work on your body, it hurts. Whatever form of wanting to get to the next level that you want to go to, you have to endure pain. That's it. I can't hear you, brother.
I'm muted. All right. Welcome up, Raquel. Good to have you up here, sister. We still got brother Scoop up here. I know you was in the chat all night. What you got? You got any questions?
No, I think everything that he's saying is on point. I missed that show, so I have to go back and watch it. But from what I saw, it's just more of the same thing that we keep seeing. That when I saw the clips tonight, it was the same thing that we talked about last week. That list of I forget what was the number of being disrespectful, but God, I think it was number 4 last week. But the on the call, she was hitting on multiple things from that list. And I'm just like, how is that going to get you a date? Even if you don't like who you're talking to, you're still throwing a net out there to catch somebody. You would think you would show your best self, but they don't understand. They think that who they're showing up as is just perfectly fine, and everybody else has to acquiesce to them. And that is just not what a man is going to do. He's going to go somewhere else.
And I want to ask you this, Brother Scoop, did you see the German woman that was going viral, and she's dating the black guy, and she's going viral? So when you see the woman on Ashley Dalton, they sort of make that lady's point when they act the way they act.
I didn't see it. I heard about it. I never even hit the video. But again, here's the thing. If you carry on a certain way, and there's a woman that carries on another way, I don't care what your color is, men are going to go where they feel appreciated, where they feel safe, where they feel like they're in control, where they feel like they have a level of strength, where they feel like a man. That is why most reality shows end in divorce. And you look and you say, well, why did he go from her to some chick that worked at McDonald's? Because his woman was more powerful than him, and he went to the woman that worked at McDonald's because he wanted to feel like a man. He wanted to feel certain things. And that doesn't have a dollar amount to it. So here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It's not black versus German. It is a man being comfortable versus a man not feeling like he's worth anything and being uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with the color. Maybe she articulated it that way, but like I said at the beginning of this, in the Middle East, you don't see this kind of stuff. So you can blame it on black women all you want. They get mad because, black athletes deal with all these white women when they play football and stuff. Well, here's the thing. Instead of arguing about that, why don't you go, like I said before, and do the pathology on what those women are doing to be in that situation?
Amen.
Then if you become that and you actually execute that day upon day, maybe you'll wind up the same way. There's a dude that was talking. He was like, yo, man, I have a friend that has an NIL deal. And the first thing his girlfriend asked him was, well, when you taking me out, when you doing boom, 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 boom. And I understand that if you leave with money, you're going to get leeches. But this other woman was treating him this, doing this, that, and the other, being of service, helping, being with the program. He went with the woman who was being with the program. You could throw that on black You can throw that on black women and whatever you want. I don't care if they green. If you make a man feel the right way, you make him feel loved, you make him feel respected, you are with the program, he always gonna go for that.
There we go. I agree with that 100%, man.
Look at that dog.
It's unfortunate, man. Like I hate it that it seems like these young brothers today seem like they almost gotta lead with a wallet, man. You know, I mean myself, like I gotta keep bringing it up. Lived examples, like paying and having money in exchange for a woman's attention and time is not something I was exposed to. Like that was, you know what I'm saying? Like my mom, she told me to never do that. Mama said, don't be giving these to your folks no money.
Okay, but listen, here's the thing. Obviously, from the way you're sitting, you're a taller gentleman, you're dark skinned, so you're half of what these women are looking for anyway. So you're in a whole different place. If you lead with your money, you have to expect for women to want your money. Just like I tell women, there's a friend of mine who she's a very popular influencer, and she wears bikinis and cheeks out all the time and always turning around, and all the pictures are with her butt first and all that. And she asking me, why can't I get a husband? You can't get a husband because when somebody look at this, all they want to do is beat. It's like if you have an Instagram and you're a car salesman and they're all cars on there, do you think I'm gonna go ask you for a house? I see cars on here. I know this is where I buy cars. So how you lead is how you're gonna be treated. You may not like it, but if you lead one way, whether you're a man or a woman, you're gonna be treated like that. I'll be honest with you. I've always had some level of money. Money has never really been an issue for me. Just in my general nature of doing things, I may be spending money that people think is a lot of money. For me, I'm just like, I'm doing my thing. It may be seen like I lead with money. So sometimes I was getting those kind of women. You turn around, you look at my Instagram, I'm in Istanbul, I'm in Monaco, I'm in Dubai, I'm over here, I went to Tokyo. So even though I'm not paying for those trips, because they're being paid for by the promoter, it appears like I am just, I'm 1 minute I'm in Russia, I'm over here in China, then I'm over here in, wherever, Turkmenistan or, whatever, but it looks like money. So I will get a lot of women that want to leave, what you going to do for me? So, it just is what it is. If you want to change it, you got to move in a different way. I cannot change that because that's my line of work. If it wasn't my line of work, I would take it all down and I would do something else if I want a different result.
I feel you.
Okay. So what you got, Raquel? You got something back to that?
I would say that if you have lady friends still to this day from back when you were trying to lead with your wallet, I'm sure the ones that are still your friends today were the ones telling you, I'll pay for my trip out there, or you can put your wallet up, like I got this dinner today or this lunch today. Like,
well, it wasn't like that necessarily.
Okay.
Any woman that I dealt with, because I carry myself like a man's man. So anything that's going on, I'm paying for it. If I don't have the money, I'm not coming out the house. That's the difference. If I don't have the money, I'm not coming out the house. If I feel like I'm going to overextend myself or it don't make sense, I'm not doing it. You weren't on here earlier, but there was a woman who came to me and said, oh, take me to the Louis store. So I said, all right, no big deal. I'm $3,000. I get you a little joint with the logo on it. And she said, what you want? She said, I want to spend $15,000 to $20,000. Leave me alone. I'll see you later. Let me take you home. That's it. Know your woman. Pick the woman you can afford and stay in your lane. Now, could I have done the $20,000? Sure. But what am I going to do that and look like a fool for? What value am I getting out of that? Exactly. Now, let's say that that's a woman who took care of everything, treated me like a king, was in biblical alignment, was family values, this was helping me with my goals, was assisting me with my life, all this stuff. Do you know something? That $15,000, I'll spend that with no problem, because at the end of the day, I'm coming out cheaper. But that is not those are not the women who are asking you for that kind of stuff. No.
There you
go. That part. Listen, man.
Any other women want to come up before I get out of here?
They were, like I said, I wish I would have got the link out sooner, but I don't think they'll probably show up later if we're still on. But look, this was a pleasure, man. I know it's your birthday weekend. You got stuff to get to. Maybe we could do this again in the future.
Listen, bro, we're gonna do it again because you know we in the same area and stuff like that. I drive by frequently, so we'll figure it out. I think that I did a lot of talking, 3 hours worth of talking. I do that on my own Instagram live, so that ain't nothing. I hope that people walked away from this with a level of understanding and a level of knowing what somebody that has been in certain circles that they may have not been in is telling you how things kind of work. And I just hope that that's the case. I hope that I provided some type of value, and that's it. Listen,
and this sister got one last chat for you here.
Appreciate your fear no mortals. Says great show. Fatman Scoop, I think your perspective is much needed. We hear a lot of opinions from people who have never been in certain rooms or certain circles, but your wisdom on the topic is very relevant. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you for saying that. And all I've ever asked for is, if I'm telling you something and I understand a little bit about it, then just respect it. It's like, if I don't know anything about Baltimore, Maryland, I'm not going to tell you where the tunnel is. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to sit down. But if you come to New York City and I tell you that the west side, we go into this direction, just listen to me. Listen to people who've been there. That's the, I'll say this, and I'm definitely leaving on this note. The cheat code for my entire career has been listening to OGs.
I know that's right.
Because you know why? Because they've been through the war. Just like if you came to me and you asked me about Drake and Kendrick Lamar, that ain't nothing but Tupac and Biggie back in the days. If you ask me about 6ix9ine, that ain't nothing but what happened to Tupac to an extent. Just with a little twist on it. We've been through enough wars to see it. So, that's where I'm at with it.
And I'll say this. I know it's me and Mr. Walker. It's our duty to be up here providing people with, good data, good stats. And just having you up here just helped us get a different perspective on things, on some of our talking points and stuff that we can now look at from a different angle and say, okay, didn't see this perspective. So definitely was eye-opening.
Well, listen, it's about, there is no one right way to anything. So as we all talk about it, we get different perspectives. So I walked away from you guys with a different perspective about a lot of things that are right. And guess what? Just because you know something don't mean that you can't be taught. So one of my guys, King Dre, I used to look at things a certain way, and he was like, listen, if a woman do this, this, and this, she don't like you. And even though he's younger than me and he said it on social media, I had to sit back for a second and say, this one, this one, this one, this. Wow. And even though he's younger than me, I learned something from him. So we always got to take all perspectives, young and old, wise and not wise, into account. I'll see you brothers later. I love y'all. God bless.
Shout out to you, brother.
Peace.
Appreciate you. The legend himself, people. All right. Grammy Award winner.
Single ladies. I can't hear y'all. Single ladies.
All right. So here we are, man. Awesome show, Mr. Walker. We're still up here cooking, though. We still sort of got some stuff to talk about. We here, huh?
There we go. I see one of their favorites drop back.
Your brother left. You ain't want no smoke?
Huh? You muted HQ.
No, it wasn't a matter. Hi, everybody. Hi. No, it wasn't a matter of.
StreamYard was acting a little funny for me when I first came in. I didn't know if you all noticed that.
Okay.
I seen it. Yeah, we were trying to get y'all up earlier. We had to move the show up. You know, brother Fatman Scoop is scheduled, so
Yeah.
you know, got a little hectic over here, but we meant to get the link out sooner.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt because it's like I wanted to hear every little thing. So it was like I started listening. I think I was a little late, but I was listening to it all.
Like somebody said in the super chat, whoever that was, that brother gave that perspective from that celebrity lifestyle. And I think that was great because, you know, we love, especially during the Regal Rumbles, we love referencing Sierra's and Beyonce's. And I love what he said. He said the same thing I said, just differently. He said, if you want to take on Sierra's prayer, for instance, do as Sierra does. You know, see how their domesticated skills is. Ooh, that's gonna trigger them. Domesticated.
Here we go. Let me get these super chats. We're gonna get back into it.
Shout out to Omega Sunlight. Says being desirable is an internal thing wherever you are. It's deep. Appreciate you, JOB. Says we do that now. We are on our grind, but these women do not act their face. Why, as a six-figure earner, still getting leftovers and baby mamas? Gotta be what they desire. Yeah, Fatman Scoop. That's pretty much what he was saying.
And it don't end there though. Yeah, rest in peace to the Godfather. We do have to get more granular a lot of times because it don't just stop with earning the money. I know Heathen Queen. That's one of your points. And we thought it was obvious that we don't have to say this stuff, but it can get you some cheeks, but it's not gonna always get you respect and all that stuff.
Because listen, as we must not me. Let me take myself out of it. Y'all must respect today's modern woman's hypergamous nature. She won't what she won't. And here's the thing: presenting her with what she desires only gonna help you get what you want. And that's why Scoop was talking about stay in your lane, as we say, stay in your lane. Why are you over here shooting for this 10 and you a 3 in woman's eyes as far as looks, and you make $250,000? What you think gonna be the outcome of that, man? She gonna be eventually the black people getting served up.
Or like he said, go over to one of them countries and never come back. That's part of it. Don't bring these women back to America with y'all. So.
Eddie, you don't respect me, Eddie. Shout out to Huddy. Says, so why celibate is coming out these women mouth? Oh, they confused. Shout out to everybody, judges. Says, my dad a millionaire and wears stuff from Walmart. Yeah, there you go. They show their money differently. Shout out to Eric Briggs. Says, Shody looks like the Jeepers Creepers creature. Oh, y'all keep talking about that, sister. Shout out to Mr. Wilson, legend himself. Says, this is what it looks like when foreheads cry. Golly.
It is, sister. She was out of pocket tonight. It's unfortunate.
But she don't have no makeup on. She ain't dressed up. Her hair is natural. I thought that's what the men like. Was the natural look.
She don't attitude. Yeah, just like we just said about the six-figure earning, it don't just stop there. All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Lee Turner. So stop giving the gays, Scoop. Some gems, rubies, ruples. Appreciate you there, Green Wade. Says my boy is a plumber. He has so many jobs, and he has had to turn jobs down. It's a good thing. Good problems.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Cousin Walker said, great message. Memberships on the way. Appreciate you, cousin. Thanks, you already sent it. Shout out to Cousin Walker, walking it like she talking it. Gifted 10 single by choices memberships, and I think Mona Go got one.
Holy hell.
God, it's like it continues. Shout out to the terrible, what's that? Terrible Ivan says, so long as you don't have nobody coming up to you about your lady telling you that he had her doing crazy-ish, embarrassing you, you should be good. And I agree with that. Yeah, that's like,
so body count don't matter, like I've been saying.
No, stop. This is
I've been saying that from day one.
That's the sign of a low body count. That Joker.
Well, if you was watching the show, I sat up here and talked about how most of us never move outside of our communities. The vast majority of people.
The world is big now.
The most people, these women that they're dating in real life, they know they whole Carfax. They know everything about these women. So we tell men to move so you can have some peace of mind. All right.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, listen here. It's some married women, you know.
But that don't negate the point. I always said that. I've always said that.
Go ahead.
Don't matter.
You always said what?
I've always said what he said. Body count don't matter because she gonna lie to you anyway.
It obviously do matter if the men are saying it.
But
so
she gonna lie anyway, so it don't matter. Any woman on the planet.
Here we go. Regal Rumble. Welcome, folks.
Any woman on the planet that gonna tell. First of all, a woman shouldn't be speaking about her sexual experience.
Well, this goes to what I just
anybody ask her. I don't care who ask her.
This goes to what I just said. I don't think anybody's asking anything. It's the observable reality. We all been growing up together since middle school. I know everybody you slept with. You slept with my cousin.
Yeah, but most people ain't gonna marry somebody right out of high school. They gonna meet other people, go to work, find people in their workplace. Most people don't marry they kindergarten cousin or their high school girlfriend.
A 50-mile radius, you ain't never safe. You don't know who she done slept with.
Right, and most people don't care. I'm positive that most people don't care.
All right. Well, the marriage rate says otherwise.
They ain't got nothing to do with that now. They ain't got nothing to do with that.
Shout out to Chocolate Boy Wonder. Says, loving what y'all are doing. The kid from Hollis, Queens, and I'm a faithful viewer. Y'all the hardest working duo on these YouTube back streets. We appreciate you, man.
Shout out to my guy Fatman Scoop, like we said, the Grammy Award winning. All right. Legend. We didn't get through everything, but it was a hell of a show. We asked to know.
Shout out to El Castigador. Says it is 2024. Day and today is transactional. God bless y'all, poor soul.
Not true love. True love ain't transactional.
It's over. That's over too. Shout out to Evie Ray. Says Crystal is our resident hyena. Pay her no more. Shout out to Luna.
Shout out to my girl Luna, the show sponsor.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Team Peterson. Appreciate you, brother. Says if you have to pay, you haven't done the work to earn her respect, admiration, and love. Show your work. Then you have paid the cost to be the boss. This is what I'm talking about. That's Mr. Walker time right there. Yeah, I say get married to a woman when you dead broke, like I did. Now you know she loved you.
There you go. Huh.
Shout out to XJ Boomer, the SBC. I'm 60 and I've learned a lot from watching you two. I wish I had you guys around 20 years ago. I would have probably made some different moves. Appreciate you, XJ Boomer. That's dope, man. We up here enlightening our elders. Too dope. Appreciate you.
And don't we all? Yeah, I wish I'd have known some of this stuff 5-10 years ago. A lot of this stuff we all learning, man.
You ain't lying. Yeah, we learning on the go. Appreciate you, everybody, judges. So Heathen Queen said it. All women are liars. You did say that, Heathen Queen.
That ain't what I said.
Yeah, it is.
That's not what I said. What I said was women will not tell you their body count. And most men
so they lie. So would that mean they're lying or telling?
That doesn't mean they lie about everything.
Oh, okay. Okay.
A lady is not supposed to tell you.
There you go. A woman is not going to tell you her body.
No.
Ain't.
That is just not something that, you're going to have to just go, take my word for
I mean,
it.
I really, even if I got married to my husband, I probably would never tell him either.
Wait,
I
quick. So here's my question.
out loud.
So if a woman has only been with one or two individuals, will she not proudly say that?
Yes, she would. But you guys don't ever want to believe what the number is. You guys
Right.
tell all the guys don't believe the number. So what I'm saying is they're not going to believe the number, whether it's 3 or 33. So you just should not even be discussing that.
There you go.
But then also my husband's 3 years older than me. We went to the same high school. So it was very easy for him to pull my Carfax.
There you go. And that's what I was getting at, Raquel, the real Rose. I would say if you around your lady and then you in college, you get an idea. And no, you definitely don't ask your woman her body count. You talk to her and you get to know her and you get an idea.
Right.
Did we get that? Shout out to Project Leroy. Says HQ, a woman's body count matters to men, just like when you hear a man say he makes $30K a year. 3 hours later, HQ made the check engine light come on.
So here we go. Shout out to Project Leroy. Shout out to Donald in the Cash App. We appreciate you, brother. Shout out to DeMarcus in the Cash App. He says, what we got? He says, late checking in, but good evening, SBC Nation. I see y'all cooking with guests. We moving.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
And also, shout out to Mr. Kid coming through with the 20 balls, supporting his interests.
Appreciate you, Mr. Kid.
So here we go.
Appreciate you, Huddy. Says women with high body counts say they are celibate till marriage. Okay, so is that a something to keep an eye out for?
I used to tell my girlfriends that were single, they would, be like, I'm really gonna settle down. I want to settle down. I'm ready to settle down. And I'm like, okay, what are you doing? I'm dating. So like, how is it going? Well, I keep telling them that I want to wait. I want to abstain from sex until we get serious. And I'm just like, how are you gonna do that when you have 2 children by 2 different men? When you say that to a man that you're abstaining from sex as a grown woman that has 2 grown men as children from 2 different men, you're letting them know that your Carfax is full of bang up jobs. You know what I'm saying? So I just see, like, if I was to tell my son out there dating, that is a red flag when a woman says, oh, I'm not a virgin, but I'm waiting until marriage. You're a hoe.
Right.
Bingo. Well, you ain't got too many friends, Raquel. I'm talking like that.
I don't, but all of the friends that I have are from like when I was 12, right. And it's the truth. I'm sorry. Like they'll tell you if anybody's in the chat that knows me personally, like.
I mean, well, I don't subscribe to, because you're practicing celibacy, you might be a hoe, because she might really be celibate. She might be a virgin. We don't know.
If she's a virgin, then definitely practice your
she might be, because I ran into one of those the other night, and I was like, "What? You what? Yeah."
He's the queen. You're talking small majorities now.
Sure. So, but still, I wouldn't recommend telling anybody that I was practicing celibacy. Ain't no way you supposed to be telling somebody you practicing celibacy, girl, man, or woman. It don't matter, because a woman is gonna take that as a challenge. And a man is going to take that as a challenge.
Well, here's something we learned that
you're a virgin.
Right.
Well, part of being celibacy is you're not out here courting or dating at all. You are celibate.
But you don't know if they're celibate. They could be lying, so you can't believe that.
No, what I'm saying is, if a person is truly celibate, seriously, they're not dating at all. They done took an oath.
Yeah, but how do you get in a relationship if you ain't dating?
You ain't supposed to be dating. You celibate. You said
I'm celibate and I'm dating with intent.
And you gonna meet a celibate man in the church somewhere while y'all being celibate.
It don't work like that. And that's why you know what you describing. Being celibate and still looking to pursue relationships. That's why the term intermittently celibate came into play, because they celibate until they think the Lord ain't looking, then they clash meets and go back outside like it didn't happen.
Yeah, but there are some people out there that's practicing celibacy that are celibate.
Well,
and then there's some people out there. Huh?
Can a person that is celibate date somebody that's not celibate?
No.
All right, then. So when
you can, but you can't. But you can, but you're gonna run into that roadblock.
Obviously, they can. Should they?
It depends on you. You should let the person know. They should have the opportunity to turn you down. They should have the opportunity to say, no, I don't want to date you. Or yes, I do want to date you.
When I just sat here and said this woman that's celibate is going to find this man in a church somewhere, you laughed and said, church? What are you talking about?
Because most young people are not hitting the church like that.
Where would you find a celibate person if it wouldn't be at church?
Exactly.
David Busters?
Not all celibate people go to church.
Kendra show? On the Kendra G show?
There's some women who got on there and said they were celibate.
I know they have. Do you expect me to sell? We're asking, where do you meet these celibate men at?
I wouldn't even know nothing about celibate.
Because it goes back to my question. Can a celibate person date a non-celibate person?
Nope.
Should they?
Nope.
No, they should not, but they do.
Mm-mm.
All right. So here we go.
That's great. That's great. Shout out to everybody who judges. Says only women say a woman ain't supposed to disclose. I believe that if it's an honorable number, it should be disclosed. But what do I know? I ain't
only a lady would not reveal that kind of thing. That's the difference.
There's a way to not reveal too.
There's a way not to reveal. You don't go out there and say that.
We have already talked about men. Men shouldn't be asking this outright. I've never heard of it personally, but teach his own.
And so when they start tiptoeing around that subject, you just tiptoe around the other way.
If you got to get to the subject, she for the streets. You just want her to tell you.
There you go. I likes that. I like that.
But why you in her face if you don't like her? Right. Why would you even be in her face? You can't expect me to be you can't think I'm a 304 and be in my face. And then when I don't give you a number, she got to be a 304. No, what you doing in my face?
Because he do like her. Nobody ever said men don't like women. He obviously like her.
All right then. So I'm gonna lie to you and say one.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Queen. One.
Yeah.
See. Shout out to Divine, man. Said remember the American Pie 2? Stifler explains that when a girl tells you the number of guys she slept with, you multiply it by 3, and that's the real number. That's wicked. I never subscribe to any of that. I'm telling you, you don't need an exact number and you don't ask. You sit there and talk. Let her talk. Talk about relationships. Let her feed off your conversation. And women will, just how we saw in the Balloon Pop show, they will start speaking and it will come out. They will make little, they can't hide the voice inside their head. They'll start talking like, I should never dated him. They say it real low. They'll be like, yeah, I had this one relationship. It was awful. And they'll start
like,
talking.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, you just got to listen. Get off your damn phone when y'all talking and look her in her eyes and listen. And she's going to tell you everything.
You know, one of the things that Scoop said that I related to, he said, when a woman want to be caught, what does she do? She stands in front of the celebrity and just let him find her. Let him look at her, and he gonna choose her if he want her, which is what I told you I did with my husband. Didn't I tell you I did that with my husband?
You left context out. He said if she's in that lane.
If she's in that lane, right. Is she in that lane?
Yeah, he said if you built right, you got the BBL, the boobs, your cleavage out. If Lil Wayne see you, if he see you and he wants you, he gonna sleep with you that night.
BBL.
This has nothing to do with marriage or relationship
at all.
Are you serious? Does she got to be built like that for their man to be in front? What?
But Lil Wayne, we talking about Lil Wayne. We ain't talking about any man.
Lil Wayne, you done seen Lil Wayne's women? They ain't all got no BBLs and big titties.
Most of them do.
Yeah.
Most of them celebrities got regular women. Most of them got regular women.
No, we talking about the guys that are out here
Rappers
dating.
is a whole nother lane. We talking about rich men. Rich men. Most of them ain't dealing with BBL.
They are not marrying these women.
But that's not our point. That's not my point. My point is that you have to put yourself in front of these men.
To get hunched on. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Project Leroy. Been a member for 9 months. Says lying about body count is why they get used and passed.
And that's why the men to the point where they are bundling all y'all into one group, and you say no, don't. Y'all standing too close to them. Y'all won't separate yourselves, so y'all all get judged accordingly, and it's unfortunate.
No.
Shout out to the brother Tristan. Cash App and Tristan says the 304 facts ain't 304 facts.
What did Scoop say? He said a lot of y'all don't qualify for the women that you chasing. You chasing.
We say that stuff up here all the time.
Yeah, but I heard it from a real rich dude, so it's a different thing.
Granted.
Shout out to Uncle Primo. Uncle Primo became a YouTube member. Appreciate you, Unc. Shout out to Derek. Appreciate you, Derek Greenway. Says a woman's body count will come out in her behavior. Mic drop.
But then you will be caught already. So you will be caught already.
What you mean?
If she's savvy like Heathen Queen, you would never know. That I just be just that slick on your ass. Yes.
Bull jive.
You gotta be careful. You better be careful what you say on these first couple of dates. You trying to catch something. And the one thing you ain't trying to catch is just the bad vibes. You're not trying to get the bad vibe. So you present, look, everybody presents their best face forward. All right. So I know, because I ain't no Yahoo, I know how to present my best face 10 times. But then by 10 times, I already got you hooked. So she just got to be smart. Hook you in 10 dates. She ain't showing the hyena. She ain't showing none of the craziness, and boom, you in there.
What's in there? You say
that's the whole trap. That's the whole trap.
That sounded like a trap set by a goddamn going predatory beast. So yeah, I got 10 days and it's over.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
That's like the ring. The ring, what was it? 3 days. He and the Queen come out the TV like 10 days.
I love that interview. I love that interview with Scoop. That gave me so much more insight on how
us all
think.
insight. But no, we didn't talk to Brother Scoop, and we got to the point in the interview when I told him, we were talking before the show. I wanted to say, and he said he into plus size women, BBLs, all that. Then we start talking about the women that come up on these shows. The pushback that we give is from the man that they start describing. It is never our Brother Scoop. It's always some guy that's 6'5", 6-pack abs, all that stuff. And once you get to our brother, that's why we got brothers out here like Scoop. They can't trust y'all women because ain't no real love. It's transactional with y'all.
Well, with him, if he's an older gentleman, he got to look for somebody that's closer to his age that's gonna love him for him. Instead of dealing with them 30 and under chicks who already want your money. They want your money, so why would you even be down there in that pool of women? You need to be up there in a pool of women close to your age where that she gonna love you and take care of you, and she ain't really there for the money. She there for the companionship. See, y'all forget the game too.
Because the
game, man.
We seen how this woman
very fast though. He has a very big pool of women.
Yeah,
so
and considered all that considered. Y'all see how the woman came up here and disrespected him. So what now?
That was ugly. She, even if she wasn't attracted to him, there was a way to go about just. And
that's what
that was ugly. I didn't like that at all. I was really like the audacity.
That's why, man, just remain on your square. You don't move according to how these women are moving. They don't have to respect you. Don't deal with them. All right. But
his game, lady. Here's some game, ladies. If you don't like the way he looked, say you don't like his aesthetic and keep walking. His aesthetic. That's
God.
it. That's not brutal. That's better than calling him fat and ugly, right?
Why are a man's aesthetics so important? It's not the same. Like, are aesthetics the same for women and men? Like, as far as the importance and the fulfillment in the relationship?
You guys is it's for you guys. For men, it's primarily number one. For women, we have different checklists. Look is on that checklist, but look may not be. Where yours at? I'm saying look may be in the top 5, but it's not. It may not be number 1. Right? So we have other things that we look at.
Money and looks for women. Money and looks.
No, he can be funny.
I like strength. I like strong. I like
there you go. Body,
the mud and the concrete. I like that. I like
interesting.
that.
Interesting
in my car.
Right.
That is sexy. I don't care if he got his butt crack out. All
right, here we go.
Appreciate you, Castigador. Says no man is going to ask that question. A man will just examine how you move. The woman will tell on herself. That is all. Stop being scared. Appreciate you, Tristan. Says a woman with 2 baby daddies and practicing celibacy is having an identity crisis. Hey. Talk about it. Shout out to G Honda, the previous CEO of Glaze City. Says HQ, what the F? Raquel said that the woman said the friend was 2 for 2 already and said that she was telling men she was celibate till marriage. Is this camera on G Honda? Shout out to Project Leroy. Says they will never tell their body count until their photos and videos appear. Tell us if
I was born in 81, so that phones and all that we didn't have that. Thank God, we didn't have that.
Right.
Shout out to Demetrius James. Come through with the 20 ball. We appreciate you. Says, I had been abstaining from sexual activities for years when I met my wife. We are both Christian. If she came with bastards claiming to be celibate, I will have laughed and did and about face as would most men in the church.
And that's another thing. That's another thing we don't hit on a lot, Heathen Queen. These men that are celibate in the church, they don't want women with children. Y'all act like just because they closer to God that they so much sympathetic.
Wait a minute, hold up. Didn't we hear Scoop say that he had a woman who had 2 children, but she was righteous and all of that, and he still married her? This is game from the millionaire. This is game from the rich man, right?
And our brother Scoop was married twice, and she was neither of his wives.
She was the one he wanted, though. She was the one who got away.
She didn't get a ring. How is she the one he wanted? He talked about his wife. He was with his wife.
Well, why would he mention the other chick that had 2 kids? Why did he mention her?
Because he was showing that you can have kids and still be feminine and attractive man. But it don't qualify you for marriage or stuff like that.
Oh no, that's what he said. He said she was righteous and qualified for all of that stuff. No, why didn't he marry?
And that raised biblically. That's what he said.
He said what?
Didn't he say that the children were being raised biblically?
And the whole night she was righteous, she was fair, she was feminine.
No, he's the queen trying to make a point here, like we said, men
no,
don't.
I'm not. I'm saying,
no, hold on. We never said men don't sleep with women with children.
But that's not my point. My point was,
what's your point?
He didn't shy away from a woman who had 2 children. He was
no man does.
But his whole point was
marriage.
But she was well. Why didn't he marry her? Why did he say he didn't marry her?
She had 2 kids. She was not a wife.
Wait a minute. What did I hear that wrong? What did he say it happened to the woman?
It was a good companion. He said she used to give him massages and do everything he needed done. She was a good helpmate.
So why wouldn't that be a good wife?
Just
because she got 2 kids? But she was everything that he wanted, everything he needed, everything he thought that he wanted in a woman.
I said we can't speak for him, but we can only read between the lines.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
and the lines read,
a rich man did not try.
in between the lines, read he was married twice, and she was neither of his wives.
But he did not shy away from the 2 baby mama.
Nope.
That's what I'm saying.
He didn't shy away from sleeping with her.
Amen.
But when it came to giving a woman,
We would have to ask him why he didn't marry. We would have to ask him why.
Listen,
No, I know what happened. He said something tragic happened and he couldn't marry.
Now wait, she did. She passed
what he
away. Now wait a minute. She did pass away, but stop for a second now. She passed away, and I asked Scoop. I said, could you not have found a sister that displayed the same feminine traits, but without children? And the answer for a man of his stature is yes, he definitely could have. And that's why he didn't marry her, heathen queen. And we say this.
He said that it was something tragic that happened.
So stop. So you believe? Yes, he did. He did, but he didn't say otherwise I'd have married her. You adding that part.
No,
he just said,
he didn't say that, but we don't know that because he didn't say that.
But you're assuming it. But you're assuming it. It didn't happen. It wasn't gonna happen.
We don't know that because he didn't say that. He said something happened to her.
Okay,
I recall him saying that. That's right.
Okay.
But he was with her, and she had everything that he wanted. So why wouldn't he have married her?
Because she had 2 kids that he didn't want. Shout out to Tristan. Says women lying about their body count will be the first to be mad about a man lying about his income. Yeah, men and women's body count the same. That's what the brother Fatman Scoop was saying. He's saying, what's the man body count? And I said, so are men and women the same? Men and women do not look at the opposite sex body count as the same. Don't no woman want no unexperienced man. That
Yeah.
So what? Shout out to Tristan. Says a lot of the women don't qualify for the men they are seeking.
Wait a minute, we got to understand something too. A lot of women don't reach O's. So if a lot of women don't reach O's, y'all need more women to know what they're doing because y'all don't know how to get an O's.
I know that's real.
Get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money.
I had to do it.
And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to Roulette Rider. Says, so starting off the relationship with a lie about your body count. Yeah, women say they don't want a man that cares about that. Then why not tell him the truth so he can leave? So you lie to take the choice from him because you know that body count matters. There you go. And HQ up here talking about, oh, listen, when we say down with sexless marriages, that's in there too, heathen queen. So we don't believe in non-satisfactory relationships.
No, I'm just telling you, a woman, most women will not tell you their body count. They don't blurt it out. I got 10 or 15. They don't say that.
Men know, and that's fine. That's why we sit up here night after night. We say, man, if she got the, tattoos all over her chest, down on her cuticata, she got the eyelashes, the wig, it's telltale signs. No, if y'all want to lie, we got to gather Blue's Clues.
But that does not mean that she's not lying.
That it comes with certain packages.
But all women who have tattoos, that doesn't mean that she's a 304.
But a woman that will get a chest tattoo is different. There's something going on there. Like
you mean a tramp stamp?
I have tattoos. My mother is a Spanish woman from Spain, very Catholic, very traditional. Okay, she does not like tattoos. Right. I have 5 tattoos. My tattoos are in places where I can cover them up for the office. Mm-hmm. Like I have a tattoo here. Like you would never know. Like my mom told me when I went to get my first tattoo, she said, Raquel, you do whatever you want with your body, but don't mark your breasts or your other assets because those are your mans to play with. Like beautiful. You don't want to see.
Now we got to distinguish where we put the tattoos, and that will distinguish whether we are 304 or not.
Well,
really, ain't nobody said that before.
We're just saying that there's a way that there's like no one's perfect, but in a certain woman, there are certain like red flags. So like if you see chest tattoos and
wait a minute, how we gonna distinguish between tattoo? How we gonna distinguish between chest tattoos
listen,
and tramp stamps and that kind of thing?
Yes,
like, nobody ever said that.
So chest tattoos are equivalent to a tramp stamp, which I also.
So I don't have any tattoos. Never wanted to put on my body.
Here's the point. You sat here and say women are not going to tell men the truth about body count. Granted, men are not fighting on that hill. Yep. Now we have moved and we found the new equation to figure out whether you tell us or not. All I got to do is break this, put this into my equation: a chest tattoo, butterfly eyelashes, wig, long fingernails. She walk around saying period. And all these, she keep touching her hair. Oh, no, dead giveaway.
Ain't even no need. So we don't need your input no more, Heather Queen. You gonna lie? See, we listen and we move accordingly. So we should, if you gonna lie, we shan't not ask. All right, we just gonna hair helmet.
You gotta give it to him, Heathen Queen. Come on now. You don't have any tattoos, so why do you want to die on this cross? Like.
I gotta give. I just never heard men say it's got to be a specific tattoo. I've always heard them
we're not saying it's got to be it's got to be a specific. No, but depending on where they are placed on your body and what they say.
So if I got all my tattoos on my ass and can't nobody see them, that means I'm still a good girl. Is that what you're saying?
Here we go. I got to answer.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You can't distinguish with that.
I got an answer. So now you got all your tattoos on your hiney. So now he ain't gonna be able to decide whether or not you for him until he back there and he can see him. But by that time, you catching back shots, and now he like, you know what? I'm done. And them tattoos on your butt, that's a no-go for me. Now what?
You turn into target practice. So here we go. Here we go. Shout out to the Roulette Rider for sponsoring the show.
Appreciate your cash app and Tristan. Since HQ been drinking that soju. If you're military and never been stationed in South Korea, you know.
If you were stationed in South Korea, you got certain shots that other soldiers didn't. And why did you get those shots, Mr. Tristan?
Answer the question, brother. He come back through, says, men, we need to just start saying we don't want high calorie cholesterol women and baby mamas. Amen to that.
And they gonna sit here and tell you how they don't have high cholesterol. Now, they gonna tell you they're gonna be sitting there 400 pounds telling you how I have no health issues, just came from the doctor, clean bill of health. What the hell you talking about?
400 pounds talking about they ain't ate all day. Money. Shout out to JOB. Says HQ, they trying to hunch before the woman are returned to the streets. I got a hunching discretionary account and earn points on my card, paying for cheap stuff on women. I make sure to get my ROI. What's that?
Return
on investment.
God, dang it.
So here we go.
Shout out to Divine Photos.
It ain't tricking if you got it, is what he's saying, right?
Shout out to Divine Photos. Says the man that get rejected on the pop balloon because of his aesthetics, yet he's an engineer. It shows low level women value swag. It's disgusting. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did that. I did a review on that, and I was like, none of you got. The minute he walked out, 5 balloons got popped. The minute he walked out, and all of them said your aesthetic, your look, what you look like. And first impressions are the best impression, right?
And that's unfortunate because they be sitting up there, baby mamas and all. So
yeah, but what would he have gotten if he came on there with a suit?
The same thing. We done synced it. There we go.
No, he wouldn't have got the same thing. He would have got more respect.
Stop. Shout out to Derek.
Yeah, he would have got more respect because he was funny, he was charming, and he would potentially have money. Of course, he would have got more respect.
There you go.
Definitely.
So, fellas,
A young man like that needs to be looking for women in Pike Nursery, the bakery, the kosher bakery. Like he doesn't need to be on the balloon pop show looking for a woman. Like that's not his caliber.
Right.
Like
there you go.
And he's 30, and I just didn't understand the whole thing. We just
shout out to Derek Greenway. He says, like a Blade movie, the thrust always wins with women. Okay. What? Shout out to Tristan. Says 90% of the women in church are single mamas. I can't hear pastor's message because Lil Glocktavius Jr. won't sit still and shut the F up, and he keeps
Yeah.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says HQ, why buy the cow when the milk is free?
Because you want the milk in your refrigerator, not nobody else.
No. Good one though, but no. Shout out to everybody, judges. HQ try to pass baby mamas off as a good deal.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that. I just repeated what Scoop said. I didn't say that at all.
No, you didn't. Don't bring that brother Scoop into this.
Yes, I did. He the one who said that. I didn't say anything. I haven't said any. I don't have any kind of opinion whatsoever. I say find love where you find love, whether it's with a single woman or a woman who got kids or a woman who don't have kids. However you find love on this planet is too short to be on this planet walking around with a grudge against the other sex. When you
ain't no grudge. Hold on. Ain't no grudge. You telling people quit walking around this planet making good decisions. Make bad decisions.
I'm saying you fall in love.
No, Heather Queen said, quit making good decisions like, oh, she got 3 kids. Let me check my financial state. I can't do it, but let me do it anyways.
That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying you fall in love with whoever you fall in love with.
Okay.
And you do what's necessary to make that relationship last. That's what you do. That's it.
That's crazy. All right.
Whether they got kids or they don't have kids. You want them not to have kids, but you can't help it. You fall in love with the girl down the street. They got 1 kid. I mean,
amen. It happens all the time, I guess. Check this out. Shout out to Tristan. He says a woman who lies about her body count will lie about who the father of her child is. Get the DNA test, fam. Doom. Shout out to everybody, judges. Says HQ in a different generation. Bless her soul.
There we go.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tristan. Says we as men will never ask a woman her body count. Thank you. Yes, HQ. If you got all your tats on your Maximus, you will be filed in the 304 folder for sure.
Don't have no tattoos. None. No tattoos. Okay.
Shout out to Taxmaster. Says we may not ask their body count, but review their social media content because there are potential warning signs there, as we see when we do go snooping through the IGs and stuff.
You got to do your due diligence. Nobody's saying don't do your due diligence. What I am saying is you can't help if you fall in love with a person and then later find out they got kids. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying go look.
Where a woman finds it arousing when a man wants them at their worst, at their very worst, huh? We as men can't understand how these women can be in the trash can of life and still want him over and over. Shaking my head. Okay. Emotional something.
Machoism.
Okay. Shout out to Divine Photos. Says Bonquisha's God-fearing definition is screaming his name and catching the Holy Ghost in bed. Tell that part. Shout out to Loki. Says HQ Chronicles. Did you do DNA? Oh, goodness. Shout out to JOB. Says wait until they need a medical procedure and find out they mama the same, but not the daddy. Mama ruining folks from beyond the grave. It's so unfortunate. Appreciate you, low key. Since HQ Real Talk, was your man a yes man?
No, he was real. He was an asshole to everybody but me.
There you go. Shout out to low key. At 0 knockout.
So here we go. Like I was just saying, I'm gonna bring my girl up here. Shout out to Keeping Up with Drell. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to her channel. The link is pinned. She about to cook.
Everybody's seen this about, I'm going to call her the German lady. That's what everybody knows her by, the German lady. I'm not going to show the clip because I'm sure you've seen it already. I just want to give my take on it, okay? Y'all, modern women, you're livid with this woman. You're so upset and mad with this woman. And from what I see, she's made you very, very, very insecure. You know how you're always talking about how men are insecure? Well, she's made you very insecure, and it shows. But guess what? I agree with her 1,000%. I agree with her. What she did was she took an average Black man, married him, and made him her happy husband. Now, these are the same average men that you women didn't want. Remember, you don't want an average man. This is the same kind of man that you've disrespected. This is the same kind of man that you didn't want to approach you. This is the same kind of man that you've called lame, trash, a bum.
Let's stop it for a second. Shout out to Keeping Up with Drell. Shout out to Soraya Brooks over there as well. We'll have to get her up here sometime. But like she's saying, that woman, she got a Black guy that's quote unquote average. Don't nobody else want this man, allegedly. And they're trying to shame her for being with the man they don't want.
Yes, you said it best, Mr. X, because today's modern melanated woman believes and feels as if she has a monopoly on her melanated male counterpart. That's why. So she's like, I don't want him. You know, he's a dud, he's a loser, but can't no other race have him either.
But you all can't. But the whole point is you can't shame somebody into wanting what they don't want. They're gonna want what they want regardless. And you can't, and all I see when I hear people say, well, she don't want the average guy, she don't want to do this, she don't want to do that, she, the Black woman don't want this. All I hear is you trying to shame me into wanting something that I don't want. You want to shame me into dreaming about somebody I'm not dreaming about, right? And that's the whole point. The whole shame don't work. Your desire is your desire. I don't care how you do it, it's your desire.
What's the context you speaking on now?
The context is why are people saying she don't want the average guy? She want a rich guy. That's all she wanted. She don't want me. I'm average, but that's language where you're trying to shame a woman. You're trying to shame somebody into wanting something they don't want. And women have wanted more men, a man to have money, had to have status, to have power, to have resources forever. A woman has wanted that.
It's the opposite in this case, HQ. So nobody's trying to make this woman is saying, I got this guy that y'all are calling average and I love him and I do feel. And these women are saying, why are you doing that for that average broke dusty? They're trying to shame her into going to find a high value man, if you will. They're trying to say, don't date these average men. That's the message.
That's what I'm saying.
She hating on the dude, not the men. Men ain't complaining. She said the women are complaining.
No, most men out here are complaining. They're saying
the context of the story. No, the story. What this woman's saying, what she's saying that women are complaining that the German lady,
right?
You know, took their man, and they don't want this particular man. So they telling the guy they don't want him, but then he go find another woman. They're like, why you over there, Ninja?
Well, I mean, women, they getting that kind of women. I thought they were giving the backlash to her.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. These are Black women shaming the white girl for taking care of a Black man. Allegedly.
For doing the slave stuff.
Why are you doing that for an average guy? Why wouldn't you? But it's like if he was above average, he wouldn't need you to do all this stuff. He wouldn't be with you. They're like, why are you doing all this for that average man? Why do you make him dinner? Why do you make his plate?
Well, it's not a matter. It's not a matter of average guy, though.
You're only supposed to do that for high value men. Quit doing this stuff for these average dusties.
I think they would say it even if he had money. I think they would be saying that. If they're a normal everyday woman, I think they probably would. If they're a normal everyday woman who thought on that level about why would you serve a man, they would still be talking about him regardless of whether he had money or not.
The net of this is shout out to my guy Angry Man. The bottom line is these women don't want to see men happy regardless. They want you to be miserable. Why does any woman want you? A woman can see you playing your video game or working on your car, anything that's going to bring you joy, and she will try to strip it from you. They want you to be miserable. So like, if we don't want you, nobody else is supposed to want you either. Go be miserable.
Well, I don't know about that.
They're doing that to Simone Biles about her husband, and he's a high value man, and they drag her. Every other week she's coming out like, y'all leave me alone about my husband. Say that again. You're muted.
Because of what he said, not because he is an average everyday guy. They dragging him for what he said.
You act like so.
No. He said that. He was
the prize.
He was the prize, and
is that not true?
She should be happy to be with me, and I didn't know who she was. So we know that's a lie. First off, we know that's a lie.
Stop. I actually watched that bit of the interview. I had to. Because I like that. I like that couple. I wish them the best, man. People need to leave them alone. But he didn't say nothing like that. He was like, I did know her. He was very innocent. He wasn't egotistical. And if he did say something, that's the thing. Y'all keep taking stuff out of context. Stop looking at me like the HQ. If he did say she is lucky to be with me, he most likely followed that up with I'm lucky to be with her too. He was not. We
didn't hear that.
He was a good fella. He's a good guy, nice man. He wasn't being mean.
I don't know. I didn't see the interview. I've never seen him.
Thank you for saying that. You didn't see the interview, but you sitting up here trying to say what he said. You did.
No, I just saw a show today, and a lady was talking about Simone Biles' husband, and I was like, they're only getting on him because of what he said. And I don't know the context.
No, it's the latest thing come out. Simone Biles just retired from the Olympics today. She's pregnant. He knocked her up. She walk around pregnant. And these women are mad. Like, why you let him knock you up? He ruined your life. This brother in the NFL. How in the hell he ruined her life?
Right.
It's his wife. Like, money is as long as they're don't go crazy. Money should never be an issue for them as long as they live. Wow. So exactly. Ruining lives. If he was some bum and they got pregnant, now they're like, we on dire straits. I'm losing all my sponsorships. Ninja, you ain't got no money. That's different. He is the man that most women ask for. He's a freaking NFL player. What are we really talking about? What's good enough for these ladies nowadays, man?
But he said he was the catch. I'm like, hell yeah, you are. Like, period. And just see,
listen,
I just love it.
Okay, I see my girl Dana Costa. That news was fake. Okay, but it is going around. They say she retired from the Olympics. She's pregnant, so we'll keep an eye out. But okay, you said it's fake. So here we are. I'm gonna let this video keep going, man. Hit the like button.
This is the same kind of average man that works hard and making an honest living on that 9 to 5. But you women want a man with 6 figures. What I don't understand is you don't want an average man. Why is that? When you're average yourself or below average, it makes no sense. He found everything in her that he was looking for, that he couldn't find in you women here in the United States. And what did he find in her? As she said, she had that femininity, that feminine energy, which you women don't know about anything about being feminine either, because you're too busy being masculine. You want to be like a man. You want to play the man's role. If you only knew the power of being feminine If you only knew the power that femininity has, you can walk in a room with a room full of men and you can literally shut it down if you were feminine. And I'm not talking about walking in there half naked like you women always do. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that feminine energy will shut a whole room down full of men. It will.
Huh. And that's what HQ is talking about. When you sitting up here talking about Lori Harvey and she walk into a room and her breast is out, you can see her butt. That ain't femininity. She just sexualizing herself.
There you go. Still feminine.
You might cut out. You might cut out on this, Mr. Walker.
It's still feminine. I don't care what you say. It's still feminine.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this: do you date women? Do you date women? So how would you know?
Because there's many men who say that she's feminine. There's plenty of men who say that.
I've never heard it. I've heard them say she's attractive.
Maybe black men say she's not feminine because they get.
So now, hold on. So now, okay, let's play. Let's stay here.
The major population it says she's feminine. So
no, it's too late. You know, trap yourself.
No, I didn't trap myself.
Hold on. You said this is coming from black men. So you telling me there's a somewhere right now where there's a group of white men saying how feminine Lori Harvey is. There's a group. You've been watching this.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just
said who
said
it? You said
that. I said
she's not feminine. Who you said the
I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that read those comments, and things like that.
Who is calling her?
So when I read comments about pictures, they don't have that negative attitude towards Lori Harvey. The other races don't have that negative attitude.
They call her a pass around. They call her.
No, they don't. You only hear it in the black community. Black community, the only community.
We coming back to what group or community is saying that she's feminine? Where are you seeing this?
No, I'm saying when you say have pictures, when they Vanity Fair, all of those kind of magazines.
Those are women magazines. Those are women commenting about women.
Vanity Fair. I'm talking about magazines that make pictures and advertisements about Lori Harvey.
Where are the men?
You only hear the comments from the black side of the community saying, "Oh, she a pass." That's the first thing they say. "Oh, she a pass around. She's not feminine. She's not this, that, and the third." It's always on the other side.
The net of it is Heathen Queen has never heard anybody say she was feminine. She's reading this stuff in magazines. Nobody is saying it. She read it.
I only hear it on the black side.
You said you read it. You didn't hear anything. You read it in the magazine.
Oh no! I mean, that's conversations that you have. You see interviews. You see things like that.
No,
you see reactions.
Stop lying, HQ.
Wait a minute. That chick was on the TV all the time. That chick is on the internet all the time.
Stop lying.
Why you lying, ho?
Stop lying.
I know the time, ho.
Stop lying.
4G's where we slide.
Stop.
So how is it that we got this whole comment? How do we have all these black men that got these comments, but we don't have no white people that had these comments? Just like I hear comments from black people, I hear comments from white people, and they don't have the same. They don't have the same take as the black people do.
How about this?
How do I hear y'all say this stuff?
I'm asking you if you let me. How about this? So when us melanated
I think
men,
that white men would say the same thing about Taylor Swift.
There you go, and that's what I'm about to say.
Because she's had a lot of industry romances.
There you go. So when melanated,
we haven't heard that, have we?
Listen,
but we're not in those circles.
Well, I'm in those circles.
Well, I don't hang out on white.
Stop lying.
Why you lying, ho?
Stop lying.
I know the time, ho.
Stop lying.
4G's where we slide.
Stop.
I can't help y'all. I can't help with y'all repertoire of sites y'all go to. I just black limited. My sites go all the way across from political to white to entertainment, and I hear a lot of stuff from over there.
I'm gonna tell you why. Why melanated men say something about it.
HQ, okay.
Look, when melanated men see their female counterpart acting this way, we have some degree of embarrassment. We have to some degree. So we gonna speak on it. All right. The Mexicans and the Caucasian dudes ain't gonna say nothing because they don't share their reflection. So why would they care as much as we do? How about that answer?
I'm saying I hear that she's not feminine from this side. I don't hear that.
And I just give you the reason why.
So we even. I'm just saying you only hear it from y'all. So therefore they the dominant society. So the dominant society is what is deemed acceptable. Or how it goes. Okay.
If she get pursued,
they don't consider her no pass around or no 304. So over there, she's considered feminine. Over here, she considered feminine.
There you go. So you know what? She should go where she's most valued, right?
I think she go wherever she's valued.
I love the HQ answers, man.
She goes wherever they value money and her time.
There you go.
Okay, here we go.
I think she's. Let me stop.
Shout out. That's your role model. Shout out to Low Key. Says HQ was a refined bonquisha. Put that wop on her husband. Got him with.
I was a Catholic girl who went to all Catholic school. I never went to school with a guy until I was in high school. No, thank you.
And you know what? We just had a woman. We did a premiere on the other day. She said she was a virgin until she was 20, and then she just started throwing it to everybody. So that's neither here nor there. I'll say.
Yeah, shout out to Lucky. Says she was told no mercy. They don't show none. Appreciate your project, Leroy. Says HQ. The same females are shaming Simone Biles now. Yes, they are.
Yeah, because of that interview. Because of the interview. I'm just telling you why they're doing it.
Shout out to King Adams. He says PPM at it again, never fails.
Ooh.
Shout out to Divine Photos. Says I agree with Raquel. The hyenas are always unhappy with anyone's happiness. Look at Simone Biles and her man over a picture of him holding her medals. See what I mean? Wicked work. Jealousy. Shout out to Prime VA 757. Says Serena's husband admitted to not knowing who she was before they met. Where's the smoke for him? There is no smoke because of the shade of his flesh.
That's right. Because he's white and he would not know. He would not be following black people like that.
Listen, Serena played tennis.
Sorry.
He's a black guy. So
he would totally be following a cash cow like that. So
Serena played tennis.
He ain't following no female.
Serena plays
tennis. Say that this man, if we're not going to believe that Simone Biles' husband
is black.
I'm not going to sit up here and not. Everyone has known who those girls were since they were like 9 years old. She is a cash cow. That man knew who she was. He probably didn't know it was her in that Whole Foods that day. But when he got her phone number and was like,
well, I'm not saying he didn't know the name. I'm saying he didn't know it was her. He didn't know anything about her. Of course,
pretty sure she didn't look like anything on those pictures that are in Harper's Bazaar or in Vogue magazine, like you were talking about. I'm pretty sure she looked completely different from that. Right. But he knew who she was when she said Serena Williams. He knew. Like, come on.
He knew who she was when he saw her in that store, and she was walking around that store.
Okay, so we can't believe neither one of them. You're saying.
But listen, when she walked around that store. And she got 2 6'8" security guards, and everybody taking pictures and saying, "Look, that's Serena Williams," and he just walk around with earplugs in, and he don't see nothing.
I'm saying we can't believe neither one of them, Simone Biles' husband or him, right?
What we're saying is, how can you say that Simone Biles' husband had to have known who she was?
Because he was black. I didn't say anything about him knowing her.
Okay, so you're saying he was black,
and because he's white. He wouldn't be looking at the black community like that.
Wait.
I'm saying that.
It still don't make no sense because Serena plays tennis.
Hold on, Mr. Walker. White folks don't play tennis. Only black folks play tennis.
I didn't know.
Here we go.
What I'm saying.
Shout out to Divine Photos. Says Simone words. like y'all are so effing miserable. Huh? She ain't lying.
Y'all leave that girl alone. Let that girl make her mistakes on her own.
Ain't no mistakes. Leave her be. That's terrible.
I said whatever mistakes she gonna make, let her make them on her own. She don't need y'all to tell her what's mistake and what ain't a mistake. Let her leave her marriage alone.
Leave mistake out of it. Who's the master says, why do people make average guys sound so pitiful, even when they're speaking good about them? That's what I'm saying. Heathen Queen making this brother seem like a mistake.
I didn't say the average guy. I said the average guy. All of us are average. We are all average. I don't think of men in no way, shape, or form as bad when you average. I told you when I came up here, I like men in uniform. That's my thing. My thing to turn me on is men with uniform. So obviously, I like average guys. That's an average guy, right?
Okay.
Shout out to James Horton. Says they want her to crash out. Yes, they do, so they can take her man. Appreciate you. Says HQ is too old to be lying so much. Caucasian men be in Twitter calling Lori Harvey, Meg Thee Stallion, and many other types of derogatory terms. Either Queen don't see that though.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They calling them mother, queen, goddess, Moscow, the mother of the earth.
Yep.
All right.
All that. Shout out to Who's the Master. Says, is this the same Rose from the comment section? Yeah, it is. It's the real Rose. Shout out to Loki. Says, better a Pookie than a 304.
Right.
So here we go. Yeah, we get some feedback from you, HQ. I don't know if you got a fan on or something. I'm going to let her go. Hit the like button.
I've experienced that because I'm a feminine woman. She said she didn't scream at him or try to overtalk him or talk loud to him. If he was speaking, she would listen and not interrupt him while he was talking. But you modern women don't know anything about that either, because all you want to do is just blab off at the mouth, especially to men. You try to overtalk a man when he's speaking instead of letting him go ahead and speak and you listen. You blab too much. Stop talking so damn much and listen sometimes. Maybe you'll learn something. Just maybe you'll learn something. She even said that she would get him something to eat before she gets something to eat for herself. Yeah, she would get him something to eat before she would get something to eat for herself. And I'm going to tell you, I understand that. I'm going to tell you why in just a second. But you know, you women, you don't even want to fix a man something as simple as a sandwich. It's this sandwich thing going on. You don't even want to get up and fix a man as something as simple as a sandwich. You can't cook, especially a full 3-course meal, but you can't even make a sandwich. You'll tell him he has hands and feet. He can go and make his own sandwich. You can't even do that. I know what she's talking about when she serves her man before herself. Because you guys always hear me talk about I'm a traditional woman, how I was raised the traditional way. And I'm always talking about my grandmother, my mother, because they were traditional women and they raised the traditional woman. Me.
And what did woman say on Kendra the other night? Kendra, she said she was dating some guy and she got home. You know, this was like her ex. And Kendra said, what happened? And she said, I got home and he asked, you know, what's for dinner? And she said, I ate already. What you gonna eat?
That's devastating. That's absolutely insane. Like, I would tell any man.
You don't do that. You don't do that. No woman worth her salt would say that to her husband or a significant other that she lived with and be still living in that house with that man. Ain't no way. If he accepts that, then he don't have no standards his damn self.
I agree. There you go.
No woman should do that. Say that.
I agree with the second part. I disagree with the first part. Women are doing it, and ninjas is accepting it, and they deserve the treatment they getting. But they doing it,
because you're not setting a standard. You're not setting a standard. Like when I got married, my husband set a standard for the house. Get the kids up on a, like say for a Saturday. We get all the kids up on Saturday. Everybody got a job to do. I want this job done. And when you get done with the job within an hour, then it's breakfast time. We all sit down at the table and we eat breakfast. Y'all go outside and play. Don't come in here and use no cups. Don't come in here and do this, that, and the third. So my husband set the house up so that they knew not to come in that kitchen when it wasn't breakfast, lunch, or dinner time, right? So we would prepare the meals such, and you got to sit down and eat dinner. You have to sit down. Otherwise, you're going to go in the room and sit in there and you ain't going to eat, right? So establishing a family routine and establishing a house for the kid. That's how you train kids. You train kids to eat, to be respectful, to talk without having food in their mouth, right? So the whole point is you lose that whole dynamic when you don't have a man and a woman in the house. You lose that whole dynamic. And when men don't accept a woman cooking and I'm not saying cook every meal. What I am saying is make an attempt to cook most of your meals. Maybe you might have to work late. Maybe he have to work late, whatever. But at least attempt to make full meals every time you sit down with a family. Make sure that everybody is complimented in that way. Otherwise, the relationship ain't gonna work. It just ain't gonna work.
I agree.
Not bringing home food for your significant other is a show of the fact that you can't be courteous of others.
Right.
You know, like your man needs to eat. Why aren't you concerned about it? And your children need to eat. Why aren't you cooking for them? You know, like I get it. It's hard and nobody wants to do it. Nobody. But it has to get done. Somebody has to.
And that's fine. Not somebody. Big Bone Quisha down the street. I know a man that was living with his wife, and he had the woman down the street was bringing him food to the house. He knock on the door with a plate like here for you. I know
there you go.
So
yeah, there you go, Heathen Queen. That's protocol. You come home, your lady talking about she already ate. Like, that's a bet. And you go get you a plate, come back, and she gonna be like, where you get that from?
No. What Bum Keisha gonna say is you need to take your ass down the street with whoever brought you that plate. That's what Bum Keisha gonna say.
And now it's done and done. Now you ain't cooked and you done lost your man. That's where the woman's ego get her. Instead of him coming back home with that plate.
But am I lying or not? She gonna tell you whoever you got that plate from, that's where you need to go down
and
the
you
street
lost. Why are you making yourself lose when you still can win? Stop. This is a teachable moment. So your man come home, young ladies, don't do what the queen say.
I'm not saying to do that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Bum Keisha is gonna say who that chick at the door bring you that food. You need to go down there with whoever bring you that food. That's what she gonna say.
And that's I heard you and I agree with you. I'm saying don't do that.
Yeah, I don't think you should do that either because that is not the result you want. Like, why can't you just be soft and say, baby, stay. Don't leave.
Right.
Let me make you a sandwich. I'll get up. I'll make you a sandwich. You want it toasted? You want
I ain't gonna get to that point.
You want sourdough?
Ain't no real wife gonna get to that point anyway. She not gonna get to the point where he's seeking outside pleasures. Ain't no real wife gonna let you get away like that.
Food. It's food. It's needed.
Food or nothing. I know. I cook for you I make sure that we have everything on the table every day.
Look, don't take. We got a scenario here. Bonquisha is documented. The man came home. She said, I already ate. You got to fend for yourself. Don't change the scenario. Okay. So now we saying, what should he do? Earlier you said he's stupid for letting it happen and he deserve it. And what we saying is scratch that. Don't deserve it. Don't deal with it. Go get you a plate of food. And I ain't saying do nothing egregious. I think it's already egregious. She ain't feeding you. But come home with the plate. Like, look, you see what it can be. You might want to make me a plate because I can get me a plate. I can get me a plate.
That would hurt so bad. But yeah. You would never come back to me with that plate again.
It should be a warning. It should be a warning. That should be a red flag right off the bat. A full 3-course meal, entree, main menu, and dessert should be on the table every night from then on out. I don't care how you need to make it. It need to be on that table every night. Otherwise, you're gonna lose your man. If you don't value a man, then go ahead, keep doing what you're doing, and let the neighbor bring that food.
Okay. And ladies, if you can't cook, listen, men love it when you can't cook, but you're trying to cook food that they like. They will talk bad about it. They will say, this shit is too salty, or you put too much Old Bay on it, babe. Slow down on the Old Bay. But they will eat it and they will appreciate it, and you get so much out of it. Yep. And my first meals, oh my God, when I think back about them, like I used to put like salad dressing in with my meat because I didn't know how to like get a saute, like a brothiness to it. And I laugh like, oh my God, it's, all I needed to do was go get some beef broth or some chicken broth, but you learn to cook for your man. It's fine that you don't know, right? You'll learn as you cook more often, you'll learn and you'll pick up things along the way, and he'll love that.
Wait a minute, but listen to this. This is even worse, even more egregious. You ain't even learned to cook for the children that you got. You bringing human beings on this planet that don't know how to eat the correct food, who don't know how to eat unless they eating at McDonald's. McDonald's is a part of their meal every week. That's what you bringing on this planet. And you're supposed to be the steward of these human beings, right? You're the one that's supposed to be guiding these human beings. And what you're guiding these human beings into doing is being fat, bloated, and takeout orders.
Okay. So here we go. I'm going to let this woman land the plane. Hit the like button.
Me. Whenever there were family gatherings, special occasions, and my mother or grandmother would cook, and the men are outside or whatever they're doing, just talking, reminiscing about old times. When that food was done, all of the women would go in that kitchen and fix their man's plates. That's what they would do. But you don't know anything about that. Even as a little girl, all of my little cousins, all of the little girls would go in the kitchen as well and fix the older men, their fathers, uncles, whoever. They would help carry the plates out, help their mother and my grandmother. They would actually interact in that. I remember this so well. My grandmother would say, hey, the food's ready. Come make your man's plate, which they already knew to do that anyway. Do you know what that does to a man when you do that for him? Put him first. Until this day, when we have family gatherings, special occasions, we still do the same thing. The women are always the last ones to sit down and eat. Till this day, I make sure everybody's good. I'm always the last one to sit down and eat. Everybody's like, hey, are you going to come and eat? Yes, I want to make sure you guys are okay. That
Bonquisha said, bull jive. Bonquisha going to make her and her kids a plate. She going to look at you and say, you got arms. You know how to use a spatula. Make your own plate. All right. She going to tell you, she going to give you the small piece of chicken. Her kids, her son, her oldest son get the biggest piece of chicken.
All right. That's crazy work. And so true. Shout out to wherever I heard it that if a woman says she ain't making her man's plate first, she right. And the woman that says she is making her man's plate first, she right too. The woman that's make her man plate first, she said, I understand, sister, why you won't make your man's plate first. That's because you don't deem him worthy, or he just ain't good enough to get his plate made. And that's the thing. When you start getting into situations with stepdaddies, good luck trying to get your plate made first, because all of these single moms letting you know that their kids come first. And that's why we say today it's a terrible, terrible deal. Ain't no way. Yeah, making the men's play first. Don't you, like she said, do you not understand what that does to real men, logical, hardworking men? They see you doing stuff to appease them. It's a circle. They're like, oh my goodness, look at how she's treating me. Let me return this, doing my duties and going above and beyond. Like we said before, listen here, man. You walk into the kitchen there, your wife in there making, homemade sourdough, noodles from scratch, and whatever your favorite dish. You gonna get up and make some ish smack. It's a beautiful thing.
And I'll say this, there is two sides to the coin though. So while we're sitting here, there are women out there who will put the man first and won't do ish for their kids. Like, so they'll be sitting there, I done lived it as a kid. I done seen my mama make breakfast for her and her man and be like, y'all better eat some cereal.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. That was our
queen. Yeah, you done did it.
Yeah. Yeah, we shared that experience.
What?
Yeah.
That is cold-blooded right there. Like that reminds me of
what?
The mom was whipping up the food
yes.
for breakfast.
Same thing. Yes, you will be in there. Hold up, you will be in there, house smelling of bacon, hash browns. You like eggs. You upstairs. You like, oh man, it's going down. You go downstairs, and the stove, if it's still food up there, they let it know it ain't yours. But most times you go down, ain't nothing there. You see remnants and residue of delicious food. You like,
people do that?
Not for you.
Listening.
Yes.
Why y'all think we know? Why y'all think we can speak so vividly? We done lived a lot of this.
Yes. That's wild to me. Just
very wild. And you know what makes it crazier? When you end it, you don't realize that it's odd or weird. This is your life. This is your existence.
I did. I knew it was bull jive. Because when I would go stay night over my aunt's house, she would make everybody breakfast. I'd be like, hell, when I'm at the crib, I got to eat cereal. And they be stale half the time.
So you got contrast. See, my goofy self, I didn't realize it until I had kids myself. And that's when like a lot of my growth and stuff, I say, hold up. There ain't no way heck, my kids would experience these things because of obvious reasons. But that was my wake-up call having kids myself. But you're right, yeah.
I would go in there and make dinner. I would go in there and make breakfast for everybody. And everybody would have the same breakfast. It wouldn't be a different thing here or there. Very rarely did they eat cereal, maybe on the weekends or maybe whenever. But it was never I'm gonna cook me and my husband dinner breakfast, and then y'all don't get none. That don't happen.
Well, after a while, you learn your condition. It's a conditioning process. Like Mr. Walker said, the first couple times you smelling bacon, you seeing pancakes, your lips watering, until you see, you be like, all right, and you go in there, no food left, and everybody sitting down eating. You like, man, they be like, it's milk and cereal in there. And that's just what it was.
Yeah.
And after a while, like you said, you didn't even have no expectations after a while. Every once in a while you would. Here's the deal. Every once in a while they would make too much and they would tell you can have some. And you would be like, what? I get some eggs and bacon today? This is wild.
That's sad. What do you mean?
Cook bacon and not give it to people that can smell the bacon cooking.
Listen, I joke with my kids all the time. Serious jokes. We be sitting there and we have some food, sushi or something. Stuff we weren't allowed to eat as kids, didn't know existed. And I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, y'all don't even understand. Y'all sitting here eating crab legs and stuff. Like, we weren't privy to this. And my kids would be like, what are you talking about, Daddy? I'd be like, y'all will be sitting here eating hot dogs over there in the corner. And all the adults be at the table eating the finest of crustaceans. And y'all over there eating Walmart, that big ass pack of burgers. It's like 50 in there, 50 burgers for like $9.99, and hot dogs made of every animal, and Huggies over there in the corner. We eating lobster.
Hey, you're telling this to your kids while they're cracking open their crab legs.
Yeah, and they like, Daddy, no, you. I was like, yes, we would. At best, we getting hot dogs. At best, let's get dark. A lot of times the parents would get their little food stamps or whatever, and they knew they was about to play spades, get drunk, and eat some good food. the kids, you go stay over your friend's house or your aunt's house. Get out the house, period, because you ain't about to be asking for none of this food.
So yeah, it was
That's
unfortunate.
wild. I did not know people live differently than when I was raised until I was an adult. I didn't even know it was something that I didn't know French fries came from potatoes until I was in college. I was like, I don't even know what that is.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I mean,
man.
because my parents cooked, everything. They cooked everything, and
and they sheltered you. They sheltered you.
So I didn't know, and I was at college, and I was like, well, they don't make fries from potatoes. Them are fries, right?
But Heathen Queen, like that used to be my thing with Kevin Samuels. When you grow up in a bubble, you don't know what you don't know, right? Like you had a mom and dad, I had a mom and dad. My mom was domestic. She didn't work out of the home for a very long time. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what a salary was.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I just thought everybody went and got a paycheck, and I didn't know that about dental insurance, that didn't just come with the job. There were so many things that I didn't know that Kevin Samuels would be asking these young ladies, and I'm like, it's kind of unfair because you learn when you're with the man you cleave to. He teaches you certain things. When you move from out of your parents' house to your husband.
Yeah, but they don't do that these days. Like our person today, like that young lady with tattoo on her chest. She don't know what she don't know. There's so many unknowns that she don't know. And I'm saying she only living how she know. She only know A, B, and C. She don't know there's a whole Z, Y, X, T, and F. She don't know that there's other places, other things. So I can't just call her, you just for the dogs. She can learn.
No, she can't.
If you understand that you're wrong.
I'll say this.
Understand that you're wrong. You can learn.
Listen, we done kicked her down the pit. Listen, I'll say this. As far as that woman, the archetype of these new young ladies, this is a new, like I said, we grew up around a time where, the parents would do for their man and not for the kids. Now it's opposite. These parents will do for their kids. They will be sitting there, like Mr. Walk said, they in the house busting down on crab legs with their kids, and they telling you got to eat hot dogs. The roles have reversed in one generation. So
wait a minute. The man is sitting in the car to eat hot dogs, or she?
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Yes. Yeah. Yo, dusty self. All that, man. Yeah. Fact.
I cannot imagine my husband walking in the door and I'm saying, I ate me something. You got to get your own food. I cannot imagine. It'd have been fire in that house. You hear me? And I would have never made no mistake like that again. I just know it.
That shows you the lack of respect they have for men. They don't love these men. That ain't love.
That's crazy. Yeah, it is disrespect.
I want to give my man everything I can give him. Like if it's breakfast, if it's lunch, if it's dinner, if it's whatever. Like I don't understand why you don't. Like Adam and Eve, like they needed each other. They were made, like Eve was made for Adam. Like, why don't we act like this? Why don't we act like we need a man?
Well, because the women say that it's not reciprocated. What she would do for him, it would not be reciprocated. So therefore, they think it's slavery because it won't be reciprocated.
They say that they assume it won't be reciprocated. That's an assumption. But why don't they?
What a man gives is not what a woman gives. So there's no way to reciprocate.
Yeah, but in this society, with this transactional society, the women want the same treatment as they want the man. The man wants me to cook and clean, then I want him to do this. The man wants me to do this, I want him to come home and play with the kids and do all of that. They want a tangible thing, just like she's doing tangible, instead of understanding that his job is to protect and provide and everything that comes under that umbrella. So men, you need to learn what all protection and provision means. When he does all of that, that is his job. Okay. Your job is to make what happens under that umbrella livable, peaceful. What happens under the umbrella that the man brings to the table, you need to make his peace or be peaceful under that umbrella. That's it. And that has nothing to do with him doing more than you doing more than him. His role is more than yours, because his role is not particularly tangible. His you
role
cannot
is
see the
death for
things that
you.
he's doing.
He's to die for you. He's to jump
thank
in
you.
the bus for you.
Right.
So that's like the thing. It's like if you're gonna jump in front of the bus for me, how can I make your life so great that you wouldn't even question putting your foot out there in front of that bus?
So it's a matter of mutual respect, but that umbrella has to be respected. My husband put up an umbrella, and I made what happened under that umbrella peaceful and livable. If you cannot do that, and you just bring drama, you bring conflict, you bring headaches, you bring hyena behavior, you bring 304 behavior, it ain't gonna be peaceful under that umbrella. And ain't no man want to give you no umbrella. He don't want to give you his protection if you don't know how to act when he open the umbrella up for you to stand under it. I know I'm speaking in metaphors. I hope people understand what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. We hear you. For sure. Yeah,
you want to be under that umbrella, you have to know how to act right when you get under that umbrella.
There you go. Well, here's the thing. See, it's like he gotta have this umbrella first. I gotta pick on you. He gotta have this umbrella first for you to, be, feminine and wife-like. Right. And that's one of my gripes with this society is that it almost seems like the man has to submit to the woman first. And I've made this argument before. Today's modern woman is like, I'm not going to do this because you may not give me what I want in return. So first you do it, and then I will be feminine for under the right circumstances and things like that. That's just bull jive.
Yeah, I see it that way. I think that is the way. I mean, the way you're interpreting it, I interpret it that way as well. Like they like if the men will do it, then they'll do it.
Yeah.
And I don't like. Yeah, I don't get that.
See, but look at it this way. If all the men, and this is just a supposition, if all the men stood up straight and said, we not bending down to pick that money up off the ground. We not bending down to pick that 304 off the ground. If all men stood up and said that,
100% of men, huh?
Would I'm just saying, I'm giving you the method. Yeah. If all 100% of the men said we're not gonna bend down and pick that 304 up, what you think that 304 gonna do? That 304 gonna stand up to get next to that man. So when the man stands up, she gonna get up there too.
No, they ain't.
You ain't gonna reach for it.
She just gonna go buy the robes that got the
oh, you mean the traders?
Yeah.
No, the women. They just gonna start buying the roses that's the dual rose. It's a rose on one end, but it's a weenie on the other end. And they gonna go.
Shut your mouth. I ain't even know what you talking about.
Shut up.
Double rose. I didn't know what he was talking about. He just hit me in the head. What the hell?
Yeah. He said, FBC Nation, and fix the string on your camera, Mr. Walker. Not sure what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Hello Key. Says better a Pookie than a 304. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer. Says Lori Harvey has proven she's non-committal. She is non-committal. She looks good, but never ever has been deemed feminine. I know that's right.
I think she's something else.
Shout out
I ain't gonna get food.
Shout out to well, says so. If I purchase a fireman uniform, you gonna let me get a whiff? Oh. Shout out to Coffee Killer. Says if you don't hit the like button, you can't see because you're black. I just got home from work to HQ's emotional logic. Word salad. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer. Shout out to King Adams. Says it's like talking to a brick wall. These modern women are content with being first place losers in the dating market. A badge of honor, ATP. At that point. Shout out to Who's the Master. Says this may not be popular amongst the fellas, but I used to enjoy cooking for my ex and watching her enjoy it when I get off from work. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that at all. No.
Ain't nothing wrong with cooking. I like to cook.
I wish I could cook. Shout out to Coffee Killer. Says, ladies, if you can't cook like Mr. Walker, make him a turkey sandwich with ruffled potato chips and watch him smile and go, it's proven to work. Man, listen, don't keep making too many sandwiches and chips. That too, really. Shout out to Machine 2. Says, modern melanated women would never fix me a plate, Ninja.
I'm a stew type person. Stews and meat and potatoes. I'm more of that meat and potatoes.
Yeah, either Queen, you more of a
no bread, no water, just meat.
Stew that. Shout out to Low Key. Says issue is not the want. It's they think they deserve. Not the want. Okay. Appreciate you, Jasmine. Always coming through. Says, hey, y'all used to make one piece of bacon to wake my kids up. I was about to go keep waking them up after saying wake up. Okay, only the smell of bacon got them up. I likes that. But you gave them bacon.
Used to make one piece of bacon to wake her kids up.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Like using the smell of bacon to make them come downstairs.
The smell of bacon used to be torture to me as a kid because I knew I couldn't get none.
That is so torturous to cook bacon in a house and then not give it to the people that can
talk about it. Especially little growing kids. I don't eat bacon.
At absolute best, there will be food left and they will tell you go make your own. And that's an absolute best. They would say, still some bacon there, a couple eggs. Go make your own.
Y'all don't have older sisters that would like cook y'all up something? Like
no.
We was all the same boat.
And here's the thing. Yeah, that's the shame about it. It was every man for himself. You know, that's just
my husband has an older sister and a younger sister. He kind of grew up the same way. And so his solace was his older sister. She moved out early, and then she was like the rearer. She was like the mother. She stepped in for them. So
all of us were 5 years apart. So we were all 5 years apart. So we had each other, even if we had our parents.
Right.
But
our parents duct taped a piece of glass shard in our hand, put us in a room, said everybody for themselves.
No. A glass shard. You are
no.
Whoever get the bacon, get the bacon. Shout out to Loki. Says chill with that. Shut down a room of men. What kind of men we talking about? Oh, talking about a beautiful woman can shut down a room of men. She reiterated on it. It made some sense.
I make a mean pot of chili. I love it.
I just made chili this week, Keith and Queen. My son loves chili.
Yes.
Yeah. Chili and cornbread. There we go. Shout out to
that's what I'm talking about.
Says that's all the way Cap HQ. Chest tattoo, booger wolf, lack accountability. The dating market don't give a F how we grew up. She's a terrible. Straight facts. That part. They don't care. Nobody cares. Appreciate you. Who's the master? Says, I don't care about that salt and pepper brittle hair. I'll tickle my nose. Golly. Yeah.
He is wide open tonight.
Why are you wilding tonight, boy? You wilding. or you just keep a hard piece of wood. I don't know which one.
Shout out to Loki. Says, no disrespect, but I don't even know who her husband was before her. Or the who bows at him. Yeah, whatever.
So here we go. Shout out to Who's the Master. Yeah, that ain't just tonight. It's just that you and his crosshairs tonight. That's
all. And he hungry.
So here we go. Man, I'm gonna bring this last topic up here. We got to talk about it since it's going on. My girl Cardi in the news.
I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you, I got this ring.
All right. The ring is gone. She's filing for divorce and she's pregnant at the same damn time. So we're going to get into it. Hit the like button if you're just coming in because you know the sisterhood is mad. So I'm going to pull this video up. They talking about Cardi. She's pregnant and filing for divorce at the same time.
Huh. Amazing.
I feel like People Magazine is being shady by saying it like this, but it says Cardi B files for divorce from Offset again after 6 years of marriage. As much as Cardi B raps about female empowerment, and she probably even believes it, a man will make a fool out of you and make you question all of your life decisions. Because despite Cardi B now being rich and now being famous, I feel like she sees herself as the former stripper with the chipped tooth, and she doesn't realize that she deserves better. That's why she keeps taking this man back. She can clearly do better, but she doesn't know that yet. This man has embarrassed her several times, but Cardi made the same mistake that a lot of women make, and that is thinking the man will be altered at the altar. If you dated the man knowing that he's a cheater, and then you got engaged to the man knowing that he's a cheater, he's expecting you to be married to him knowing that he's a cheater. I know it doesn't sound romantic, and a lot of you are lover girls out there and hopeless romantics, but some of these men do not change. There's nothing magical that happens on the wedding day. I said it before and I'll say it again. If you stay with a man that cheated on you, you let that man know that cheating isn't a deal breaker to you, and more than likely he will do it again. She's taken this man back so many times for the same thing that even the news media is being shady. They're like, here we go again. Cardi, don't just kneel on business, stand on it. Sad part is you've already seen this episode before. He's going to pinky promise that he'll never do it again, but he will. She's going to take him back quietly. You're going to see them at premieres and things like that. And the fans are going to say, did you take this man back? And she's going to say, mind your business. Only to be crying up, sliding down the wall and throwing up, talking about how I can't believe he did this to me again.
So here's my problem with this. I don't disagree with half of what she said. The brother Offset is who he is. Where I'm having an issue at with everybody, why do we think Cardi B is a wife or a model citizen or something? Like Cardi B is a former stripper that worked in a nightclub and was in there doing some egregious things. And we're acting like she deserves this great man that's going to treat her awesome. She got exactly what she deserves.
Yes. What did Fatman Scoop say earlier today? Shout out to Fatman Scoop coming up here. He said, water gonna find this level. That's all Cardi did. There's a match made in Hades. And that's why I'm always saying, where do we think these relationships gonna end up? You think Cardi B and them gonna stay married? We think what's any of these other toxic, weird, wonky couples? It don't work. It's never, there ain't gonna be no happily ever after. Happily ever after is sitting on the porch in your rocking chair, drinking lemonade. That's it. Then a lot of folks ain't getting that.
I don't understand what he's doing wrong. Like, what is he doing wrong?
He keep getting caught cheating on her. He is getting caught with other women. I think he got some woman pregnant, and he keep messing with his exes. So they say it's never a new woman. It's always a woman that he's been dealing with already.
But
and
aren't y'all already family because you guys have procreated with the same man?
And now she's pregnant with her third child by this man. She about to have 3 kids by him. She's screwed. This man, every man knows. You sitting in that house with 3. You got 3 kids. That's letting the dating market know you're not desirable. And Offset knows that. He know if I leave you, I can always come back. You the one that can't move on. I can move on to greener pastures to a young 25-year-old woman with no kids. You'll never find another millionaire to come here and take care of you.
Right. Like who is Cardi B going to move on from that's better than an Offset? Even if, you know, well, everybody wants high value. What other high value man is going to want Cardi B with Offset's children?
No. Well, I mean, Offset is apparently broke. So, and Carly is the one who got the money.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, good night, SBC chat. Project 2025 gonna come get your HQ and put her in timeout. Give HQ a sub. She be cooking on her channel. Great show tonight, fellas. Appreciate your Project Leroy.
There we go. Yeah, she in timeout for 5 minutes, but make sure y'all go over and subscribe to her channel. If Project Leroy dropped the link in the chat for y'all, I'm gonna try to go.
But yeah, that was just in time because HQ was starting to burn up the kitchen. So she's saying that she was trying to say that Offset was broke. And I just love the way us average folks love calling celebrities and them broke. Like they driving Rolls Royces. If they go bankrupt, they still gonna have millions. That's how I feel like. Just let it go. The brother ain't broke. And
they have assets and equities and annuities and things that we don't even know about that make them money. Yeah.
All that. And I want to touch on the dude was Offset can go find him a younger woman. And here's the thing. And what would the detractor say? Oh, he gonna have to pay for it. That's the lane he in, of course. That's what you think it was with Cardi. It's pretty much the same thing. On the other
he gonna pay for it with his alimony money he getting from Cardi.
There you go. On the other end, Cardi ain't about to go find her a man she desires and pay for him the way a man, i.e. Offset, would do for his younger woman. And that's the big disconnect. Because Cardi could prove us wrong. She could say, I can't find a better guy if she ripped the hip. But today's modern woman that got some of the King's Gold refused to do it. So she gonna be a lonely or getting hunched on by young upcoming rappers like Remy Ma.
So here we go. We'll pull this next video up. We'll get you in here, Raquel.
No, I don't think Cardi B is using her divorce as a publicity stunt. I think that Cardi B, like any other woman, saw her husband out in public last night with a woman who was very pregnant that he was not supposed to be around, while she was sitting at home very pregnant, clearly taking care of their children by herself. Any one of us would have made that phone call this morning. Cardi, like so many women, is caught up in how it was in the beginning and how he was in the beginning and how he was there for me in the beginning, not recognizing that that's what counterfeits do. They charm you in the beginning to get access to you just to bring you into their house of horrors. You know what I mean? Just to bring you in and show you and to do you exactly how they knew they were going to do you. He knew he could not be faithful to her in this marriage. But he wanted what he wanted, so he was going to act how he needed to act to get you. And that's how you have to recognize that's the difference between a nice man and a good man. A nice man, Jeffrey Dahmer was nice, before he got you in his house, and a lot of women look for men who have these demonic qualities.
Holy.
Stop. Demonic.
This is the problem. We sitting up here talking about Offset. This is a Grammy Award winning brother. Also shout out to Fatman Scoop, another Grammy Award winning brother. And this sister gonna sit here and compare this man to Dahmer. And this is what y'all do. Y'all get so extreme. Y'all don't even know how to balance stuff out. Y'all get so extreme with y'all analogies and descriptions. We can't take y'all serious.
I agree.
A famous well-to-do nug out here doing what famous rapping nug-nugs do. He ain't hurt nobody, ain't put his hands on nobody, but he could get compared to a man that was a cannibal. like, cause is the hurt that deep? And she called him a demon, all types of wild stuff. She said, she used some heathen queen rhetoric, talking about he knew he was a cheater, bet, and so did Cardi B.
I think it was very much understood what the lifestyle was going to be when they married themselves together.
And let me ask you this, Raquel. There's rumors that Cardi was not, and it was rumors, but she didn't have a problem with bringing other women into the bedroom.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think in the beginning, before they had children, that was what why it was so.
That's how she can keep him from leaving out the house. She want to keep him in the house.
Right. But I think she ended up switching that agreement after they started having children. And I think that is where you go wrong, especially with men that are multimillionaires. Like his sister said, just shut up and deal with it. He is a millionaire. Like Kevin said, they have options, and sometimes he's going to use his options. And if you leave any man in Atlanta by himself, that's not very wise of you. So to say that, oh, he's in Atlanta, girl, you are giving your man away to other women by just leaving him in Atlanta, thinking that he's not going to double back to his baby's mother that's right down the street from the mansion that you live in, that you know about. Like, to me, I think she switched up after they had the kids.
There you go. And, the baby mamas, these wild hyenas in ATL, the brother like Offset ain't got to go pursuing them. They coming to him with propositions he cannot refuse. Cardi B going doing her thing, entertaining, getting bread. Like you say, he's sitting at home or whatever. Them niggas ain't allowed to be bored, not for a second, because they're gonna find a way not to be bored. And like I said, he's sitting there, and then Bonquisha called like, "Hey, come smoke me out. I got some WAP. Come chill. It's done and done."
Yeah, but we cannot overlook. we cannot overlook that. We cannot overlook that.
Athletes
that he is
they
wrong.
lead a rock star lifestyle. So
he's not a good choice for a husband.
These kinds of characters, then you are just signing up for that kind of life.
She's that kind of person. They the same kind of people.
Oh, here we go.
Surprise for her.
HQ, I agree with you. You sitting here though, your first words was he's not a good husband, implying that she's a good wife.
No, I didn't say it. You didn't let me finish.
She's a good wife.
She understands the lifestyle. You can't get surprised if you bring people into your bedroom. You can't be surprised if the person want to keep bringing people into the bedroom. She knew what type of person he was. He knew what type of person she was. She was what she was. She was an ex-stripper. So, and she used to drug men. And
allegedly.
So I'm saying he know what she was and she know what he was. They both knew what they were. She just got mad, switched up when they had kids, thought he was gonna be a husband. He was like, I ain't trying to be no husband, and now she mad. Ain't nobody fault but hers. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Both ways. Both ways.
So here we go. I'm gonna let this video keep going. Hit the like button.
A nice man, Jeffrey Dahmer was nice, before he got you in his house, and a lot of women look for men who have these demonic qualities to be foaming at the mouth, or as soon as you get there to be cursing at you. No, they're often very charming to get access to you. Most men know I got to be very nice to her to be able to do her how I want to do her, to get her in the spot I need her in. And I think Cardi B is having a hard time reconciling that her husband is a counterfeit. He might be a nice man, but he's not a good man. And she does not owe him any loyalty when he has betrayed her over and over. So many women, because a man was there for you in the beginning of something, you think you're supposed to ride it out until the wheels fall off. Love is reciprocal.
Like I said, I'm going to keep saying this. My only problem is, same thing like I just said to HQ. Everybody's implying that Offset's bad, Cardi good. That's where we at, and that's not
we gotta
the equation. That's not
we gotta say that. You know why we gotta say that?
No, we don't.
I just remember when they first got married, didn't she threaten to get a divorce? And then he went on TV and he begged her to come back and this, that, and the third. Didn't he do that?
She has threatened divorce multiple times. At least 5 times.
But I'm talking about the first time. So he came back to her on that first thing saying, I ain't gonna do it again. I'm gonna be a good guy. I'm gonna be the guy you want. So therefore, he's at fault because he came back pretending like he was gonna be that man that she wanted, that she needed, because he cheated, or he attempted to cheat. She said, "I'm done with you." He came back on hands and knees. When he came back on hands and knees, that meant he agreed to be a husband.
No,
so therefore, this is his issue. This is his problem now. He's the one that's the bad guy in the relationship.
Earlier tonight, who suffers the most? Cardi B up in that house with 3 small children.
You mean to tell me you think Cardi B can't get no man? Are you serious?
Stop.
She can get a man.
Are you serious?
Get another Offset.
Offset is broke. Don't nobody need no horse man.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
You think she ain't gonna be able to get?
They
rarefied air up there.
Listen. The whole show is coming full circle in this moment.
Shout out!
Hold on.
Okay.
Shout out to Fatman Scoop that was up here. We've been talking about this all night long. This brother go up on Ashley Dalton. Some random Bonquisha hood booger come up there and start, calling the brother broke. Now we are sitting here talking about Offset, a member of the Migos, a man who's a millionaire, and we're saying he's broke.
Just saying
Listen to this. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why a lot of y'all stuff fall on deaf ears, because if Fatman Scoop and Offset and all these men are broke, then y'all will roll in Tyrone, who really is broke, and y'all will bundle everybody into the same group.
Well, they ain't my broke. They rich people broke. He rich people.
We
broke.
Need not even say it. We need not even utter it. We need not even utter it.
He broke compared to Cardi B, and so Cardi
which is a good thing. That means she got to pay him alimony. That's good.
Oh no, I don't think that's gonna happen.
That's how that works. That's why she won't leave him. That's why she won't offer divorce. Why do you think? Why do you think she's threatened? She's threatened. Well, two things is true. Why do you think she's threatened divorce 5 times? It can be a position where she's paying him alimony and he's paying her child support, and he still might be making out.
She paying him alimony, and she gonna have the kids because he don't want to be bothered with them kids.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, she gonna be paying him alimony.
Nice little family. His family is thick now. They'll take care of them babies. I'm sure his mama and his
it got nothing to do with that. It's just gonna come down to the court order. So she's more than likely gonna be able to keep the kids, and he will probably have to pay child support, but he can still get alimony from her. Like, two things can be true.
Yeah. I don't know. He done did some dirty, shady stuff in the public eye. Many people know.
She has too. That's why quit acting like this is Mother Teresa.
No. She acted like Mother Teresa when she was married.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
She act like Mother Teresa in the public eye.
You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
I've been faithful, Your Honor. I've been faithful. Ain't you seen all these news clips about my husband being out here giving his wood to all these women? Yes, Miss Cardi B. I have seen that. Boom.
We just saw him out to dinner. We just saw him at the club. These women could be anybody. We haven't seen him do anything.
Cardi B is a dirty fighter. And if you think that somebody gonna tell her she got to pay him $300,000 a month, you think she ain't gonna pull out the guns and say, "See here, Your Honor, this is what he been doing to me"?
If Offset files for divorce in Georgia, I don't know where she is, but in Georgia, when you're married,
not Georgia.
Whatever you made while you were married, so whatever they made together within this 6 years is on the table and up in the air. So
no, I think it's New York. It's New York.
So she filed in New York. Okay,
yeah.
Okay. So maybe I just know in Georgia the judges are not, they're 2 millionaires fighting. They'll split everything.
Right.
So here we go. I'm gonna let this video go. Hit the like button.
That we can get that out the way. But the divorce, Cardi B announces her pregnancy and a divorce. I think we all knew she was pregnant, so we don't really even need to go into that. We can get that out the way. But the divorce, I don't think we've seen that on our bingo card this year. However, I think if I'm not mistaken, Cardi didn't bluff before and said she was going to divorce Offset, and it didn't happen. So it'll be interesting to see if it actually do go through this time. I do know that, if it does, that's not an easy decision for any married woman to have to make, is to break up her family and walk away. And I give Cardi her props because she at least did try to do it the right way, unlike a lot of people. She tried to marry this man and give her kids a family structure, right? Now, did the man she picked was a questionable man? Yeah, probably not the best idea to marry a rapper who at the height of his career at that time and expect faithfulness out of him. Probably not going to happen. But nevertheless, she did at least try, and I give her credit for trying. Now, it will be interesting to see from this point on where Cardi B goes, because I feel like now with him away and her being able to place that energy she was putting into babysitting him and making sure he wasn't always cheating on her, she can take that energy and put it back into herself and her kids. And so with that being said, you know, the sky is limitless for Cardi. I mean, Cardi has been on top before, and she can get right back to where she was at, especially when her focus is in the right place. So I really wish her the best, honestly. And, you know, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, especially when you in a marriage and you respecting it more than the other person that's involved in it with you.
So here we are.
You know that lady with the tattoo that we just saw? The lady with the tattoo. Don't that look like one of her kids? It could be one of her kids talking just like her. Just like her. And her kids is half Mexican, right? So that she looked like she mixed. Could be one of her kids.
And this woman said something profound. So she said when Cardi B first got, you know, she tried to do everything the right way, but with the wrong guy. Well, you didn't do it the right way then. You failed the first part. Pick a good mate. That's the first step.
Yes.
She thought because she was a rapper, he was a rapper, and he said, I want a family. I want to do this with you or do whatever with you. That's what he thought.
Or no.
And sometimes it could be true. He could have intended to be a good man. When he went back, he could have been intended to be a good man.
We're not up here trying to paint him as a good man. We're just trying to help. We're just trying to show y'all that they are equal to each other. Right. We're trying to paint either one worse than the other. That's what we're trying to say.
They are equal to a certain extent. But she tried to be faithful. He did not. There's two different things.
He was for the streets. Why would he be faithful to a woman? All his friends.
Because you made that woman for the streets your wife.
So back to our question: Who
therefore you should have at least attempted.
Who suffers the most by not keeping their legs closed?
Well, why you keep saying that? It's not equal.
Well, answer the question.
Because it's a real thing. We keep talking about these scenarios, but some people are walking. This brother walking away. He gets to move on with his life. She's stuck with the kids, and she don't get another man. She suffers.
I'm saying she ain't gonna suffer. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm saying the data is showing that
if I had that kind of money, oh no.
Listen, the data is showing not only Cardi, but all women. It has nothing to do with her personally. You out here having children and moving like this, and you in this world with these small kids, you in the same boat with Cardi B. Y'all all screwed.
I mean, she's making a family. She made a family with him, and he has these other children with these other women, and now they have this blended family. Right. And it's just like the children are the people that are going to suffer because he's making broken homes for everyone.
Right. He was a 3 baby daddy before he married Cardi B. So now he is 6, 7, or 8 baby daddy.
We ain't equal. So that got nothing to do with nothing.
No. He can get married. He can jump out and get remarried. Cardi B will not get remarried to a guy that she desires and then makes half as much as Offset. That's a fact, Jack. It's a fact.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think they on a different playing field than we are. I think they on a different level than we are. Those people that got that kind of money, that kind of she can find a man easily who make more money than Offset. Easy.
But the father is priceless to the children.
That's the mistake he made. If he didn't want to leave, he didn't want Cardi B to leave him. He should have been acting right, trying to fly straight. You know, there's the respectful cheating and disrespectful cheating. He was disrespectful with the cheating. You didn't have to be out there in the limelight, letting everybody know your business, puffing your chest out, cheating on her. You could have been doing that on the side. You could have
been doing the LeBron and just go talk to my homeboy.
Well, you could have did that, but he did.
First of all, he ain't cheating. He was exercising options. All right.
That still don't mean cheating. Cheating is just spelled differently. That's all it is.
No, cheating is for broke men. Rich men, they exercise options.
No, it's just cheating and it's spelled differently. That's it.
I'm telling you what it is.
The whole point is.
Listen, if you don't want to play the game by the rules, don't play the game.
That's it.
We're saying she should have known. Of course, she should have known. Of course, ain't no way I'd be dealing with him without any kind of protection. And that's wild that she would have to need protection from her husband. Okay. Or you need to use protection with your husband. But your husband is like that. So now
they rock stars. They are, listen here. They are literal rock stars. What rock stars do we know that went out here, tearing up hotel rooms, being promiscuous? That's what I don't understand. Why do people think they could just change the way humans move under these circumstances? Rock stars gonna do what they do. Ain't no monogamy. These big athletes, look at the history. That's why I get so upset. Like, we always on social media, always looking at stuff, but we just be like lost in time. We don't know that rock stars aren't promiscuous.
But
we don't know.
These are choices that you make. You choose. You don't have to be faithful. None of us have to be faithful, but we choose not to be faithful. It's a choice. It's not a automatically because of the money I make that I can't be faithful.
Just about it. Just about is.
That's what I'm saying. It's a choice. It's a choice.
No. Your lifestyle and your occupation can have a huge outcome on whether or not you can be monogamous, to where I'm looking for in a monogamous relationship or not. For sure. As a married man, there's certain positions I wouldn't take on. Don't be away from my home for too long, being aware of what's out there. So we get these guys out there, men, women, they out there performing. They got all of this, all these endorphins flowing. They out around people that they like. They a thousand miles away from home.
Their responsibility. Now you trying to absolve people of their responsibility as a human being. Because I'm saying it's a choice. You choose to be faithful. You choose to walk in that door every day and say, I'm gonna be committed to this woman, regardless of how much money you make. That's not that. I don't give them no kind of leeway.
Environment. You can't stop that. It's the environment. You can't.
I don't give them no leave because of the environment. You're choosing. You're choosing.
You keep going into an environment that's not conducive to family structure and thinking your family gonna stay together. Seriously.
And so you're supposed to rise above that, and you're supposed to choose what you're supposed to choose. I don't care if I got. That's just like us saying. We say to people every day, you see all them donuts over there, but you're supposed to make the right choice. You choose to eat them donuts. You choose to go cheap. Just because I got all this abundance, don't mean I'm supposed to do it. You choose to go over there and do it.
The donuts to go over there and do it. The donuts ain't over there. They're not over there. We are dead smack in the donut shop. And Cardi B said, "Don't eat no donuts." That's the difference. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I'm saying. You're making a choice. He's making a choice to eat them. Why not go down the street and have? Why not go down the street and have a salad? No, you're choosing.
No, here's the deal. Okay. There's a difference between the man who gonna eat a donut and go to the gym and work out for 2 hours versus the guy who eats a donut and about to go play Xbox. So you
can't absolve the person of their responsibility as a human being.
We're not. That's not what we're doing. Anytime what I'm saying is, I want the younger folks that have not fallen into these traps to recognize them. If you are an entertainer, all right, you most likely gonna have a hard time being monogamous because of the constant environment you're gonna be put into that's not conducive to family structure. I'm the first one to say down with excuses. At the same time, I'm gonna acknowledge observable reality.
Yeah, you acknowledge all of that, and
my fool just said it. She said, "Don't be leaving your man in ATL. It's foolish." Shout out to G Honda. Appreciate you, G Honda. Right on time. Says, take a break, HQ. Did you say Cardi B could divorce Offset and marry a richer man? Yeah, it definitely need a Kels drop because she did say that.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Man.
Appreciate you, low key, coming through like you do. Says, no disrespect, but I don't even know who her husband was before her. Oh, there you got that.
And that is true. We just knew he was Amigos, and then we knew his name.
There you go.
And now he getting alimony.
Shout out to Who's the Master coming through like he do. Says he had to have gotten with her for the clout. That stank tunnel has to be ground zero, knowing her past. Who knows?
I think it was a good business decision for him.
There you
know,
go.
Oh,
if
yeah.
your industry is music and you're going to be getting credits for writing for her albums and her hot charting #1 songs, then
Amen. You're right.
you know, I think it's a good business move. It's sad, you know. If I were her, there would just be some things I would do differently. I don't think I would throw my whole family away, but
Yeah.
Shout out to Low Key. Says, fellas, don't marry no woman that can't cook. It gets old quick. Appreciate you, King Adams. Says, rich people broke. What the heck is even that? Shout out to Low Key. Says, dang, y'all mamas won ish.
Oh,
That's what
That is true. That is
Shout
true.
out to
oh my goodness.
Low Key. Says, I grew up poor, but this is wild. Yeah, welcome to the dark side. Appreciate you, Raymond Chambers. Says, you're not about to poison me. Appreciate you. Who's the master? Offset said, that kitty keeps calling me.
I ain't got no time to play. I'm just gonna make that goddamn money and keep it moving. You hear me? Just stack, just stack, just stack, just stack and stack and stack. You hear me?
Shout out to Low Key. Come through with his bleeding heart for some Project Babies. Says, Mr. Gavin, Mr. Walker, this for y'all trauma. And we appreciate you, Low Key.
That was sweet.
Appreciate you. Appreciate that. And everybody else came through sponsoring the show. We appreciate y'all.
Count it, count it, count it, count it, count it, count it. Do what, count it? What are you doing, count it? Stealing money. Count it, count it.
Appreciate you, Low Key. Shout out to Low Key. We appreciate you, brother. So here we go. I'm gonna pull this last video up. All right, we'll get HQ back up here. Here's something that we are not considering. Listen to this.
My words, because I don't want Cardi to think I'm saying anything negative about her, especially considering the fact that I knew her before the fame, her and her sister. Here's the thing about Offset. He's not attracted to Cardi. And I'm not only talking about her looks. Personality-wise, character-wise, they don't really have much in common, especially from what I know of the previous woman that he has been with. A lot of men cheat, sure, for numerous reasons. There's men who are very happy in their marriage, very happy in their relationships, and they still cheat just because they want something new. In this case is different. Do you guys see how frequently he does it and how every time he does it is a girl from his past? Because Offset yearns for something he's visually attracted to. At this point, if you have a brain, it's obvious that he stayed with Cardi because Cardi is in a better position than he is. There is no more Migos. So once Migos ended, pretty much so did Offset. So basically, once Bodak Yellow dropped, once Cardi had that hit single, he decided to take her serious so that he can have that to fall back on. If you notice, we only hear about Offset when we hear about Cardi. If he wasn't with Cardi, he would have vanished a long time ago. Takeoff would be more relevant than him in death, to be honest. But I know some of you are going to disagree, and I'm trying to hold back from other things that I know, but he's not, he's in it for, he's in his relationship for survival, basically. And Cardi helps him live the lifestyle he was living before.
So the net of it, Offset is a modern day PIMP, and he's her handler. Cardi needs somebody that she always have. Even when she was working in the nightclub, she had handlers. Cardi has always been handled by somebody, but now she got millions of dollars, and he like, hell.
Yeah, and that's what Rockwell just said. It is a strong chance that he did get with her just for the business move. It's a genius business move. I ain't got nothing to say about
That's wild. And knocked her up. Soon as he got with her, knocked her up, and she couldn't go nowhere. And she felt like she had to be there. So
he made an honest woman out of a stripper and gave her children to make her, to help her complete her mission in life. Right? Because that's what we're here to do. We're here to procreate. So, like, what he already had children with other women. He didn't have to have children with Cardi B. You know, like, I don't think that he was the one saying, oh, let's have a baby. I got to have a baby. Let's have a baby. That was her. That was her. She wanted a family. She chose him to be the father of her children. And now for the same reason why she got with him, she leaving him. And none of those guys from the strip club, from Love and Hip Hop, from any of those shows did anything for her other than make her their cash cow. You know, so at least he gave her something, right? A family.
Yeah, Cardi was begging for that seed. Don't get it twisted.
Sure,
begging
she was.
begging.
Yeah.
Literally.
So we'll get you in here, AM. What's your take on this whole Cardi, Offset, divorce, pregnancy, all this stuff?
Well, the first thing that's hilarious to me is the lady that was up there breaking it down. Like, I find it interesting that there are so many women that are experts on relationships, but they suck at relationships. Like, how are you an expert at relationships? And most of them can't even keep no damn relationship. That's like being that's like having a gourmet restaurant and your ass can't cook. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm the chef at your gourmet restaurant, Angry Man. You ready to go broke?
Yeah, like, what are we talking about? And then on top of that, y'all, they say, oh, well, I think I heard HQ said, and he knocked her up. Right? So he knocked her up to be tied to her for some money. Oh, you mean the shit that women do? Get knocked up so they can be tied to somebody for some money?
See, I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that.
I don't know why we are surprised. Didn't Cardi B used to be a stripper?
Yes.
So she's always made money for niggas.
Yeah.
And that's what Gavin just said. She always had a handler.
She always made money for niggas. So why are we surprised that she's still making money for niggas? And I hope it's true that she's in a better financial position than Offset. I hope it's true, because I want Offset to get alimony. I want him to get joint custody of them kids. You feel me? I want Offset to go in the courtroom just as sassy as can be and get everything that he deserves. You feel me?
That would be wild if he got everything. He just got it. And that would be so diabolical if he married her with all of this in mind. You know, the way he just never stopped seeing other women. He just
hold on. Hold on. Why you say?
What about the women that do this to men?
No. I'm going somewhere with this.
I'm gonna let you go, HQ.
Real smart.
HQ, listen. What? You saying all this? He is not filing for divorce. So quit acting like he's been a predator.
No,
he ain't
but
doing nothing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, what if he would have thought of this from the jump? Let me marry her and get her pregnant. I get her pregnant at the peak of her career, so she ain't finna leave me as long as I keep getting her pregnant.
That's
and
illogical.
I'm gonna run around, do all the things I want to do.
That's illogical, because a dude getting a woman pregnant is not going to make her stay with him. The opposite usually happens. The opposite usually happens. Usually when a woman gets pregnant by a dude will feel a sense of obligation to try to stay there for the sake of his kids. It's dudes that's in relationships they hate, and they're just staying there for the sake of their kids. Women don't do that. They don't give a fuck. They're bouncing. That baby could be a newborn and they'll bounce.
So you don't believe? So you believe he gonna bounce? He was waiting to bounce anyway. He was finna bounce anyway.
No.
I don't
he
think
would,
he
was
going
going
to leave. She's
he was
the
going
one leaving.
yeah, he was gonna stick it out with her. He was gonna stick it out. But see, here's the thing, and this is what y'all keep glossing over, right? Cardi B does not care if that man cheats. She doesn't. Y'all keep putting y'all's code and y'all's standards on that woman. There are women out here that don't give a shit about that. You feel me? They don't. In fact, I think it was you, HQ, that I asked about the cheating thing, and you said you don't really have a problem with it, and we established that you don't have a problem with the act. You got a problem with people knowing about it.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly.
Me? When did I say that?
Yeah, I remember the conversation. I remember that conversation.
Oh, the shame of it. Okay.
Yeah, the shame of it. You remember.
Okay.
But see, here's the thing. Cardi ain't slick. Cardi only does this every time. This is what Cardi B's track record is, right? Cardi B, number one, is a Latin woman. Latin women don't like when you talk about their men, right? Only problem is Cardi B's fan base is predominantly black women. Right. So the black women are going to have a problem with how she interact with her man. That's just the way it is. You just saw Simone Biles. They mad at her because she took her medal and put it on her husband. They mad about that, right?
That's crazy.
So it's wild, bruh. So what happens is Cardi B gets sick of the fans talking about her husband.
Right.
So she'll go off on her fan base. And right after she goes off on her fan base, her freaking publicist and everybody that's on her team, they'll go to her and be like, Cardi, you shouldn't have did that. We got to figure out a way to get the fan base back. And how do they do it? She announces divorce. Is this the first time she announced she's getting a divorce? She's doing this because she's probably getting ready to put an album out. She's not going to leave that man. Let me tell you something. Anytime you see a woman that has a man that allegedly is cheating and she just can't leave that nigga, it means he's laying pipe like Super Mario. And a woman is not going to leave no Negro that lays pipe well to wonder if they'll ever find another dude that lay pipe like that. They not doing it.
That's why I don't understand how she is just leaving him in Atlanta night after night, thinking that a FaceTime call is gonna fix him up, and it's just not gonna happen.
So she's in New York and he's in Atlanta?
Yeah, he's here all the time. I don't know when he's in New York. But he's always at the Gucci store. Like,
and she done unleashed this Negro on the city of Atlanta. The city of Strags, the birthplace, the resting place. Let me tell you something. Even when I was living there in 96, it was a 10-to-1 ratio. 10 women to every one man. And they are, bruh, Atlanta?
It's like 33 to 1 man.
Oh my God. You know he out there going bananas. Going straight ham out there. And she know it. She know it.
Shout out to brother Fatman Scoop who was up here tonight, and he talked about it. He said when you're on that stage, you can look and just like you and you meet me back. You know, it's that simple. So
that's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Freaking Offset driving around ATL in that Bentley with Scrags hanging out the window, sunroof. He don't know what to do with himself. That's great. Cardi B did that. She gonna be mad. Sick.
Yeah, she mad. You know, she mad. But she was that type of person. She was that type of female before they got married. So she can't be mad at what she got. But once he agreed to be faithful, then it became his issue.
Who said he'd agreed to be
He never agreed. I guarantee you he never agreed.
But when she threatened, remember he came back to her on bended knee with some roses or some garbage or something like that. I recall something like that. That's when he came back. And she was like, okay, you got to straighten up. And he straightened up for a little bit, just a little bit. And then he went right back to doing what he wanted to do. And she done threatened divorce 2 more times, right?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the problem with this whole scenario, right? And I hate to have to say it. We got to bring it back to reality, right?
What?
Because the women up there like, Cardi doesn't deserve this. She needs a better man. You hoe. And been one for a minute. Okay, what are we talking about? She's lucky she got a damn husband.
That's what I was saying. He made an honest woman out of her and helped her fulfill her portion of this earth. Like, so I don't know. Like, to me, I just don't feel like you should be divorcing this man, Cardi B.
No, she shouldn't. Who's gonna marry? Who is gonna marry? The Bacaraka. I can't remember her name. Her name sound like something that Harry Potter would say before he cast a spell.
Bella Canini.
Bacaraka.
Well, HQ, he the queen said she gonna find a man that makes more money than Offset. So
she can find a man that makes more money than Offset. I mean, she can. She's in that kind of game.
She can find one. She can find one. You feel me? She can find plenty of men that make more money than him. But which one of those men are gonna wife up her?
Zero.
And she did Love and Hip Hop before her and Offset got together. If some other millionaire was going to come and sweep her off her feet, Offset would have never had a chance, right? I mean,
but
he is not gonna leave that nigga. I'm telling you right now, she not gonna leave him. I seen this woman damn near fight the police over that nigga. She is not gonna leave him. I'm telling you.
She knows. She done been out. She done tested the water, and like we keep hinting at least Gavin and Angry Man, Cardi B ain't no saint. That ain't Saint Tamedi B. No,
she about to have the third youngin by him. Now, I just want to point this out. I hate to have to do this, but I got to give a shout out to the Latin community, because it is only in the Latin community that somebody could actually take a hoe and turn them into a housewife. I ain't never seen no shit like that before in my life, bruh. Like, you know how strong her family values gotta be from her people for her to be a stripper and all of that shit, and then settle down with a dude and have all of her kids by that nigga? That's crazy, bruh.
Pretty impressive. I thought that too. It is impressive, but it's also blurring the lines of reality, because now, Angry Man, your everyday run-of-the-mill Bonquisha, how Cardi B was before the fame and money, think they can duplicate that story.
And they gonna crash and burn.
Every time. They think they can go out here, be OF models, and be in the script club, and they think, okay, I can still land me a high-value rapper or stockbroker, whatever they like.
Man, I seen Cardi B do stuff that the average American black woman is not gonna do. I seen her almost fight the cops for her man. I seen her cleaning her house for her man. I've seen her buy him shit. I've seen her forgive him for cheating. I've seen her go above and beyond for that nigga. You feel me? And I hate to say this, but the average, I'm not going to say all of them, because there are some black women out here that will go above and beyond. But The average today is not going above and beyond for no nigga. And the only reason, even if they wanted to, they're not going to do it because they're too afraid what the other women are going to say about it.
There you go.
And think about this. Think about this. You got a woman like Cardi B who got this guy, allegedly cheating on her, but she treat him like gold. Then you, on the other hand, and hit what Angry Man just said about the Latin women. On the other hand, you got a woman like Remy Ma, and she got a devoted husband, and she cheating on this brother. And y'all wonder why these
They don't like to, bruh, they don't like to talk about that shit. They quiet about that shit. And look, I gotta look. I ain't even.
Nobody wants to get hurt by Remy Ma.
Look, I gotta look.
I got close to the microphone when you said that. What you talking about now?
I gotta give props to Papoose because that brother has been standing strong. He ain't bad-mouthed her. He ain't had nothing to say about. He been taking it like a soldier. I said, damn, this brother ain't phased by this shit. He phased, he phased, but he ain't letting it show.
There you go.
And it's
Papoose
like,
one of the realest ones. Papoose is a real one. I ain't even really into hip hop, but Papoose, he thorough.
So that ain't publicity. Ain't none of that publicity. That for real. Is it confirmed that she did this, or is it just publicity?
Oh, it's confirmed.
She did.
I don't know. I don't really listen to
It's confirmed. What you call it? Easy to Block Captain. Yep. He admitted it. He was being recorded. He didn't know he was being recorded, and he admitted it. So yeah,
they were on TV in matching outfits.
Yeah,
like that. You don't do that in rap battling. That's a relationship. Like,
Papoose found out about it and approached him, and gave that nigga some sweet chin music, and stretched his ass out. So he didn't want nobody to know about it, but yeah, it's confirmed. Remy, like now when you see Papoose, most of the time he's taking pictures with his daughter. He's chilling with his oldest daughter or whatever, right? But they not together no more. Because
we talk about men rolling around and whatnot. How do you feel about Papoose, reacting, going upside that guy's head?
In this context, Papoose been known to go over somebody's head. This ain't the first time. That's kind of his character. He gonna put hands and he gonna put paws on you for disrespect. Me myself, I don't agree with it. My personal opinion. If your lady stepping out on you, don't go jumping on that ninja,
but not his lady. That was his wife. Now
it was. You know what? It was. But guess what?
And it was at work, Mr. Walker.
Easy ain't take that Kudakata. Easy ain't take it. She gave it, so it belongs to him now, and so do she. And it's over.
But check this out though. That man is fighting some demons
for sure.
And the only reason why I say that is because he admitted that he damn near went broke going to visit her every day that first year she was locked up.
Yep.
He did it until he couldn't do it no more. Right? Then, remember when she got out, he spent all of that money giving her that storybook wedding. We saw it on TV. Mm-hmm. Every time this man came out, like he put his career to the back burner to be a supportive husband. Every time this man came out, all he was doing was praising her, walking around with the black love hats on, and she got him looking like a damn fool. Got him looking crazy.
And hence the title of the show, The End of the Dating in Relationships. Like, what does something like that do to the morale of the marriage and dating market? You know what I mean? So
it make brothers look. Let me tell you something. The moment brothers saw that happen to Papoose, them niggas was like, nope. City Boys is up. I'm for the streets. I'm not. Nope. Because if you can be that type of nigga and still get cheated on,
bruh. I agree.
I mean, if he was as faithful as it has been reported, and he was as loyal as being, I wouldn't say faithful, I'd say loyal. If he was as loyal as being reported, and then she turned around and did that, then there's a consequence that she has to face.
And let me ask you this, HQ. I think this is the soft white underbelly.
What?
Do you think women are cheating more than men out here?
No.
Just definitive.
Wrong. Wrong.
Nope.
They did a study.
Yeah,
they did a study. I'm sorry, women are cheating more than dudes.
And
is it cheating or is she exercising her options?
It's y'all go ahead with your messy the queen.
Oh my God.
That's what she's doing. She cheating. And see, look, here's the thing. And you got to realize the numbers ain't even accurate. And the reason why they're not accurate is because when you're asking women these questions, women got qualifiers. Okay. There's women that, if they had sex with a dude in another zip code, that mean they wasn't cheating. If they had sex with a dude on a cruise, that was over international waters. So technically that wasn't cheating. If she gave head to the dude but didn't swallow, that wasn't cheating. If it was anal instead of vaginal, that wasn't. They got all kinds of bullshit.
Freebie.
To disqualify it. You feel me?
Hell, if he wasn't a melanated brother, Mr. Walker.
Yep. If it melanated sister mess with a Caucasian man, they'll say that don't count. Yeah.
If she got feelings for the guy, if she has feelings for the guy, that don't count either.
See, that's it.
Sometimes that don't count.
What now, Heathen Queen? If she has feelings,
If she has feelings for the other guy, she might not call it cheating in her head. She might just say, I'm just saying, to me, it probably wouldn't be cheating. To you, it probably would be cheating.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
See, I wouldn't consider
Let
it
that
cheating.
nigga out of jail. That nigga's funny as shit, bro.
I wouldn't consider it cheating.
That's insane.
If I went over there and I actually made an attempt to go over there, do the whole thing, I wouldn't be coming back. So
if a dude just put the tip in, that ain't cheating.
When you think about it.
And
we
look,
had that question this earlier. Ladies don't say that kind of thing.
and look, see the fact that HQ started smiling lets you know at least one man in her life has asked to put the tip in.
Or they say he just ate my box. That don't count.
That don't count.
And show me these men who just eating box and not beating. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, this is wicked. The Queen said if she got feelings for the guy, then that's wicked. I can't. That's why I'm so happy.
Now tell me, I'm not the only one I'm not the only female that would say that. There's plenty of females that out there that would say that.
That is detrimental. That's
I heard some of them before.
Say,
but not if you like him, then it doesn't count. It clearly counts.
Well, I'm saying in order to justify it in her mind, because she has feelings for this other guy, it's not cheating. Yeah. Boom.
Hey, look, here's something. Look, Mr. Walker, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. The more I hear these conversations online, the more I realize I did the right thing.
Man,
because look, the other night I was in the kitchen and I think I washed my hands and I'll take my rings off, right? And I think I messed around and left my wedding ring down there, right? So my wife was like, you left your wedding ring on the counter, Martin, because you remember Martin did that shit, right? And she was like, what was you? Let me find out you was standing outside trying to see if you still got it. I said, still got it for who? These strags out here? Shit. I don't think you got to worry about that.
I'm trying to tell you. I told my wife this show is awesome. It definitely helped build our relationship because I was always grateful for my wife. But after seeing these hyenas up here, listen here, you couldn't pull me away from my lady with a dang on turbo diesel truck. They happened.
And vice versa as well. I'm sure all of our wives know. Ain't nothing. No, it's not another good man out here. They're not gonna find it. So it's only the foolish women. You gotta be a fool to leave your husband in 2024.
Bruh, any woman that leaves her husband in this day and age need to have they their mind examined, because there's a dust cloud out here. You feel what I'm saying? It's just a whole whirlwind of dust. You feel me?
They be like, no, but he's a narcissist and he's abusive.
Look, the dating look. But you ladies, I just want to keep it real with you ladies, right? When it comes to, if you want a traditional man that holds it down the way men used to, if you go out here in the dating world looking for that right now, it's like them old westerns where you see that tumbleweed and that shit go wow, 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 wow. Like nothing.
Nothing.
I was like, I give up. I just give up. I said, I understand me as a female. I have my own issues, but these other people got issues out here too. And I just ain't willing to address issues way, way beyond my own issues. Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, Heathen Queen. Will you date a guy that's about 5'9" and he work at Amazon?
No, he don't make enough money.
Amazon for HQ? No.
Amazon. You gotta be making
companionship.
Oh,
he might have some muscles from tossing them packages and shit.
There you go. Good meat hunting. Good meat hunting. The best. There you go. No, here we go. Would you rather, HQ? So look, $35,000 a year, but that in between the sheets action is premium. He ain't never let you down. Now where you at?
I think Heathen Queen likes the type of dude. Y'all know OGJ Speed.
Yeah.
I think Heathen Queen like dudes like that, like OG. Super chocolate dudes. Them.
Oh, he just gotta have good character. No, we can't get into this discussion.
Yeah, I know what she was gonna say next. I know what she was gonna say next. You know what she was gonna say
Why
next.
can't we get into it, Heathen Queen? You talk about guys and women all the time. What men are you attracted to? Like,
yeah, she told us. She said Denzel Washington.
I told you they gotta be tall because I'm tall. I'm 5'10". So you gotta be tall.
She wants a brick mason, a pipe layer.
Yes,
you feel me? A fire hose handler.
Wait a minute. Now, what kind of what kind of joy am I allowed to have this late in my life? I got to have something to look forward to. I have all the money I need. I have all the houses I need. So what else is there that I got to look forward to?
So
Mr.
why
White,
is it so hard then?
He just told you get some good meat hunching.
Hype.
If you have all of that,
but I got to have companion. You got to have companionship too. You just can't come in and run in the bedroom and then run back out. I gotta be at least.
Man, first of all, in your age bracket, that nigga ain't running nowhere. He gonna leave that bedroom and go to that lazy boy recliner and watch TV. He not going nowhere.
That's it. He gonna go sit down, rub some icy hot on himself.
He gonna watch the game. That's what he gonna do. He ain't going nowhere.
Well, let me ask you this, HQ. Can he make $50,000 a year?
Yeah, he can make. I don't care what kind of money he make.
50,000 is good. What's wrong?
Change your tune, bro. No, before HQ was up here saying he got to make 6 figures before.
Oh, okay. HQ.
I'm saying what I make. So if what I make, he got to make what I make, which is be 6 figures. So he got to make what I make, right?
So you just said 50K.
That was 50, but you know, if I'm looking for meat, that don't matter. So 50K. Look, different criteria, different money. Wait a minute.
It's
like that's just like saying she can have tits, but she don't have no ass. I still take her, right? So if he don't have the money, but he got the wood, I still take him. Gotta make it work. Gotta make sense.
It's not the same, but I hear you. It's not the same.
What I assumed. That's what I assumed.
Shout out to HQ. All right, we trying to make you a love connection up here, HQ. They be in the chat shooting their shot. So
They do. Yeah, I'm trying to help y'all out with that.
But it's a certain I'm not interested in younger men. That's the problem.
We know you want one of them dudes with the short set. You feel me? That button up short set that got the little stripe going down there with the brim and the G's,
short socks and the short socks and the dress shoe.
And no, not the dress shoes, the Jesus sandals that they wear at the cookout with the towel tossed over their shoulder that they wipe their sweat with. You feel? And they got a bunch of keys in their pocket and change and shit. You feel me?
That ain't right.
He got to be old. He got to be old. And I ain't found him yet. So.
And you said 60 plus. You said the men that's 60 plus, that's free meat. You were saying.
Yeah, 60 plus. Man, wait a minute. Hold on. There's plenty of meat out here.
He got to be the type of dude when he was in school, women were named Betty. You got to be that type of dude.
Gertrude.
Margaret. He couldn't have been a dude in school with Keisha's. You want to do
Margaret, Betty, Gertrude, them kind of names.
Yeah. Good old Gertrude.
So they just got to be older. That's all. And then few and far between. That's it. Plenty of meat.
Okay. So let me ask you this, HQ, as we wrapping up. All right. The title of the show, The End of Modern Dating and Relationships. This is the end. All right. Don't tell me how things can get fixed. All right. What should people do now? The whole building on fire. What people need to do?
Keep doing what they've been doing. Have sex and then fall in love because of that.
The building on fire. You say keep doing what you're doing. So you want me to just get in the shower, cook something to eat, act like the building ain't on fire.
And go down the street and get bum Keisha pregnant. Yes.
Okay. Bro, I told my wife, God forbid, if we didn't work out, be the last of the Mohicans. I ain't never again, because I already know what's out here. I'm just gonna be I told her if me and her didn't work out, I'd just be an old sugar daddy.
That part, yeah, man, ain't no way.
Just be an old ass sugar daddy.
Look, I don't even have to be a sugar. I don't even have to be a sugar mama. There's plenty of meat out here. Believe that. Plenty of meat.
And listen here, I'll be a sugar daddy, and I'm serving Splendor. I ain't even got real sugar. This is y'all ain't getting it. It's cheap.
Oh my God. But that's going on right now. There's a whole lot of dudes out there right now that's older Gen Xers is straight up sugar daddies. They don't care. They paying the cell phone bill or maybe the light bill. They slide through and then slide out. You feel me?
We just had the woman up here from the Kendra show when you left out. She was 32 years old with 4 kids. Her latest baby daddy, she got knocked up by her mom's boyfriend. The dude was 53, knocked her up, and he still be dating her mom, and now her mom mad at her and won't get the grandkids. It's a whole deal over this guy.
So hell, oh my God. Yeah, it's over for the community. It's a wrap.
Yeah, it's done. Yes. Listen here. I was watching this YouTube channel called The Original OGs with OG Mr. Rick. And again, he was up there talking to Bishop Don Juan, a PIMP, a legendary one. And that man, the character that is Bishop Don Juan, said that this culture is cooked because love is gone. If that's coming from do you not understand? Like, ain't nothing harder out there and disconnected from emotion than a PIMP. And he said, y'all cooked because y'all don't know how to love. And I really believe that. Like Angry Man touching on with his lady. Like, man, really, I swear to goodness, no jokes. When I observed this space, I really had no idea that, I guess, how good I got it, not to brag. And I had no idea that men were having such a hard time finding eligible women. And because, like I said before, we take all of our lived experiences and we like to project them onto other people to some extent, you know, Like me being athlete, I'm like, I don't know nothing about paying for no dates and stuff like that because of the guys I was around and how I came up. But that ain't true. Then just out here simping and paying for Kuda Cat and not getting it, that make my brain bleed. I'm like, how is that a thing?
Well, you know what the source is, right? Like I've pinpointed the source as to why there's no love in the culture anymore. Because there's no love music no more.
I'm buying that. Yeah.
There's no love music. If you don't got no love music, like when do like it's just like when we used to go to the club back in the day, right? We go to the club back in the day, they're gonna play all the music, they make everybody dance, they're gonna play all the hype stuff. But when it's time to let everybody out the club, they're gonna slow it down. Because you can't just get everybody hyped and let them go outside, they're gonna fight. You feel me? And that's the problem with the culture right now. The culture is on this endless loop. They're in a club that's just playing hype ass music and music about screwing each other over, women getting to the bag and getting over on men and men trying to be PIMPs. There's no love music, none. And if you don't have no love music, when they gonna think about that?
I agree.
And that's funny. I'll let you go, Mr. Walker. But I can definitely. That's kind of like our generation. We got caught square in the middle of that, of being the last song that put some R&B on, and then next thing you know, the last song will be Lil Jon busting heads. You're like, why everybody outside fighting? Because they just had Lil Jon on when we was walking up out of here.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that's a fact.
I mean, it's kind of go. I'm sorry.
I had no idea that drill music became mainstream. That music is so daggone unsettling. Like I'll be going and I had no idea that the youth listen to drill music casually. I thought like that was we about to go slide on the ops only music. Anywhere you go, like that music is so daggone demonic. And I agree, it affects your mood big time. Like I'm big into like neo soul, all that stuff. Today, for this generation, the closest they got to R&B and love music, Angry Man, is Brent Faiyaz with his toxic self. That's what they think love is.
I love him.
You know it's bad. You know it's bad when most of the people singing R&B music now, the lyrics are like rap lyrics.
Yep.
In the R&B music, they're cursing and saying all types of wild stuff, and it's like, bruh, that's not supposed to be in that genre. In that genre, you're supposed to have love. You're supposed to have love ballads. You're supposed to have romantic stuff in it. Like, if you don't have that type of stuff, you never, like, you can look at any era of the Black culture, and you can gauge what people were operating like based off of the music. I don't care what code, because music moves us as a culture.
Amen.
So whatever era we're in, if you go back and look at the era when people were more reserved and more dignified or whatever, you know what they mostly listen to? Gospel music.
Yep.
When you start getting more into the blues, then you start getting, Black folks dancing a little freakier, and you get, you start getting the fellas stepping out on their wives and shit. Then you get to R&B. You got dudes trying to be players, trying to be smooth or whatever. Then you get the gangster rap. Niggas want to be thugs. Then you get the drug dealer rap, trapping music. Everybody want to be a drug dealer. You feel what I'm saying? And now you just got ignorant music. So everybody's ignorant right now.
I got a story. The other day, I was listening to this song from this one guy called Trevor Jackson. And he made a remake of Chris Brown's Under the Influence, I think it's called. And Chris Brown made it first, and it wasn't romantic at all. It's all about sex and hitting and da-da-da, right? But this other guy did it as a romantic piece. And I was just struck as to why that Chris Brown song never hit me like this other song. And then I realized what you were saying. This song is about having sex and hitting, and this is like a romantic, I want to be with you and I want to love you type song. And I was like, that's the difference, that people don't hear that these days. And I was just thinking when you said that, I was like, yeah, that is part of the problem right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You want to know why?
You don't know the love. You only know the sex. You don't know the love part.
When Case came out with Happily Ever After.
Yeah.
Right? I was about 18, 19, something like that. I was looking forward to the day that I got married because I wanted to have that feeling.
What, that one song, that one guy song?
That one song.
What was that song?
It's Happily Ever After.
Ever After, I can hear it now in my
Guess
head.
what I did today? Those
With
are the words.
Beyonce, she was the main girl.
Yep.
And then Jay-Z pulled that song off of all of the places because he married her.
Because he married her. Because look, here's the thing. Around that time, you had Happily Ever After with Case. You had Gotta Be with Jagged Edge.
Yeah.
You had Donnell Jones had just dropped the album. Yeah. That album was fire.
Yes, that's the best one from that era.
Oh my God, that album was fire. Then you had so many love songs. You had Rome. What was that song? I Belong to You. You had Player, Cheers to You.
That was from Rome. I Belong to You.
Yeah, Rome. So you had so much love music that it's like, because you know how it is. You like listening to rap music, but after a while, you want to hear some R&B. You get tired of listening to rap music, right? And like, I'll play that music on my show, and you should see it. Young bucks coming in, and they be like, "Why you playing this music?" I'll be like, "Man, you don't get your young ass the hell up out of here."
Yeah.
Like,
Hey, you want to know why? This is my theory. The love music is gone because what was these love songs? They were vulnerable as heck. You sitting there telling some woman you want to be with her forever. In today's marketplace, that you too vulnerable. Now you done shown your hand. It's all about leverage. Now, Bone Quisha gonna take advantage of your simping self since you being vulnerable and telling this woman that you really like her. That's
the thing. The women wouldn't be in that mode, in that mindset, if the R&B music was still there. Because if you remember, when we were younger, women didn't really listen to rap like that.
Yep,
they listen to R&B. The reason they don't listen to it today is because it ain't there. It ain't there. So they listening to Glorilla. They listening to Sexy Red. They listening to Meg Thee Stallion. What Meg Thee Stallion always rapping about? Getting over on niggas.
Yeah.
So that's really what's going on.
Breaking the trick.
The point is, sex and love are two different things. Two different things. Okay. And then it's like it's combined, it's conjoined, it's mixed up. And that's the whole point. The whole point is listen to a song that has a whole bunch of sexual innuendos and outright talk, and then listen to a very romantic song from, I don't know, from the 80s or what was the 80s or 90s.
You hear Luther say, "When are you gonna say it's all right? It's all right,
man."
Or if you come in,
they would never feel those emotions, man. With Switch, man. Listen, I'll take it back, huh?
Yeah, They don't know, bro. Like I'll be playing it. Look, not all of the young folks are coming there cutting up. Some of them are coming there. They be like, "What's the name of this song?" And it's already sad they don't know the names of these songs. They don't know these songs, right? But they hear that shit and they feel that vibe and they like, "What is that?" Like, bro, go listen to it.
Yes,
go listen to it. Change your outlook.
I tell you what, in one generation, we went from and now we up here.
Wow.
That's a whole different vibe right there. A whole different. It's like
come out and
I'm F-R-E-E, fuck nigga free.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There ain't no way I could listen to that.
I can't either. I can't listen to that. I can't. I just
impossible. You gonna get in that mode. I remember listening to DMX. It's dark and hell is hot. And what y'all come on, man. I can't listen to that and be saying you're trying to be peaceful.
But even with the rappers back in the day in the 90s, every rapper knew they had to make at least one song that was just for women. They knew they had to have one song on that album. DMX had How's This Going Down.
That's a fact.
Yeah, like
Ja Rule making all them
Big
love
Daddy.
songs. Ja Rule. What is it? I know Ja. The name is
At least one song on that CD got to be for the ladies. That's a fact. And if and it got to a point where if it was more, like rappers caught slack for like LL Cool J caught a little bit of slack for appealing more to the ladies. Nothing wrong with it, but that was that era.
Not only are they gonna have at least one song for the ladies on that album, but it's gonna be a single too. They're gonna put that one on the radio too.
Yep, that's a fact.
Yeah, one of these bangers.
You ain't gotta go home tonight. You can stay right here with me.
Yeah, even that, bro.
Toxic as heck.
But still got that vibe to it. You feel what I'm saying?
That's
it's got that vibe. You feel me?
You say the Isley Brothers, and they look at you like you crazy. Isley Brothers? What do you mean? Play that song, man. Play that song.
Anybody that look at me crazy when I say something about the Isley Brothers, I'm gonna say you need to get the hell away from me. Because look, Mr. Big. Now, Kelly, you've been out here gallivanting. Let me tell you right now, you know I'm leaving, and I want you to watch Delilah for me. You are not to touch her.
Bill Withers.
Mm.
Bill Withers.
Donnie Hathaway.
Yeah, one of these right here.
I can't believe he slept with her behind my back.
Kelly,
bruh.
See, and that song was cat. Cause see, Kelly was big.
And Kel said
Kelly
this.
never had a chance.
Well, listen, Kel said, hold on.
She just sang. Yeah.
All right.
She can sing, but she don't got it all wrapped up too tight.
But see, that was for one thing, that was one of the beautiful things about, and I you know, I'm gonna say it, Mr. Kelly, R. Kelly. That was the beautiful thing about him. He could sing a love ballad, and it touched a lot of people with his singing.
Yeah,
that's the one thing he could do. That man can blow and touch a lot of people with his singing. Right?
It was unfortunate that he ended up being what he was, because people don't realize how many songs he wrote.
Yeah.
Like that's the reason why we're where we're at, because a lot of the songwriters, they just not around anymore. Like Kells is locked up. I don't know what Tank is doing. He tripping. He need to be writing some songs for some people. But R. Kelly wrote a lot of songs. R. Kelly wrote Fortunate.
Right.
Maxwell, Fortunate. Like what?
That's crazy. Yeah, Maxwell the Truth. What was that one album? Midsummer's Night or something?
I don't care what he sing. He can sing all night.
Listen here.
All y'all worry about nowadays, Heathen Queen.
Body to body.
Why you putting me on?
Because
I'm not a fan of this latest music, because I don't know who making a romantic song and who not. That's all I hear is bang, bang, bang.
I gotta get this out. Maxwell, Alicia Keys, Fire We Make. That scene down there in the first quarter is everything.
Bro, Maxwell, when Maxwell was first out, you know, he kind of had the hippie look with the fro, whatever. Then he disappeared for a while, and then he came back with the suit and the clean cut. I was like, this man is dangerous, bro. Like he was dropping straight fire.
That Midsummer's Night, got that clean cut with the tux,
bro, fire.
I mean, Alicia Keys' Diary. That song.
That album was shit.
Man, that lady knows she can put that stuff to
listen. Y'all, if the mood is right, I'm telling you, put on that Maxwell Fire We Make. I'm telling you, that's the move right there.
Yeah, it was over when I heard that. That's when I became a fan of that doggone Maxwell. I was like, you can sing, bruh. You can sing. Yes. I mean,
or
but
some
then,
old escape up on there.
It's not a fan of
yeah.
That's back when look. A lot of people give Tiny a lot of flack, but Tiny could sing her ass.
That's
I love Tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny could
She's the
sing
bomb.
her ass off. Matter of fact, pretty much all of them was like able to sing, like for real.
Oh yeah, they can all sing. They can real good. Right. I mean, what's her name? I forgot her name. She on that Atlanta Housewives thing. She can sing too, real good. What's her
Candy,
name?
yeah.
Candy, yeah, Candy had the voice too. Yeah. And then In Vogue wasn't no slouching either now. In Vogue. Yeah,
I
they
used
had
to
some
love
good
In
ones, too.
Vogue. I'd be in my room like going in that hairbrush.
You up in there like
But you're right. It's a lack of, if you play certain songs, it's like they ready to turn that off, and that's all they want to hear is that rap, that drill rap. Drake is the best thing since sliced bread. I had an argument with somebody the other day. He said Drake is better than, I want to say, Snoop Dogg. Yeah, he said Drake is better than Snoop Dogg. Is Drake better than Snoop Dogg?
He had to be like 15 or 20.
Yeah, you can't like.
Yeah, he was like 20. This boy
There's no way.
The thing about that conversation is you can't mix eras.
There you go.
You can't mix eras because the way what Drake raps about, what he talks about, is so drastically different than what Snoop was rapping about and talking about. So you can't really compare the two. You know, you got to compare Drake to his contemporary.
Right.
And you compare Snoop to his contemporaries. Like, that's the thing that annoys me about the music arguments that people have. You can't really, to be truthfully honest, we don't categorize our music the way we should. If you look at other music, they categorize it in eras. You got music that'll be 60s, 70s, 80s. Because you're not gonna compare Phil Collins, In the Air Tonight. You're not gonna compare that to 70s music. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You're not gonna do that because it's different,
Right.
Also, our culture is the only culture with our music artists where we say they age out. Like rock and roll, country music, they sit there, they could be 90 years old, still doing the same old thing. But a rapper turn what? It's our culture. They turn what? 35, 40, and now you're an old head, you dried up, sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of weird.
And they should categorize it. They should have, they shouldn't have Nas in the same category. If Nas put out an album this year and NBA YoungBoy put out an album this year, they shouldn't be in the same award category. See what I'm saying? They shouldn't. They should still have a space for the artists that come from Scoop's era. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why, like, when y'all told me about Scoop watching my show, I got super excited because I got so much respect for the guys from that era. You feel what I'm saying? Even tonight when he was talking, y'all probably didn't notice it, but he made a couple references. He made a reference to Hove. He made a reference to Diddy. He made a reference to the Tunnel. And I'm just sitting there listening like, bro, I wish I could. I know he got some stories.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's different, man. It's different.
I know that's right.
And I'll say this: if you're in the audience right now, if you don't like old school R&B, if you can't listen to old school R&B,
And you ain't black.
that's one thing I know. Listen, if you can't sit down and listen to some smooth R&B, listen, brother.
And you ain't black.
Go put on if you think the R&B in the past wasn't good, this is what I want you to do. I want you to pull up slow jams with Babyface and Tamia.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I want you to pull up The Secret Garden.
Stop it.
Pull up The Secret Garden and then tell me something after you sit there and listen to that shit, bruh.
When I heard that damn that one brother who's married to Janet Jackson, his brother, the one that sang, married to Janet Jackson.
DeBarge.
When I heard the DeBarge sing that doggone Garden, I was done for. I was like, oh man, y'all don't even know.
Who you got? Barry White, DeBarge.
They got Barry White on they had Barry White on the damn intro. They had El DeBarge. No, they had El DeBarge on there.
Not Michael Jackson in there.
No, it wasn't Michael Jackson.
Jackson was in there.
He wasn't on Secret Garden.
No, Michael Jackson's not in Secret Garden.
Not in Secret Garden. It was El DeBarge. It was I'll Be Sure.
I'll Be Sure.
And there was somebody else. Damn, I can't remember his name.
They saying Kamala, FKH. I don't know who them folks is. FJB.
I can't remember.
I thought it was Michael Jackson.
Nah, it wasn't Michael Jackson.
That's a shame.
James Ingram.
Yeah, James Ingram. Yeah.
Bro, that man Q's Juke joint was the shit.
All right. Right.
Yeah, these young folks can't listen to that because, like I said, man, Secret Garden, that mushy song, something like Secret Garden. You need to be listening to it with a lady close to you or something. That's just the kind of song.
They don't even realize you got all these dudes running around here talking about they having so much difficulty with women. You know why you having difficulty with women? Nigga, go chill with her and turn on some 90s R&B and watch the panties drop. Like, yo, what's wrong with these Negroes?
And you know what I'll say? I'll blame the parents as to why it's died out. Because I know, growing up as a young man, first time I've heard R&B music was my mom, my aunts, and them cleaning up, listening to it. Nowadays, these young girls listen to Glorilla as they clean up, and the young boys is here and Meg the Stallion. And
man, they ain't look. The old school women got up on Saturday morning, listened to R&B music, and cleaned up. They not these girls today. Ain't they listening to Glorilla and rolling up? They ain't cleaning up.
And hold up, since you brought it up, that's my thing. How in the world you sit here and these young brothers about to go ahead and smoke on some herb and you listening to drill music? Like, that feel like that's weird. Like, when you want to relax,
they don't got Midnight Love.
Right.
That's crazy. Listen here, Midnight Love live forever.
So what did that got to do? Is that a thing when you making babies at that frequency? Listen to that music.
I know, right? I know.
Creating some gremlins. That's what you doing. You creating some gremlins, like, bruh.
How do you even concentrate?
Like popping out everywhere. That's what it's like.
It's like, I don't understand how you can listen to that drill, that rap, when there's people like Maxwell and Alicia Keys and Anita Baker. When that gets you straight in the mood, how do you get in the mood when you hearing drill rap? I don't get it. I just don't know.
They not making love. They just fucking. There's a difference. Like they just. I'm telling you, like it's certain music that it changes your entire outlook on life. And for the women that's watching this is the reason why you have so many dudes that don't know how to be soft with you or finesse you, because they don't never had no music that softens them up. Like, it's nothing wrong with a dude being soft with his woman. Amen. You see what I'm saying? That's who you're supposed to be soft with. You're supposed to be hard with everybody else, but you're supposed to be soft with your woman.
Well, let me ask you this, AM. You got these men that will listen to R&B and be soft with their woman, and their woman will call them sassy.
They need to leave her.
Done and done.
Yeah.
But there we go. I wouldn't put it on a particular, I would put it on a generational thing more than say it's a person. I would say that's the generation where they be, if the men do something a certain way, the women are going to view them a certain way.
Yeah, and when the women come to my channel and they say, "Oh, angry man, you being sassy," I'd be like, "You damn right." Sassy as hell. Sassy as hell.
Those are the same little girls that are dating little boys that go around wearing rainbow Crocs.
Exactly.
Rainbow socks. So it's
Yeah.
like
Right. You just have a playlist that you make up that has all the romantic songs from the 90s and play that every day. Run through that whole list every day. I guarantee you, your mind frame will change from that drill music.
But you know what's weird? What's weird to me is the kids today only want to listen to the music of their day. But when we were kids, we didn't just listen to 90s music. We listened to the music from back in the day too.
We did.
That's true.
I was gonna tell Scoop that when I bought my raw bass tape way back in the day, I also bought a Debbie Gibson tape. You know, so that goes to speak to listening to different music.
Right.
You know, so yeah, I don't know. Kids are just different these days. They stick to this little box. I guess anything that's on the TV that says it's cool, that's as far as they'll take it. They don't go back or try to do any kind of like research or know what the history of it is or why. They just run with it. Like,
Oh, I forgot to mention that one song by Kenny Rogers. Did y'all ever hear that one song by Kenny Rogers?
Which one? What was it called?
Shoot, I forgot what it was called. I mean, a real romantic. It was one of the wedding songs for them on that side too. I forgot the name of it.
When I was a kid, you couldn't tell me nothing. There's two people you couldn't tell me nothing about: Kenny Rogers and JR from Dallas. You couldn't tell me.
JR.
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask the ladies this. If y'all can, if y'all can give some gems and rubies to the chat, the single men in the chat. All right, give me one song. I ask both of y'all one song, a go-to. If these brothers, they need to set the mood. All right, what's a go-to?
Oh, may I go, Heathen Queen?
Go.
I was gonna say the song from what was it? It was like I'm saying LSU, but I know it's not, or maybe it was
LSG.
Yes, where it was like a mixture of different R&B singers, right? It was like
Levert, Johnny Gill, and
Johnny
Keith Sweat.
Gill. Yeah, that one song that they're all on. That one is for sure.
Which one was it? Was it Door Number One or was it My Body?
My Body. My Body. That one is for sure.
Okay, fellas, y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? What you got?
I give you one. I Can't Stay Away by Anthony Hamilton.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay.
Shout out to Anthony Hamilton.
I Can't Stay Away. I say every time I hear that song, it brings tears to my eyes. That brother sung that song. Okay.
That's a good
now,
one.
is it romantic or is it sad?
My favorite.
No, it's a slow. Look it up. I mean, put it in. Put it on.
Oh, you talking about us putting tears in your eyes? What kind of tears of joy?
Yeah,
tears of ecstasy.
It's I can't say, or the point of it all. One or the other. It could be
point
one
of it all.
Point of
That's
it all.
Like Charlene too.
I don't know. Listen, hold on. I like Anthony Hamilton. I don't know if Anthony gonna do it though.
Yeah, Anthony
gonna do it.
This is what you do. You put on Say Yes by Flowetry.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah.
So here we go. Let me ask y'all this: would it be a male artist or a female artist that sets the mood the best?
Either or. It depends on the song.
Or do it depend on the man, or depends on if we asking men or women? Do that?
Don't
depend?
You start, Raquel.
What you say, Raquel?
What?
Don't say her name. That's my
okay.
That's my
Look, I just gave y'all two women, which is Flowetry, right?
Tina Marie.
When it comes to the fellas, all you gotta do is put on Silk, Lose Control.
Yeah, that's a hot one.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tina Marie Out on a Limb. Out on a Limb by Tina Marie.
There you go. Butterflies by Michael Jackson. That's a good one.
That's
No, who is gonna put butterflies on to get in the mood?
Huh?
That's for like the car ride home after the movie date. Put that on in the bedroom.
I'm with you, Mr. Walker. Fire We Make with Alicia Keys and Maxwell is up there.
That's my go-to. There you go, Georgia Smith. There you go, Rose. Georgia Smith get into the neo soul.
Oh, the name of that one with Kenny Rogers. You're My Lady.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
You're My Lady. Yeah.
Listen here. I was talking. I'll say this. I was talking to this girl years ago, and she would put on ocean noise. All right. You'd be up in there hearing whales and waves. I'll be like, what the hell going on? Listen, still up in there. You're like, yeah, that ain't gonna stop me.
Hearing the sonar from the whales.
You're hearing whales and waves and dolphins. I'm like, man, this is different, but here we are.
Was she a veterinarian? Like what?
I don't even remember. I just
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. Send for me, Atlantic Star. There you go, Tony. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. See, we know it. We got the cure for it. I mean, I'm sorry. We got a path back to romance. If you want a path back to romance, start listening to some of these romantic songs and listening to some of the things that go on and get back to feelings, get back to actually caring about, doing something for a man or doing something for a lady and not expecting a result after doing it. Getting back to that, learn to listen to different music because it puts you in a mood. It puts you in a different mood. When you hear Silk, man, when I hear Silk, I forgot the other name that was right along with him. Brown Sugar by D'Angelo. Ain't that Brown Sugar?
You know what's a trend on TikTok that I noticed lately? It'll be a woman sitting in the car and she'll have the caption, I couldn't even argue with my man after he played this song. And it's songs that we know well, but they're just now being introduced to it. And it'll be like an R&B song from the 90s. And I'll be like, oh, so y'all finally realizing and figuring that out?
Right.
Yeah, I stay with some good R&B music going because I think the overall thing is that these musical frequencies, they do affect our mood. It's something that a lot of people don't subscribe to, but nevertheless, there's scientific proof of it. That you sit there listening to certain tones, there's certain musical tones that are called, evil tones. And that drill music, whatever that frequency is on, is that way. I'm telling you something. I hear that music, I get nervous. I get anxious. It's like it's go time. It's time to go ahead and slide on the ops. I don't know. I ain't got no ops, but I'm trying to go slide.
It make me feel like I gotta go and do something, or I ain't moving enough or something. And it just make me rattle. I mean, like I don't know, what to do when I hear that kind of music because I'm like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to hearing
when Chief Keef dropped that song Love Sosa, I wanted to be a young knucklehead again. The moment I heard that shit.
No, right.
And when I heard it, I'm listening to it. I'm like damn. And then I snapped back to my age bracket. I said, they need to lock that nigga up right now. Get him off the street.
Yeah, these young guys, they listening to, like say I was coaching football for all them years, coaching, 12-year-old boys, and we would let them listen to music before the game, bring the boom box, do what y'all want. and the music selection was wild to say the least.
Yes.
And you're like, man, but they listen to the stuff at home. Their parents listen to them when they in the car driving to the game. They listening to it, you know. So it is what it is.
Genuine's When We Make Love. Genuine. Like, boy, yes. Although I didn't listen to a lot of his songs, I heard that one. I was like, yeah, you done did that right there. Yes.
I hate to say it, but and it's gonna be taboo in this day and age. But look, I gotta say it. I gotta say it. 12 play. The whole album.
Yeah.
The whole album.
You know I'm writing this down, right?
That other one, that double CD joint.
I like the TP2. I'm more TP2.
TP2 was vicious. Like, oh my God. That brother, half on a baby.
You know who made a hard album? The Dream's first album.
Yeah.
Where they kept every song would loop into the next song type deal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that album was fire.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Half on a baby almost got me in trouble. Like, for real.
Half on a baby.
Her
That
and
dude, fire.
Stephanie.
Yeah, who's the master call it? We sleeping on Music Soul Child. He was a master. He right. Yeah.
Oh man, I would listen to that album for hours and hours. Yes, music love. Yeah, Soul Child.
Music Soul Child or Music Soul Star?
No, Soul Child.
It's a difference. It's the same person.
I like that song by Roots, Coming to Break You Off.
That's a hit. That's a hit. Yeah. There you go. That's as close as romantic they getting. Coming to break you off by the Roots.
I mean, you dropping them, like I said, it can be a roadmap to maybe not exactly leading to a romantic encounter, but at least it could get you in a better frame of mind if you listen to this kind of music. Right. I mean, because I know I'm in a happier space when I got good music and I'm bopping along. I swear I can't do the drill stuff. I can't do that bomb stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I tell you the two people in this day and age that if they really wanted to, they could make some fire, like they could make some fire love music, but they can't get away from the modern day. You got to make it vulgar. We got to make it about certain things. And that is The Weeknd and Drake.
Right.
If they wanted to, because them brothers, like, they know how to get in that frequency, in that zone, right, but they never take it all the way there. They go right to the edge and then they stop. Right. And I've sat back and I've listened to him, especially The Weeknd, because The Weeknd sings in that same frequency as Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And if he really wanted to, if he could get off the coke long enough to fucking do something, you feel what I'm saying? Right. It would be crazy, because he got some songs on some of his albums that's like, I played them on my show and niggas like, oh, that's The Weeknd? Like, yeah, bro, he's dangerous. He's dangerous for real.
I really like him and Frank Ocean.
Yeah.
I know that's probably controversial to say Frank Ocean, but I really do like them. I feel the same way. If they tag teams, put their musical styles together, man, that would be a dope concert. Right. Drake and Weeknd, that would be. But yeah.
And if I told people this, I said if The Weeknd had the ability to dance like Chris Brown, he would be the biggest star in the world right now. Like, real shit. He would be the next Michael Jackson. If he had the ability to if you took Chris Brown and The Weeknd and combined their talents, that's Michael Jackson. Like, real talk.
Yeah. The Weeknd is the truth. That's a fact.
Yeah, he do sing. Right. He is good.
me grab these super chats, Mr. Walker.
Shout out to James Horton. Appreciate you. He said, big facts, angry man. Shout out to Who's the Master. Says, if HQ will get pregnant by a roofer, then she'll definitely date an Amazon worker.
Okay.
Shout out to Truth and Reality Undefeated. Said, Jay Knight, a.k.a. Batman, say he got smoke for HQ.
What
You know what? I see
it's either one way or the other. It's either you want to put some pipe in me or you want to beat me with a pipe. Which one is it?
Both. They want to do a Dahmer style. Yeah. Listen. Shout out to Jay Knight. I see you had him on your channel, Red Pill. He hit us up in the email. We're gonna try to get him up here. He want to have a word with HQ, I guess.
Shout out to D Sleazy. Say, what's up, SBC? I got my shirts today. They look fire. Appreciate you, D Sleazy. Enjoy,
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you. Who's the Master? Says, HQ, don't you need a maintenance man for all your rental homes? All our charge is one juice. I service leaks and put fresh coats of paint on old homes.
Good try.
Good night. Good night. Leave Heathen Queen alone, Mr. Man.
Shout out to Tony07. Says, which generation y'all think is the last generation that experienced R&B and love ballads? Sure.
The millennials.
Us.
Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah, that's it.
After us, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Rashad. Said Casey and JoJo all my life. I pray for someone like you. Yeah, that's it. That ain't. I guess.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a hunching song.
Hate that
That's
song.
why I asked HQ earlier. It's a difference. Like she's talking about crying. I said, is this stuff sad? What we talking about?
Like that ain't like I'm trying to tell you, fire we make.
Some women like to get into that sad, that
I
kind
don't
of,
know.
like,
I can speak for men. I don't know if you want to be sleeping with a woman and she crying.
Oh, unless they tears of ecstasy. Like I said.
Oh, yeah, there you go. But yeah, come on now. I need to see a smile. Come on now. Let me know you're enjoying this.
Shout out to Rachel. Rachel says Rick James and Tina Marie, Fire and Desire. Yeah. I
was going to say that, but Heathen Queen said, don't mention Tina Marie. And I didn't know what she meant by that. I didn't want it to turn left. So I just shut up.
I think I listened to her about 40 times one day, the same song over and over and over again. Just, she had me transfixed with that beautiful voice of hers. I just was listening to it over and over, and I was like, damn, I done listened to this shit for about 2 hours, ain't I? At the same song.
Let me ask you this, HQ. If you making love and you crying, is the man also crying?
He shouldn't.
Why shouldn't he be?
Because I'm hurt. What you mean?
What if he start crying? Is that a problem? If he shed a couple tears?
What you mean crying? He begging. He ain't crying. What do you mean?
Okay.
No,
don't cry. Don't cry.
Don't cry. Shout out to Who's the Master. Says y'all disrespected music. We corrected it. We fixed it.
We fixed it.
And what if it's so sweet and so good? It's like almost like a religious experience. He crying tears of joy as well.
No, I don't know. No, that ain't no good.
You can cry, just don't let anybody see you.
Right.
Listen, he might be fresh out the joint. He like, I ain't had no buns in 10 years. I never thought I would get some more buns. Like,
Ninja better start.
Where we going with this conversation? What? Oh shit! He did say Prince.
Shout out to James Horton. Said Prince adore.
Yeah, that adore. Yeah.
See, but again, like not for these. That's like setting the mood 103. Like we want to do 101, so we don't want to get too mushy. No tears of ecstasy yet. We want to just get them to being pleasant with one another and saying kind words first.
Right. Okay. We just teaching them. We introducing them. Okay, we doing the introduction. This is real seduction. Prince is real seduction.
Yeah, we don't want to hurt them now. We don't want to get them hurt.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Rachel. The Earth, Wind, and Fire Reasons. Yeah.
Reasons is a love-making song?
Hell yeah.
But no, Reasons is actually like a breakup song.
Yeah,
it's a good song, but the Reasons is the reasons why we're here. The reason, that's a breakup song. They don't know why they're still there. It's their love is gone. Yeah.
So is the Frankie Beverly and Maze song. That's a breakup song too.
Yeah, Frankie Beverly and Maze.
When they always play at the cookout.
Before I
let go. That's a breakup song.
Before I Let Go.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I like Beyonce's Before I Let Go, and I don't like Beyonce.
I think she should have left it alone. She should.
She should have, but
I can't.
That's probably all you were exposed to. I don't think you ain't really listened to the original one, have you, Gav?
I know the original. I like the original actually, but I like both of them.
Right.
It ain't bad. I got a bias. I'll say that. I got a bias. Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Mark Kendall. Says, growing up, there was always hits on the radio. Pete Rock, CL Smooth, Intro, and Vogue, Total 112. I can go on. Hot 97, 107.5, WBLS, Quiet Storm. Man.
That's another thing. Like, back in the day, you didn't have so many options to what you were going to listen to. You could only hear what was on the radio. Nowadays, people can listen to whatever they want,
Right. That's the problem right there. You can listen to whatever you want, when you want. We listen to music from the radio, and we just enjoyed all of that. We were just forced to do it. Once they open up this whole thing where we can hear foreign music, we can hear all kinds of. It's like, man, you don't know what to choose because there's so much out there and so much bad music. You know how much bad music it is out there, and people listen to that.
Too much.
Listen to that bad music. Oh, I mean, you compare if that's all it was. If it was only R&B music on and the romantic kind, I'd be happy. You'd be happy. It'd be
after a certain time of night. That's all you was gonna get.
Yeah, I remember. That's all you was gonna get. Remember? Well, y'all wasn't born in. You ain't from Chicago, or you ain't around the Chicago area. But I was raised around Chicago area, and that's all. After midnight, we heard was romantic ballad, romantic songs from midnight all the way up until like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So that's all you could listen to.
And that's why y'all was having so many babies too.
I had my share. I had my share.
Appreciate you. The new movement says HQ, you in my crosshairs. They own you.
Now? We should do a dating show for HQ.
Oh,
yeah. Hey, that's a hell of an idea. What, HQ? Let them come up, shoot their shot.
No.
The HQ pop the balloon.
Listen, people finding love on YouTube. People get married up here.
Yeah.
Ain't no way I date somebody on the internet. Ain't no way.
Shout out to my guy Jay Prince. People up here getting married. Quit playing.
Yeah,
Jay Prince married.
Hey,
what?
Somebody married that Cretan. It wouldn't have been me, but you know.
Listen, that's a holy matrimony. Say what you want.
Hey,
holy.
Wish you all the best with all of that over there. Wish you all the best because you're gonna need it. That's all I'm saying.
I know that's right.
All I'm saying is you can find a husband on the internet. That's all I was saying.
I'm not looking. I'm not in the market.
Okay.
I'm celibate. There you go.
He's the queen.
We talked something new. She's fully committed.
There we go.
I gotta be celibate for at least another year or two before I look at anybody.
There you go. Enjoy. So I said, do y'all remember BT Midnight Love back in the day? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So here we are, man. This old conversation took a turn, but hopefully y'all learned something tonight because we was up here dropping gems late. All right. So for some of y'all that's having a hard time sealing the deal, take some of these notes we done gave y'all and let us know next time we live. Say, hey, I took your advice and I got some cheeks last night.
There you go. Oh, we missed some. There you go. Hey, my man Top Pro on it. Division and Ari Lennox. Oh, Division.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Ari good for the fellas. Ari Lennox, the girls will love her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Her album is good. You don't even have to pick a song. You just put it on number 1 and let it play, and you will have fun.
Right.
She a freak monster. And yeah, Division, that's some smooth stuff right there. Can't miss with Division. I like that.
Yes.
So and that's for all, like we said, for the folks who need assistance out there. Some of y'all don't need nothing. You just walk in the room and do your thing. All right.
Just don't turn on no music. Just don't turn on no real music.
Yeah.
No bread, no water, just meat.
That's it. You just walk up in the room, you know, turn the lights on, music off.
Straight jackrabbit. Hey, I can dig it. I can dig this conversation. This is the kind of left I like. Not the other kind of left.
He said, "Turn the light on."
Turn them on.
What?
Turn the light on. Turn the music off.
There you go. That's what. Yeah, don't turn the lights all the way down. Like, yeah, if y'all out here hunting in pitch blackness, y'all.
You gotta see something.
So, yeah, like pitch black.
Let your phone glow from the music that you play.
Done and done. That's a fact.
Celibate, not selling it. Celibate.
Okay.
Celibate, not selling it. Celibate.
That's a good one. You should get teas that say that. Celibate. Not selling it. Yes, that's good. Even
yeah.
And $40 would not be enough. It just wouldn't be enough.
Well, hold on. He got 60 if you're nasty.
No, I'm gonna be nasty, all right, but it's gonna cost him over 100.
You got 60. Not 60 if you're nasty.
Ain't gonna be no niceness in the bedroom.
and that's one of my points. That's why I say dating is dumb. I'm so happy you said that. Dating is dumb because you just heard Heathen Queen. These women out here saying they out here dating and having casual sexual endeavors and madness.
Right.
It ain't casual. Ain't nothing pleasant. Ain't nothing polite going on behind them doors. That's why these women. That's why we bring up the problem with pair bonding. If these women keep dealing with the guys they desire, all these 6 foot whatever ninjas that's coming into the bedroom to prove a point. Now this sister gonna keep trying to relive this experience. And we talked about Cardi B and Offset. Cardi B, like, I can't do better than Offset, even with the hunching. So that's where their mind is set. So thank you, Heathen Queen.
So here we go. We're gonna let you ladies get final word before we get up out of here.
Okay. Well, final words. The subject is modern dating over? I would say modern dating is over, and we need to reverse the clock a little bit back to romantic endeavors or romantic dating. People say you don't want to pay for a date. I think that's all you should do is date and don't do anything else. No sex, no nothing. Just date and have conversations and make sure you have this kind of music in the background. That's all that you do. And then see how you feel if you meet the right person under the right circumstances and listen to the right music. Maybe it might be an opportunity. But the way they're doing now, and you're going on dates listening to drill music in the car, on the way home, in the bedroom, it ain't gonna work. Just ain't gonna work. So modern dating is over as of now. Yeah.
Until further notice.
For now.
Appreciate you. The new movement says HQ gonna learn who the hell I is.
I wonder, is this the guy? Red Pill. What's the guy? Jay Knight. Is that Jay Knight? Is this him? Because This the guy who he was saying this on the Kendra show.
Okay.
That was one of his quotes. I'm not sure if this is him.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Appreciate you, James Horton. Says adore beautiful ones, diamonds and pearls, scandalous, 12-play album, all part of my playlist. Worked every time. Shout out to Diamonds and Pearls.
Yeah, Jay Knight, this the brother, Mr. Walker. We did a review. I don't know if this is him, but I know Red Pill spoke of him, and he was the guy we was doing a review that night. And
that's Baby Red Pill.
Project Leroy sent him a super chat, and he stuck his middle finger up at Project Leroy.
That's right. Yeah, that's Baby Red Pill. Red Pill.
Yeah. So he wants to come up on the show. We're gonna bring him up. I don't know if this is him though. So, but nonetheless,
shout out to James Horton. We got that one. Appreciate you, James.
But yeah, what you got, Raquel?
It's definitely over. It's over. Like HQ said, we definitely need to roll it back a little bit. Hopefully we've helped you all tonight with some music choices that you can go and research. You know, we implore you all to listen to these albums front to back so that you can find the love in yourself so that you can give it to others. Mm-hmm. And until you do that, it's just a mess out here.
I agree. I like that. Well put.
No, we just trying to remind you that there is something else. When you find that one, there is something else beyond this haunching and just sex and just transactional relationships. It's more out there when you find the one, you meet the right one, you meet the one that you want to spend some time with. This music puts you in the mood to find that person, or opens your heart a little bit more to love and to not be so transactional, because everything is transactional out here. Stop doing that because it's not working. Is it working out here? Is this transactional stuff working out here? No, it's not. So let's put that all down. Not saying you got to be a simp, not saying you got to be a slave. What I am saying is don't be so set in your ways that you cannot see the goodness in another person. And when you see that goodness in another person, don't exploit it. Don't take advantage of a good guy.
There you go.
Don't take advantage of a girl who trusts you. Sometimes tell her, no, I don't want to have sex with you tonight. I want to get to know you. Okay. Maybe if we did that a little bit, don't exploit his good nature. Don't exploit the fact that he's a geek. Okay. Treat him with kindness and you will get that tenfold the same way. Let's try to do that, because this transactional stuff that we got going out here, she got to give me a sex and I give her money, or she do this and she do that. That's not working. So
because everybody keep going back to get refunds to go spend somewhere else. Like stop doing that, y'all. Like
stop doing that. I'm not saying you got to put you ain't got to be a simp, but I am saying give yourself an opportunity. Because you just never know you never know. Ask for the moon. My mother always told me, ask for the moon because you just might get it. Ask for the love that you want and the respect that you want.
Right. And be vulnerable to take it. Like, yeah.
And you just might get it. You just might get it. That person over there in the corner talking about, I just want his money, might just be waiting for you to come over there and say, I want to get to know you before we do anything, before we have sex. And the dude that's standing over there saying, she just want me for my money. Why don't you as a female go over there and tell him, I want to get to know you, and you don't have to spend no money on me for 2 or 3 months unless you think I'm worth it. Unless you think this is worth it. You ain't got to spend no money. Maybe if you take that chance, you might get what you want, right? But you can't be scared out here. You can't be scared, right? Anyway, that's
at all. You definitely can't fear rejection, because shout out to Brother Scoop. Fatman Scoop came up here and kicked it with us. And like he said, even Jay-Z has been rejected. You know, he done seen it with his own eyes back in the day. So it happens to all men. So
okay.
There you go.
Jay-Z wasn't always Jay-Z, so he was definitely going to get rejected.
Yeah, and his aesthetics came up a little bit. It wasn't all that good in the beginning.
Really, he didn't. His bread just came up. Stop the cap.
He was just able to move some things out, like, you know, the good dermatologist.
Yeah, he was able to put a couple zeros in his bank account.
What Jay-Z say? He said, "Ain't no such thing as an ugly billionaire." Shoot, he cute.
No, that's right. Ain't no such thing. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Raquel. Thank you for the night, guys. Yes. That is my last word. Did you get your last word in, Raquel?
Yes, I did.
Well, look, it was an honor having y'all up. Hopefully, we can do this again next week and keep it moving.
For sure. Appreciate
you. Thank you, guys.
Good night, y'all. All
right, ladies. So here we are, Mr. Walker. Wild show, wild night. Like we were saying, shout out to the brother Scoop, aka Fatman Scoop. Came through and blessed us. And like we was telling y'all during the week, we've been working on that behind the scenes for weeks now, a couple weeks, trying to get everybody's schedule on the same page. Shout out to brother Angry Man for kicking it with us. And it turned out to be an awesome show. Hopefully this thing can, you know, it's going to be here. It's going to be here forever. Evergreen content, something that's going to be here 10, 20 years from now, man. To have a legend up here like that. And we were telling y'all the one day, you never know who's watching. Like everybody ain't in the comment section using their government name. You might not know. Some people using, you know, alias accounts and whatnot. You never know who watching, folks.
There you go. So with that being said, it may behoove you ninjas to be on y'all bestest behavior, huh? How about that? But yeah, that was awesome, man. I can't believe it, but I actually agree with Heathen Queen. You know, that it's going to take for this new generation to dare to be vulnerable. One of the scariest words of 2024, being vulnerable, because the ops going to get you if you're being vulnerable and transparent. And that's why ain't no love music. Everything is up in the pole and hunching and munching. I just don't see a change coming with that. What I would say is, if you are a young man and young woman and you can respect what we up here saying as far as trying to change the culture for the better, in some instance, not the whole culture, but some parts of it, stop going to places where your parents, your aunties and them been getting these same dead results. Stop going to clubs, stop going to bars, looking for mates. Look for mates in better places. Like we've already given you the places. If you want to know where, you got to go back and look at the old footage. I should not keep saying it. Like bookstores and things like that. You want to keep going to the bars and clubs and thinking you're gonna find your lovely wife Esmeralda in the club. All right, Bonquisha is, and she got 5 kids.
So here we go. Also, the Cash App. Shout out to Joseph. He come through with the 5 ball, supporting his interest. Then he comes back. Where we at? He says, Heathen Queen got dementia. Get her out of here. Shout out to my guy, Rakim. He sent over a couple. Let me make sure I get these. He says, 80s R&B is the best. SOS Band, Loose Ends, Isley Brothers, etc.
Yep, no lies detected.
All right. He also come back. He says, I'm convinced R. Kelly. He says, he said, I was conceived to R. Kelly. All I know is smooth R&B. Man. All right. And shout out. He come back one more time. We appreciate you, Rakim. He says, start with Voyage to Atlas and start with that.
Oh, Voyage to Atlantis.
Yeah, Isley Brothers.
That's my hit right there. Hey man, so y'all know something. Y'all know where to find this good music. Y'all should know how to act like y'all got some sense and love on each other the right way. Yeah, do better, folks. Shout out to Theo Coop.
Man. And
appreciate you. The new movement. He says, I am him. I am the Timu Red Pill.
Okay. So there we go. We definitely gonna be in communications with you, brother. I see you. I hit the email at least once. So make sure you hit the email again closer, to maybe Friday. And we'll see. We'll try to get you up here.
There we go. Appreciate you. Who's the master? He says, another great show, fellas. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for always coming through. Who's the master and supporting?
Yeah, and cutting up.
As always. Appreciate your cousin Walker. She says, thank you. We were well fed and we happy to hear it. Appreciate you, cousin Walker.
Like we said, this was an awesome show. We up here building it as we are flying it. It's only the beginning. I hate to sound cliche, but it only gets better from here, folks.
That's all. And it must. The beating shall continue until morale picks up. All right. So, yeah, we appreciate y'all rocking with us. Fatman Scoop, Angry Man came through. That's too dope. Too dope. I'm excited. It's hard. It's crazy. We up here for 8.5 hours. It's hard to sleep after this. But shout out to the best chat on YouTube, the SBC Cart Before the Horse Crazy. Shout out to Rose. She was holding it down in the chat today with a troll. Appreciate you, Rose.
Like we said, shout out to Fatman Scoop.
All the chicken heads, be quiet. All the chicken heads.
Shout out to the brother.
Single ladies, I can't hear y'all. Single ladies.
So the brother is a Grammy Award-winning artist. Came up here and kicked it with two backwood country boys. We moving, man.
We moving. That's too dope. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. That was an awesome show. Shout out to Chocolate Tie come through with the $5 super sticker. Appreciate you, Chocolate Tie.
And I see Rose says she need her wrench. That's on the other channel here. So as far as this live stream, so I see some of y'all were saying leave it up here. It's gonna go over on the Cart Before the Horse channel. All right. Ain't no difference between watching it over here or over there. Y'all should be subscribed to both.
There you go. Yes. On the way out, you crazy jab chickens, make sure you're hitting the like button, all right, on both channels and subscribing to both channels. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And a thank you.
So, and yeah, I see my guy Team Peterson. He said Fatman Scoop should have roasted her. Yeah. Public perception, though. He got more to lose than her. You know what I mean?
There you go. And you know what? Like I said, I think he handled it perfectly. Yeah. Like not getting emotional. Really, you can't beat that. You can't ever be the man being stoic. That's as good as it gets. And you saw though when he came up here, I kept kind of poking at it. I said, you wanted to give her a piece of your mind. And he's like, yeah, because she don't even know. And I feel it. Like he probably went back and watched it. Yeah, that gets annoying, man. But my thing was, if these modern women can't respect the OG in the game, somebody that's tried and tested, been married, at least Mr. High Six Figures, then told stories of losing it and gaining it again, and a brother like that can't get no respect, similar to Kevin Samuels. Presenting the world with his best self, wearing $1,000 suits and still getting pushback and mouth from young women thinking they know more. It's crazy.
And I also dropped the link for the Single by Choice channel. I see some of y'all say y'all did. Surprisingly, there are people who subscribe to the Cart Before the Horse channel and don't even know about the Single by Choice channel. So make sure y'all subscribe to both. I dropped both links in the chat for both channels. Make sure y'all subscribe.
There you go. Yeah, when y'all face more days than not, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So shout out to the show sponsors, my guy Tristan. Shout out to the Tax Master. Shout out to the Roulette Rider. Shout out to my girl Crystal Luna. And shout out to Low Key.
Shout out to all of the show sponsors and per you. Shout out to all the fellas and shout out to the ladies over here rocking with us. Without the ladies, we'd just be a whole bunch of guys over here talking mess, and that'd be a little weird. So we appreciate y'all.
So that being said, we'll be back up here tomorrow night for Single by Choices, Kendra Madness. We're going to cook up.
We back in y'all face later today.
So with that being said, make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe on your way out. We appreciate y'all for rocking with us. Shout out to Fatman Scoop, Angry Man, Raquel, HQ. Almost forgot HQ. Shout out to HQ. All right. HQ was on her worst behavior until the end of the show. Then she
per usual. Then she get us to agree with her. Shout out to HQ.
So with that being said, we'll be back up here tomorrow night. Until then, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good morning.